Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Monday Night NACE Starleague. This is going to be Rocket League this evening, of course, followed by Overwatch. But for now, I'm Squid, joined by the Danger Taco, of course, your favorite cephalopod and your favorite, rather, I guess, unsafe Mexican food? Would that be a good way to
I feel
do
like
it?
there's a better term for that. You went right to cephalopod, which is like very biological, very academic, and then it's like
and then
Mexican food of
I
questionable safety, and I'm just like, sure.
Particularly hazardous.
That works.
Ethnic food.
Exactly. See, that works out well.
Oh, I love it. But again, we do have Rocket League coming up for tonight. So jokes aside, we have our match set up, what we're expecting to see for the evening, I think, just on the horizon over here. First off, it will be RIT and the universe... Taco, do you want to take this one, actually?
Yes, this is RIT, the Rochester Institute of Technology, against the University at Buffalo. I thought it was of because I am a fool. But then after that, Kent State University and the University of Cincinnati coming up as the doubleheader. And then we got a triple header. It's not just two. It's three different heads. It's going to be King University finishing off against Kennesaw State, which I'm excited about because anytime I see a matchup in which both teams I've seen making deeper runs in a bracket that I've covered or I've casted or whatever, I'm excited for it. But yeah, we are going to start at the home base here at our stable foundation of RIT and University at Buffalo, because that is a 6-0 and a 6-1 team facing off here in the Northeast. And to be honest, University at Buffalo, great job getting that record, but this is going to be a heck of a challenge against the CRL qualified RIT.
Yeah, we've seen this numerous times. I mean, here in NACE, of course, you do get a lot of strong teams that don't quite make it into the CRL circuit. However, when you're playing off against a team that does make it to the CRL circuit, it's a little bit challenging to predict in their favor. Of course, Sunblaze, Jakob, and Sebward over here on the side of RIT, they've been putting up quite the effort, actually, in CRL. And of course, that is to be expected to a reasonable extent. They have had past experience in that regard. And I honestly feel like there is no reason why they shouldn't be at least one of the top two teams to make it out of this division in the Northeast. So I am looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table, but it's all going to be on University of Buffalo to see if they can impress us personally. And Taco, you talked about the players on that team in particular. We have seen a couple of their names around, but again, none of them nearly as prominent as those on the Rochester side.
Yeah, and I think this is where players of these universities, it's really interesting because we talk about how some universities have a great esports program just because they put in the funding and they put in a lot of time to recruit, to make sure you train that talent, be able to get them practice time, facility time, and other times you just get a lot of people together and you happen to be all cracked and you get it together in the perfect amount of time to be able to be ready for the season, and you get work done in the NACE Starleague Rocket League season. Apparently, that's happening for both these teams, but that can't remain that way. They're going to add another loss to the column, or someone is going to be going on to a 7-win record, and it looks like RIT wants to start off hot. Jakob, within 3 seconds, is going to get RIT in the lead.
And of course, face-off goals are going to be a rather nice gift for you there, but you can see on the back end, Monomer trying to make that play, just faked out a little bit on that side. Of course, not much that can be derived from that meager one play, so there's still loads of game to be played at this point in time. Nice little dunk there by Jakob on the side, and again here against T. Well, with the demolition on Monomer, the control here for RIT has been phenomenal immediately out of the gate.
Jakob bordering on being a cyberboy right there, just getting all the demos and then not even rotating out, just not even respecting the defense enough, just immediately turns right back in and gets the pressure, and Sunblaze is going to do the same. They're just going to go in, steal boost, and exit out. So Buffalo certainly penned in a little in their half. T-Walt almost had that breakaway chance, but it's only going to go to the corner for Sunblaze, and looks like Sebward's going to guard that one out.
Looking for a follow-up as well. No, actually, I think there was a bit of a wipeout on that one, and Jakob, forced to make an awkward read, is unsuccessful in doing so, and will be bailed out there by Sunblaze. It still does look a mite dangerous on the RIT side. Doesn't look like there's any follow-up, though, here, and Sebward going to be the target of a wayward pass on that one. T-Walt will be able to return this one to a little bit of zone time on the side of University at Buffalo, but still, I mean, it feels like for all of the little chances we saw them get onto the offense, they were not able to execute. Unlike Jakob here, receiving from Sebward, all they needed was one shot.
I've known Jakob for a very long time. One thing they excel at is being able to get strong contact when set up appropriately, and you can't ask for a better setup like that from Sebward. Try as they might, University of Buffalo, getting that aerial up is just too tall of a task, and That shot was perfectly placed into that far side. RIT, I wouldn't say they're rolling. They definitely have a lot of the pressure, but they've just been 2 for 2. Other than those 2 goals they've put in, it has been fairly back and forth in the midfield. It's up to UB, I think, just try to balance themselves out and bring back this game number 1 in the final 3.5.
I do agree. Someplace here on the corner wall, though, with a good look here at the net. Monomer is going to be there to block it out. Jakob was screaming in from the other sideline as well. There's the respect from the defense that you need to have. Sebward, a bit of control here. Will find Jakob, the 1-2, potentially back to the 1. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too far upfield there. University at Buffalo, looking downfield. 2 players go for that. Neither one makes contact. They're going to be cleared back to the midfield line, and a miscommunication between 2 players. I think it was already a bit of an unorthodox touch on the sideline. But still, we talked about playing this neutral game. It feels like RIT are starting to get a lot more comfortable with their position presently. As the University of Buffalo, it just seems like there's a couple of giveaways that don't really seem merited. Perhaps they're just getting into the groove of things, because I feel like there's a lot of potential for them.
And I think part of it is just accidental. We saw a lot of kind of random pinball-y touches in the midfield, and I think it was just because they were trying to get out of each other's way. There's actually a direct shot from Monomer, which I do like. Not so much about that follow-up from T-Walt, but censored right there to cover the space. Sunblaze, I'll let that one go, and Monomer said we'll back up for Jakob to operate into space. No double tap. That will deflect all the way across. One more pass into Sebward. That could open up everything, and indeed it has.
3 goals for RIT, and they have all looked solid. This pass from Sunblaze, I mean, even if you're a defender in that spot, you can see how Monomer was expecting that to be closer to the top of the box. I'm going even a little bit backfield there to find the passing target. Seems such a far-fetched idea for the defense, and I don't blame them for that. You're trying to cover the closed passing lane. You expect that one-timer to be so much closer to the goal line, but with a bump, it really doesn't matter as long as you can beat the last man in the midfield. Well played for RIT. They certainly have their stuff together presently. UB, again, they still have had moments where it feels like they should be able to do significant amounts of damage. I feel like might be getting a little bit in their heads at this point. Or perhaps, again, they just haven't had the chance to really warm up.
Yeah, and they're certainly not lacking for skill. At least 2 of the players here on this UB side are actually rocking the Legendary Baller tag for Season 5, which means you got SSL in the Hoops game mode, which means you need a lot of 50s, you need a lot of wall play, and you got to be very quick because you're put in a very small box with 2 other players to essentially just have a shot reach near the floor, near your opponent's side of the field. So that's really most of the game. So certainly a lot of speed, a lot of coordination. It's just the thing is that this is a team sport and you got another player going on. RIT seems to have better chemistry through a lot of these plays, and you can see it by just how they're hounding this ball in the blue half.
I've noticed also very limited granted situations, but there have been some times where I noticed it seems like the RIT players are just a little bit better put together when it comes to playing solo. Of course, T-Walt, nice little play down low on that one. Didn't have a chance for a follow-up, but does open up a lot of the zone here. Still only 1 minute remaining for Buffalo, but may have an opportunity yet to regain some momentum. This one going to be off the back for RIT. Slight double commit, but the contact will be made. Nice follow-up touch by Censored to clear the defensive side. And this is exactly what we were talking about. You know, that's a very solid little play downfield. They didn't have anything to follow it up with. But it's starting to get these puzzle pieces together that can be an incredibly important part of getting your offense actually moving in some meaningful way. And this is why I felt like they might be getting a little bit in their own head, because some plays is just pulling stuff off like this time after time after time.
And that's a really nice setup touch, but what I like the most is that instead of just immediately hitting it or taking to the corner or trying to play something else about it, they whip back across the ball and then immediately get a hook shot. It really throws the defense off because they never know when the shot is actually coming, and I think we've seen that a lot from Sunblaze and really from Jakob and Sebward as well throughout the CRL season, is that they are very confident on the solo plays beyond just the optimal team plays that they've been repeatedly showing throughout this game as well. Speaking of, the set down to Jakob, he tried to take it solo to finish that play off, but only going to be meeting that backboard, but not like it really matters. University of Buffalo, they're going to be taking this loss in game number 1. RIT has just slowly been able to chip away at that defense, and now going to be rewarded with a 4-0 scoreline to open this series up.
And, you know, apart from the fact that it says 4-0, this still was a rather close contest. I think you might agree with me on that one, Taco. Of course, the execution for RIT on the offense was pretty well unparalleled. I think it's pretty easy to agree on that, considering that their opposition didn't score any goals. But there's a lot of tangible things that we noted that can be improved upon here for the University at Buffalo. One of the big things that I was talking about is, you know, there's some giveaways downfield. but they did have good transitions to get downfield in the first place. So as long as they're not just giving those directly away, then they should be chilling. And also on the defensive half, when it comes down to it, you mentioned how the individual plays have been strong for RIT. They feel very strong on the individual plays, certainly, but there are ways that you can shut that down and adjust your rotation to play double coverage, make a forced challenge, and make the easy play on the defense. So there's nothing completely out of reach here for the University at Buffalo. Again, despite the 4-0 scoreline, I have some relative confidence that they'll make some sort of a run back here.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was stuck in the build-up phase. There's a lot of teams that, especially in game number 1, where you're getting used to playing the teams in your division, and right now, if you're University of Buffalo, you're playing probably the top team in your division, RIT, with that undefeated record. So the build-up to the play looks promising. We've seen a couple times they're saying, oh, T-Walt, that's a good look. Oh, Censored, I like that pass attempt. But ultimately, there's no actual finishing touch, mainly just because they're not where they need to be. I think that will fade as they get a bit more comfortable. However, they can't rely on RIT to get more complacent, because this team will take any and all opportunities. They're just not leaving this alone. Jakob with the half rotation, and might be a sitter in front of net, but it hurts all the same.
I talked about how they had to start getting out to these balls early, and you can see what happens. Both Censored and T-Walt on back-to-back plays just forced to defer to the opposition, and that's the last thing you want to do when you're sitting in your own goal box. So it's going to be an easier goal for RIT, certainly, but still, maybe a little bit of an error on the University at Buffalo's side, and we still await to see what their offense is going to be bringing to the table this game. But if their defense is any indication, they might still have a little bit of adaptations to go here. Of course, saying that only 40 seconds is played from the start. I love that play from Sunblaze. It's just enough time to go in for the bump, and they will find it.
And that's what coordination is all about, understanding the situation as it develops. Instead of shooting that, waiting just long enough that Jakob can come in, cause T-Walt some trouble, and then it's fairly an open net. Monomer tries, they're not going to keep that one out, and that's awareness from Sunblaze. It's good coordination with Jakob, and it's team plays like that that I think make teams like RIT ascend beyond so many others, because it's so hard to counter that unless you're specifically looking for it, and to be honest, it's hard to see someone coming out of your blind spot to send you into the back of the net.
Oh, absolutely, and of course when you're getting tunnel visioned, looking at that potential shot that Sunblaze had from the get-go, makes it all the more difficult. I like this one to play out. The University at Buffalo once again finding themselves at the detriment, but still not out of this game nor this series. RIT, the long ball here, nobody's back home, and Jakob gonna take one from all the way downtown.
That's a brilliant touch, because the first setup is just keeping it rolling. So they purposely duck down, understanding that if they're going to hit this, they need a wind up. So it turns into kind of a sidewall hook shot. They fling themselves straight up, and to be honest, it's so hard to read if you're a University of Buffalo player, because you think that that play is all really done and dusted. It's just going to be rolling out to the sideline, but in fact, it has just begun. A difficult way to give up another goal, and again, RIT just slowly working their way through, and I think trying to go for something more intricate there. Jakob nearly get number 4 of the double.
You got to respect it as well. But I mean, even taking a look on that last play and the play that we just saw, you can see how objectively they're playing right now, even going for a bump there against Monomer, who was just sent back to their own half on the prior demolition. I mean, it seems like RIT are actively achieving something at pretty much all times here. This is a nice 50-50 straight up, but not enough time for T-Walt to get that one under the bar. Defenders able to close that one down almost instantaneously. And you can see the composure on the defense as well as the offensive side here for RIT. Well played here by T-Walt, but they need a follow-up. Jakob is there for the angle over top of Sebward now. This could be a counterattack. Looking towards the back wall. Should be able, but T-Walt is too close to it, and they will not be able to make the play. They're still in the zone, though, with some hope on this one.
I really like that play from Monomer to try to get the 50, but unfortunately their teammates' 50s were not up to code, and it seems like Jakob is going to take the sledgehammer and go right through them all. Look at these nice little flicks.
Oh, it's so nice. And of course, again, Censored, I appreciate that. You know, I do appreciate that. Trying to keep the offensive going. All right, I love the spirit. Problematically, though, that does conflict with the idea of keeping your backline safe as you dive in as the third player. And while it did look like a reasonably good offensive there for a second, you have to realize at some point, it's just going to be out of reach. You have more than half the game to be played here. And a 3-goal difference is so much more doable in your mind than a 4-goal differential at this point. It's incredibly rare that we see a team come back from a 4-goal deficit like this. Now, they are going to have to do it unless they want to be subjected to their opposition being placed on match point. And Censored looking good here, and that one will find its way in. Someplace not prepared off the crossbar and in.
And to be honest, a touch like this from Sensor, I think everyone was really relying on Jakob's touch. Sunblaze started to go out to the side wall, realized they couldn't, and then they're just stuck in this weird in-between no man's land situation. Really, it's very hard to fight your way out of that, but good job on Sensor. That's the first time University of Buffalo has had a very clear opportunity and been able to take it with a fair amount of conviction.
7-minute and 45-second drought. Since the start of game 1 up until now, they have been unable to score that entire period of time. Now, dam is broken. I think the only question is, how big is the reservoir behind it? Oh my goodness, Sepward, that's a cheeky play, and somehow it will trickle on through. The defense never expecting this, and neither was I.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those plays where as soon as he's deflected, I'm looking at the ball and the ball only. And then right the last second, Sepward somehow has a remaining, speaking of reservoir, just a sitting tank of 40 boost remaining, able to get that one through. What a play to stay with it. And certainly something that UB did not see coming. RIT just pulling everything out of that.
The vision is going to have to improve for them before too long. If RIT keeps throwing random plays like that at them, that will remain to be seen. It's on 100 seconds now to go. A nice transition here. Sunblaze looking for Sebward. They're going to be just a little bit late to that contact, and this is looking like a good attack, but Sunblaze able to close down any potential angle there, at least any potential easy angle. The dunk here from Jakob, and Sebward is in the zone looking for the double. I mean, that kind of aggression, that kind of ability to take control of the play, regardless of whether or not they were able to actually make it happen. The thought was there. They knew exactly what their play call was going to be, and all of their teammates did too. They're having trouble on this backfield play. It should be an easy deflection here. It feels like RIT have this one pretty much bagged no matter what happens.
And Mono will just try and tap one more. I think one more goal could certainly steady the nerves. I don't think it's necessarily going to dissuade them from becoming anxious, because these games have gotten out of control over time, and maybe they did expect this, knowing that they're going up against the CRL level quality play of RIT, but I mean, they're not hopeless. You see at these touches, they're getting close to the goal. It's just that they're so few and far between that it's pretty much, if your efficiency is not at 100%, you're just not going to be able to keep up with the scoring potential of RIT, who just always seems to be in the right place at the right time, and it's going to be rewarded with yet another goal, and at this point, most certainly their second game win of the series.
Yeah, and in dominating fashion, this makes, what now, 10 goals in their favor versus the 1 of the University at Buffalo. So, clear struggles, I think that's fair to say, but it's the same story between Game 2 and Game 3, certainly, or at least it will be as soon as the clock runs out, as it was between Game 1 and Game 2. You notice a lot of good parts about this team for University at Buffalo, but they just don't have the same chemistry or the same mechanical consistency, it feels, as RIT. And of course, Sensor with almost no boost. You can hardly blame for that one. At least they found the gap here. They pick up a demolition. The speed is beginning to increase, but their engagements in the neutral just don't seem as objectively sound as what we see from RIT. Their ability to make these solo plays don't feel as objectively sound as those from RIT, and I mostly say that because something I mentioned earlier on. It seems like there is achievement in every single action from any of the RIT players. And, you know, Taco, correct me if I'm wrong, because obviously, you know, mistakes are made constantly in Rocket League. Whether or not you capitalize upon them in your various microeconomic ways is up to you, but still, I feel like RIT is playing a pretty well perfect game against the opposition.
I think a lot of it is also because they know when to stick around on a play and when to leave out. And that's a very thin line to tread, since I think a lot of players play aggressive. They just want to be around the ball to be around the ball. But when you look at RIT, they're not staying on attack just to meme on their opponents. They're not just doing it to be a jerk. They're doing it because that generates a lot of pressure. If someone is already on it, they can say, I got it. They 50 the ball. They slow things down. Everyone else gets boost. The rotation adjusts accordingly. And then they keep on attack, where it feels like a lot of what UB is suffering from is a very vertical play style. It's very direct, and that isn't going to work when you have a team with, I would say, near perfect rotations that RIT is doing. You need to strain them. You need to get infield passes. You need to be able to mix in solo plays, mix in fast plays, slower plays, just be able to add variety, because otherwise it's just going to be RIT relying on their mechanics, and since they haven't missed pretty much any aerial they've gone for, any 50 they've gone for, you're not going to be able to just pile drive your way through.
And one thing you mentioned as a part of those safe rotations was, well, the defensive integrity. I mean, it has been solid throughout, and they will... Oh no, there's no goal scored, and then the own goal! What is this? Jakob, he's just doing so good at scoring, he's gonna put one on his own net.
Near perfect is a key term we use because it's never fully perfect. And honestly, I don't really blame Jakob on that one. It's a sitter right in front of the net. You have to think T-Walt has it, and yet it's actually not going to be touched at all. And yes, that will unfortunately go down as an own goal. Not the statistics, that's how Rocket League works, but it's not like Jakob can't make up for it. Almost getting the triple tap on this, but not going to go through. So Sunblaze instead keeping things alive. T-Walt. The tap out, Sebward all the way across, but not going to be able to find his compatriot in Sunblaze, who instead just get a weak clear out, but nice challenge by Monomer. And at this point, we're in the interesting Twilight Zone level of experience here, Squid, where we have UB with the lead, and now it's up to them to keep it, which is not something they've really had to deal with in terms of the scenarios of play that they've experienced.
That much is true, although I'll note that for the RIT players, it doesn't seem like it's concerning them very much. Saw a rather significant pre-jump from Jakob earlier on, I suspect. Almost a drop pass back to Sebward. But it did not come together. Of course, they found a little bit of zone time since then. This situation will actually see us in the blue half, only temporarily, though. I like that play from Censored. Playing directly out to Sunblaze, was unable to really achieve much more than that, but did run through the backline, maybe with some boost here. Look at that cut rotation. The idea is certainly from UB, but this is no different than what we saw before. And what a dunk there, almost, by Jakob to put it on target. Will be cleared away here in the end, but they have got to clear the zone here before too long. Just tapping out to the corner is not going to work. I like that patience as well, baiting in Jakob for that play, who seems to want to make up for his mistake quite a lot here, Taco.
Yeah, and that's the type of play I want to see from UB, and that's the variety to bring the unexpected to the table. Jakob is jumping because everything has been fairly ordinary, but the moment you throw in the fake, now it starts to wonder, okay, are they changing up their playstyle? Do I need to play a bit slower? Do I need to play more reactionary instead of proactive? And I think it's those types of thoughts when you start to make a defense really have to think about what they're doing instead of just trusting their pure instinct, where things can start to open up to you. This is a brand new UB squad. It's just about them trying to keep it. And with half the game gone, they're doing a good job so far.
How exciting. As we talked about, it seems like they had all of the necessary components to compete with this RIT squad, just hadn't really found their rhythm at any point. And surprising as it may be for them to have taken the lead with a bit of an own goal, it probably should have been a goal for in the first place, so perhaps just getting a little bit of a favor from Jakob earlier on, and they have been playing on a much higher level, I would care to say. Since then, I've noticed multiple instances where they've been able to fool the RIT attackers with a little bit of a fake play. They've been staying close to the ball and still able to re-neutralize bad situations, which is vitally important when it comes to playing a safe defensive. This is going to be a bit of an harder situation, but a nice forced challenge. We'll see Censored throw that one all the way back downfield. Complete reset inside of 2 minutes. They still got the lead.
And Misomer's going to not only tap the ball off the backboard, but then steal some boost, which allows T-Walt to get nearly an open shot. Jakob, last second save. Sebward at the follow will deflect all the way through. Sunblaze, soft tap. Straight to T-Walt, off the backboard. Monomer, there is nobody marking him. It's straight down. He drops it down again to the back post. It's sitting there, and yet RIT able to get away with it. UB living up to their mascot in the Bulls, trying to plow their way through this, trying to just use that sheer force, and they're being so clever with it. You gotta think something's gonna drop. Censored is denied, and so is T-Walt. Back to mid we go,
no.
and after all of that, Sebward is just going to be able to get set up, and Sunblaze gets credit in one of the wackiest exchanges I've seen.
This is just the worst to watch because Censored, oh, what a beautiful demo it was. And for a moment, all hope was lost. But as soon as Sebward was taken off the field, I'm over here like, just hype as can be. Because Censored is about to make this massive, just huge brain play. And then they just don't have the boost to make it happen. That is so unfortunate, but I want to see them continue with this momentum because they were looking hecka good. You know, on those last couple of offensive drives. I mean, if they had been able to drive that through, then who knows where we find ourselves. But right now, they are still on match point against here. And RIT have ample opportunity to take this series here and now. All they got to do is get it together. And so far from what we've seen, they haven't had much trouble doing that.
And it's really up to, I would say, the finishing from UB. That last goal that they let in is really only a byproduct of them getting too aggressive and then not being able to put away their chances. This one has to be gift wrapped, and Censored will gladly accept it. No receipt required because they're taking it straight on home. 32 seconds remaining. All they got to do to lock up their backfield.
No notations on that one from me. I mean, Sunblaze unable to defend the backboard, and you got to be prepared to punish on that. And Censored was well played there. for UB, but as you mentioned, 32 seconds, that's still quite a bit of time here. RIT has already been able to generate one goal. Let's see what they can do here. Nice tap there by Sunblaze. I don't think they're going to be fast enough, though. There is Monomer looking for follow-up contact out of the corner. Almost the double tap. And a demolition here. This could be a chance for a power play down on the other side. Sensor with no more boost and no more influence on this play. T-Wall has to do something forced on this one. Straight down Waterfall. Monomer, what a read on that one. Over to Censored. And it gets just past Sunblaze. A bit of a reset here for RIT, but they're still looking downfield. Jakob in the air. This one towards the backboard. The touch made again by Monomer. Fantastic reads. The Doink up high, but nobody's there to play it. Sunblaze will keep this one alive. RIT do not want to let this one go if they can help it, but this should just about hit the ground. No, Sepward keeps it up. And now Sunblaze back in the mid. Surely this kills it. No, Seb is able to catch it again into the corner. Sunblaze for a continuation. I can't raise my voice much more here, folks. Jakob trying as hard as they can. This one will finally touch down. And talk about having to fight for your victory.
It feels like I was watching some form of like a warrior trying to slay a dragon, and you feel like they've been able to put in enough blows and get enough stabs that you have to think it's gonna be dead, and then the moment the ball spikes straight down into Sepward's car, a perfect catch and stays alive. I was thinking it was destined to go through, but no. UB's is able to endure, and my goodness, what a showing from them. The finishing looked way better, but even with all of those improvements, RIT was this close all that time.
Yeah, but this is exactly what we wanted to see out of the University at Buffalo. And I feel like this was like the kick in the pants that they needed. It's like, oh, hey, we got the lead. Now we can play our game. It's like, wow, we're actually pretty good at this. Wait a minute, why weren't we playing this way the whole time? It really felt like they basically turned on their monitors to a certain degree because of how much the difference in their play was. Not only that, but the confidence in their ability to make plays on the back end. Monomer with some very crucial backboard defenses in the dying moments of that game. I cannot overstate how important those were. And now they've been able to push us to Game 4. All you got to do is win 2 more games of Rocket League. And how many times have they done that before?
I mean, we were lamenting last week that we saw a lot of sweeps going through, but it's not going to be the case this week, at least on our starter. We're at least into game number 4, and it looks like the players at UB getting right back to business immediately, sending the whole house on this attack, and they got a boost steal to boot, so Jakob needs that Cuxer pinch all the way through. It will be able to buy them some time and some pressure relief, but ultimately it's right back in, and I have to agree. We often say this looks like a brand new team, but it genuinely looks completely revitalized. Nearly a perfect set down to Censor, but a good defense from RIT.
Well, Taco, it certainly wouldn't be the first time we've heard the story of a team perhaps not warming up before they got on for their match of the night, so perhaps it was a situation like that. We don't really know, but Censored, a nice shot here. Some places loads of coverage on that one. T-Walt still in the zone on this one, though, and Monomer looking at a follow-up on this. We'll be able to challenge that one all the way towards the mid. Sunblaze in the air for this. No chance at it, though. Much too late to that one. Demolition in the back, trying to produce a power play for RIT. They may yet find it, but this looks like a nice clearance opportunity. Censored with no contact. They change up that evaluation. Off the side wall towards the mid. Another potential for a power play, but this one will fall off the wayside. Looks like they're just trying to play for some control right now. That touch not really going to help them out. RIT clearly beginning to play just a little bit more passive, also because they have to. They gotta respect that defense.
Yeah, they certainly do have to respect it, but at the same time, they do look a bit more disheveled. We were really applauding that they always had a one-to-one of a pass into a recipient, and right now it seems like UB is the one that is doing that, although I am still seeing a lot of passes like this where it seems like it's hitting the ball because there's someone there, not because the recipient is ready for it, and until UB really wraps that down, I think they're still always going to be have to scraping by for these goals, though it's not like RIT is safely being able to contest these touches. Somebody's really getting dispossessed on the back half, but we are still scoreless 2 minutes into game number 4, but I have a feeling that that is just a ticking time bomb right now, the way that UB is just circling in this half at times.
You mentioned how RIT does look a lot more disheveled. I would care to agree, but I feel like that might be an inaccurate analysis, Taco, and I feel like the reason for that may be just...
How dare you?
How dare? How dare? No, I don't mean to disagree. I do feel like, obviously, they look objectively not as good, not as high quality as they did in games 1 and 2. But I feel like that is primarily due to the credits, the merits that we've seen out of UB since then. They're playing the same game. Oh my god, it's Sepward! Just gonna fool the defense of that one. He gets lullaby from Jakob with good reason here just after halftime.
That's a tough one from Monomer. I think they're just trying to catch this one to bring it up, but that's why this game is a game of pixels. Just like traditional sports are games of inches at times, because the car is not positioned correctly and it's going to pinch all the way out, and that is all the invitation that RIT needed. There is finally our first goal, and whereas I thought the pressure was leaning heavily in favor of UB, instead it goes to their opponents, which now are back to the very familiar position, at least in the early times of the series, of defending a lead once obtained. Jakob needed a touch there and will be able to, but Monomer going to send it right on back, granted not with the power they desired.
Well, it's double commit there by RIT. Jakob also getting a little tap on the rear bumper there. A bit of a chance for a counterattack on that one, but RIT back in control. I like that idea from Sebward. Good shutdown though by Monomer. Has been a passive bastion on the defensive end here for the University at Buffalo. They're in a bit of a tight spot here. They're going to need something of a savior. This one off the back wall. Jakob is there for it. And Monomer, oh, the changeup gets him. And that'll make it 2-0 for RIT.
Yeah, and in plays like this, I really do love, because Jakob is going up for this so quickly, and then instead of leaning into the shot, they lean back and allow the player to go through, which is such a risky play, particularly because that was perfectly fine aerial from both players. But when you're on defense, sometimes if you get a little nervy and you feel like you're going to be late to it, you have to play the shot and not the actual contact on ball. So unfortunately, that one will slip through, but RIT, as he said, very cheeky and going to be able to solidify their lead even further. Sebward trying to put this one to bed with a double tap, but looks like Censored has that one covered.
I feel like I'm not ready to put this one away just yet either. Jakob looking for something there. Might just be a possession player for RIT. You can see a lot of time being wasted by Sebward. Drop down to Jakob. Actually, even maybe a little bit of a team dunk on that one. Pass down the other way now. Censored is met. T will also cut out by Jakob. The follow-ups are there, and again, the pace of play for UB has increased dramatically so far in this series, but they need something here and now. Less than 60 seconds, and that clock will not stop ticking for them anytime soon. Hops into the air, T-Walt. Contact out of the corner, solid 50-50 to follow it up, but again, they need something quick.
Well, that might be it, because no one is touching that. T-Walt, look at the awareness, understanding the defense is in an awkward position, and well, Squid, we got 45 seconds at a 1-goal margin.
Yeah, well, Taco, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I did not expect that to turn to a goal. Like, with the RIT defense, it looked like they had two players that could have been there quicker than T-Walt, but they just saw the gap, and they took it. I mean, you gotta be able to punish those mistakes. Don't get me wrong. But RIT, you know, tisk. I'm not sure if I like that play so much. But for Buffalo, I am excited. See if they can bring this one back. T-Walt, nice challenge over top of Sunblaze. It's going to force Jakob into a bit of a bad spot here. Censored for the follow-up and loads of control. Not very much boost, but the waterfall is there. Lots of complications here on the back end. They've got to go to their own back wall. And now back in the mid. Monomer can't put it away. Off the backboard yet again. Censored will keep it in the zone. The 50 high in Sunblaze is first. That's going to be a bit of a reset here for RIT, and a key one at that.
Jakob just boost sitting, but they trust their teammates to be able to hold it off. And RIT, it seems like they've weathered the worst of the storm. Maybe just trying to waste time at this point. Full court carry is required as the seconds out are at 0. Sunblaze now in the backfield to Censored. They're going to keep that one high, but no one able to follow. Sebward just able to tap that one back to their teammate, and we'll be hitting the turf for an RIT victory. 3-1 in the series. GG's in the chat from all the players involved, because that one nearly got out of hand at several points, but CRL contenders able to keep that perfect record, and they're going to be moving on to the next week with smiles on their face.
6-2 as well for the University at Buffalo, but you know, this wasn't as convincing of a victory as I think we may have expected looking at, again, game 1 or even coming into this series. I mean, heck, game 2, 6-1 scoreline at the end. I mean, to be able to turn that around, turn it into a game win in a rather competitive game 4 at that, I feel like that's massive for the University at Buffalo, and really take that into the VOD review, right? Think to yourself like, wow, you know, look at what we can do if we really put our minds to it, and look at the changes that you made between those couple of games. Maybe it was the in-game leader who's helping out. Maybe there's a coach behind the scenes that is making a huge effort to help those players. Whatever it may be, they have got to try and replicate that, because it looked so good. And when you get down to it, the foundation of quality Rocket League teams that make it into the CRL circuit and to the playoffs of NACE, or maybe even to the grand finals of NACE Starleague, it is teams that can adapt, and it's not necessarily ones that have a hard carry.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I actually really enjoy the most when I look at CRL teams playing in this type of individual circumstance. Specifically, NACE Starleague is filled with teams, and when you get deeper into the season, as we are getting, you do see a lot of teams that are that 6-1, like UB. And first game, I think you're like, this is not too close. Game number 2, you're like, this is really getting out of hand. But then it really gets interesting because both teams adapt. And when you say all that in together and you look at that cohesively, you start to see that, oh, wow, the reason why these CRL teams are as good as they are is because even when they face all that adversity and they look uncomfortable, they still have the wherewithal to hang in the series, do what they need to adjust, and then come out with a victory. I always say that the CRL teams aren't head and shoulders above all these other teams. It's just that they have the chemistry to, when they're in those difficult positions, almost always seem like they can come out on top better than these kind of bubble teams that are just short of making that tier.
Yep, consistency. And of course, adaptability is an important part of that. But I mean, even at the end of the day, we evaluate CRL and we talk about how it seems like on any given day, any team can win, which is really one of the beautiful parts about the RLCS. It's the same thing that they have had. You know, the development was there for the longest time. It was basically, you know, just one team that stood on top basically the majority of the time. But over time, the bubble scene did develop, and now you get teams that came up really from scratch, like Oxygen, of course, receiving Gimmick, I think was a massive trade for them. But, you know, they kind of had that transition now into one of, if, you know, at least a top 6 team in NA, I think you could say with relative certainty. But it looks like we aren't going to be doing an interview, but we do still have to shout out the hero of the game, sponsored by LLS. LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes leukemia survivor Lincoln. After a third visit to the pediatrician in the fall of 2017, Lincoln was diagnosed with acute bilineage leukemia, a very rare diagnosis. His 3.5-year treatment plan was extensive and challenging, but it remained a bit easier with the support of his nurses, who provided a video game setup in his hospital room during extended stays, which always made him light up. Lincoln completed treatment in March 2021 and is a fun-loving 8-year-old who enjoys shipping, sports, music, and video games. Lincoln and his family feel so fortunate to have the support of LLS and look forward to spreading awareness and helping other families like theirs in the years to come. Alongside Hero Lincoln, we recognize the LLS hero of the game as the player that made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it matters most. And Taco, we actually find ourselves in the unique position of being able to decide this ourselves. So I want to get your opinion. Who do you think for RIT had the biggest impact in that one? Because I feel like you could realistically give the award to just about anybody.
That's exactly, yeah. It feels like you have a twister spinner. If you ever play Twister, you just like spin that, and wherever it lands, it's probably a right answer, because that's really what it feels like with RIT. They're all playing so well, but for me, I gotta give a shout out to the player I've probably known the longest, Jakob. I love what he's done to this RIT roster, and I know this is the LS hero of this game, of this individual series, but I do always feel like they're very integral. They're always being able to get those last-second saves. They're able to provide just that bit of mechanics to break open a defense when they need to, and I'm always impressed by when it seems like they need a play to happen. They're really the galvanizing force, that spark that is required, that they provide every time, and it's nice to see them be able to come in as a freshman. So can't wait to see what RIT does in the years to come.
Yeah, I can't help but agree. You know, I think my second pick personally would probably have been Sunblaze, but of course, you know, Sedward is a very close third if that was the case. But I definitely feel like Jakob is a solid choice, so we'll give it to him. Today's LS hero of the game, Jakob. Unfortunately, again, we don't have an interview, but that just means it's all the quicker that we can get the next match set up. So we are going to take a short break here, but NACE Starleague will be back shortly. We still got 2 games of Rocket League yet to be played. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. Thanks for sticking around. I know I told you not to leave, but some people actually do, and that hurts
The
me.
nerve.
It hurts me. But we are back here again with NACE Starleague. Just prepping here for our second match once again. It's Squid and Danger Taco to guide you through all the action. But before we get too far into that, we do have to thank one of our wonderful sponsors, Taco.
Yes, and of course we want to shout out AMD because performance is going to be ruling your game, and also you can rule the league with that. We're so excited to have AMD on as the official graphics card of the NACE Starleague, introducing the AMD Radeon RX 6000 series graphics card, including the breakthrough AMD RDNA 2 architecture that's engineered to deliver ultra-high performance, ultra-high resolution, visually stunning gaming for all. With AMD, NACE Starleague are powering the next generation of gaming, and of course, check out those lovely products and AMD themselves at amd.com. I myself have an AMD processor and I love it. It helps power this broadcast in a figurative sense and also in a very literal sense. So could not be happier, and I'm glad that they're along for the ride as we bring them these games all throughout the week, every week.
Well, Taco, surely you could be happier if AMD were to release a new graphics card and send it to you for free, maybe.
Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great, AMD? I'm so available. Just DM me anytime.
I'm just throwing it out there,
just,
you know, nothing in particular.
Right
but...
in here, right in the piece. Anyway, so next game we have is going to be Kent State University and University of Cincinnati. Again, another undefeated team going up against one with only one loss. More or less, these games help to determine if you are going to be the #1 seed going into playoffs, which is a schedule milestone that is approaching very quickly.
That it is. I gotta say, it caught me a little bit off guard here. And of course, you see, right near where I am presently. So I guess go Cincinnati, I suppose. I'm not really too biased towards them, but we have seen them around the block a couple of times. Kent State, we can say the same for them, and I think that is reflected, of course, in their records. And this is, of course, what we say we enjoy NACE Starleague. Gives these guys a lot of exposure, and it certainly isn't the first time that we've seen them on this broadcast. But UC coming up here against Kent State is obviously going to be a little bit of a challenge. I don't necessarily want to say that they're going to be at a significant disadvantage, because I don't believe so. But I think Kent State coming into this one have a little bit more of a pedigree to their name. Of course, that being the case, there may be just a little bit of nerves about that 7-0. Then again, you see on the other side, knowing that this is their one chance to influence Kent State's record on this season, and knowing that if they don't, it's not impossible that Kent State goes completely undefeated. There's nothing they can do about it. You know, everything is up in the air here, Taco. I feel for both teams, this is going to be a pretty big match.
Yeah, it certainly is. And of course, to be able to maintain that pressure, but also you're facing off against arguably the best team in this conference, and that's just only the warm-up for what that bracket is going to look like when we truly get into playoffs. So Kent State University, I mean, this is a team that has been around the block so many times. Can they make one more trip this time to get another victory under their belt? It's really going to be up to whether the depth of that University of Cincinnati Esports Club has to offer right here. We're getting kicked off with our second VO5 of the night, and looks like Cincinnati might have our first attack burst. A wonderful setup to frickin' even with that. Sky perfectly reads it on the save.
And they do. This Midwest matchup certainly off to a hot start here. Oh my goodness, that... Okay, okay, that was a bit of a weird bump, but there the Snail still makes the play out into the mid-range, was almost there for the follow-up. Sky has something cheesy off the backboard here, but they will be touched out now. It's looking like Kent State rather quickly onto the attack. They get a demolition, maybe even looking for that redirect prior. Still UC holding on to this defensive side. We're rather quickly into the thick of things here. Not much of that neutral game that we expect out of the very beginning of game one. Ezio trying for something on this one. That bump certainly was not helping, though, and they'll be guided out to the corner.
This guy will be able to slowly let that one drop. It's a good takeover from Gary the Snail, but the follow-up touch is not what they wanted. Burst, they flick quickly to test Rain's reaction. Gary the Snail is just going to double just in case, and it seems like even though Kent State coming in with the higher, so to speak, seating and placement, they are the ones under pressure. Look at these infield passes. Rain just getting that reaction. And Snail going to send that one all the way deep into the orange corner.
Very quick on those rotations, and you have to be if you're on the offensive side to break down the opposing defense. It can be rather challenging. You mentioned those infield plays. Those could become quite important as we move forward. Link, another pass here. Burst actually looking towards the net. Nice save. Gary the Snail. Loads of contact there. Sky for the follow-up. Just a little nudge, though, by Ezio. I'll see that one fairly safely out to the corner. Good communication here, but Rain, oh, what a pre-jump! Almost on target, but Burst is prepared for it. Prepared you have to be on a defense in a situation like this. I mean, it feels like every attack on target has come pretty well out of nowhere and at a pretty high quality, not necessarily a high shooting percentage, at least a high quality in terms of unpredictability. Gary the Snail, huge dunk here off the backboard. Burst somehow still able to get to that one. A very fortunate spawn.
And Frick able to bump him out and be able to start a counterattack. The slow play is at least making Kent State think twice about committing on certain plays. However, someone's got to commit on that one. It's only Sky, and they're tucking it right into the open net.
Of course, when you get an opportunity like this, it is just on a silver platter. And as you mentioned, I mean, Ezio, if you're going to be out there in the mid, that you cannot let yourself get caught out. You need to beeline it back to the net, or you need to be making that touch near the midfield, because you know, sure as shooting, that your opponent is going to punish you. You're not there to make some sort of impactful play. Kent State with a lead. We'll see if they can expand upon it. Gary the Snail looking for the flip reset. Still makes the 50. It's been a little bit too much that they were bargaining for. Sky with a follow-up contact on that one. Still not much doing for them on the attacking side. They will be able to clear this one past the mid. UC very aggressively starting to rotate downfield on this one. Lots of difficulty for Sky on this backboard play. We'll be able to see this one to the corner, though. Relative control on the back end for Kent State, but you can see how the Bearcats are closing the gap rather quickly.
Hey, Gary the Snail is just trying to extend it out, but this is something I think that Kent State at times is so quick to the ball, like shots like this, that they're always able to get a shot off. Whether or not it's the quality they need is another thing, but right now University of Cincinnati, I love their patient buildup. I'm liking how they're looking for infield passes, but they still need that X factor, and I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe bump plays is that one it seemed like was suspended in front of the net for forever, but it's not going to go through, and they're going to continue to chip away, but they don't have a lot of momentum to do, and the ball's just taking laps around the goal, but not finding its way in. 90 seconds remaining. It is somehow still a one-goal game, despite being so back and forth.
Feels like they're teasing us quite a bit on the UC side there. Gary the Snail almost with a bit of an opportunity there. Oh, this does not look good. Rain loads to shoot at, unfortunately for them. Ezio so well set in the net. Wasn't much of a chance. Now Sky with Gary the Snail to play with. Again, double coverage on the back line, not too concerning for UC. This might be Rain on the backboard. Ezio a bit slow to get out to this, but will get out to it indeed. Sky for a follow-up. They have very few options on this one, though, and they will have to allow the Bearcats some space and time towards the mid. A great force challenge there by Ezio. Still not enough to get Sky away from the ball. A nice take around one with only Frick to beat back into the mid. The pre-jump is there, but no contact towards the net in any significant way. And they will see themselves out this one off the corner. No read from Ezio. And they will be unable to score on that counterattack. It looks so good for a second.
And you see they've weathered the storm on that attack with all those infield passes from Kent State, but now it's about making sure that they can conjure their own storm. Frick try to provide it with the air dribble. Rain, they're going to take their time and get dispossessed immediately. Burst up for it. Past the last defender. There's no second man on it. Frick going to turn around. Ezio with a bump, and even with the lead demo, it all goes to nothing due to a crucial bump play. Gary the Snail going to opt for the 50. Not that they need another one. It is just as important to tick off these seconds than get an insurance goal, but certainly they'll take it if they can get it. Frick, maybe one more opportunity. Almost past Gary the Snail, but every single time it seems like Kent State has a bumper in the way, and with that long clear, I think that might just about do it. It's going to end with Kent State taking game number one by a narrow margin.
I wish you could see my face, Taco, because there were multiple times that last sequence of 30 or so seconds where I was just putting my hands on my head just because of the couple of situations where you see. I mean, even on that last play, we saw the fake. I don't recall who it was. I think it might have been Frick. Yeah, he's got the yellow card, right? They've got the yellow card. So Frick on the sideline, faked out one. Gary the Snail jumped way early, and at that point, they had the wingman in the mid, and the last defender was in a spot where, you know, they might have been able to defend it, but it might have been like a 50-50 on whether or not they'd be able to get it away, and then it would be, you know, prolonged offense, and everything looked perfect. And then they played it slow, and Gary tackled them, and I'm just over here like, why? And Gary, I mean, freaking plenty of boosts at that point. So I'm just over here like, they have the chances so many times. I feel like I don't need to tell you guys that. You know, Captain Obvious over here. But they have everything that they need to get the job done. And they just failed to execute on it. And it hurts me quite a bit because you see they were looking good. They just couldn't put up that one goal that they needed.
I think at the end of the day, they're still doing everything I'd want them to do. They're looking for infield passes. Exactly. They're taking good 50s. The problem is, yeah, they might not be putting together and the execution could be better, but ultimately, execution is something you can't adjust. You can focus more on your shots. You can take a bit more time with placement and continue to work on that as you continue to work your way into the series. That's a good way, and that one isn't execution. That is just pure defensive brilliance by Rain on the near post, getting the save, and maybe Sky can reward them with a counterattack, but Burst has other ideas.
That's unfortunate, you see. Again, good look on the net. I don't think that one's their fault, though. As you mentioned, excellent coverage on the back wall. Respecting that double tap, something that is quite challenging even for top-level players to do. That double tap's almost on target there. Ezio was looking for something fancy. They will get pushed back. Rain for the redirect. No contact on that one. Sky for a follow-up in the secondary. Well played. They're all not able to take any significant control of that one. Getting the boost away from Frick might be key. Double commit here, though, certainly won't help. Again, Kent State, they look like they're trying to take a significant control of this. They have to commit quite a few resources to do so, and this looks good. Burst, not much to work with, and they will make it through. I think that might have been a little bit of a fake, but either way, it's goal number one.
If you paused halfway through and had me guess who's going to touch this ball last, I would not have expected to be Frick on the goal line. Either way, they start to play off that infield, and that's going to be able to be rewarded through just about a minute play in game number 2, and we will see Cincinnati get a goal, get a lead, more importantly, and that's about making sure that they have enough wherewithal to maintain that defensive core that they look so good all throughout game number 1, but it was still just too much from Kent to really hold them back throughout the game. For example, Carry the Snail almost doing a stutter step to get that shot off, but taking too long in the end.
Gotta say, DFH has been host to quite a few stories this evening. I'm pretty satisfied with it so far. I'm hoping that we do get at least a Game 4 scenario here, and it's looking like we're on track, but of course, with only a minute and a half displaced here from the start of Game 2, can't really say much with certainty. Bit of a light clear there by Sky, followed up by Rain. Well played into the opposing half. They're not able to keep a close control, but it looks like it might be enough. A demolition on the back end. Power play time out into the mid. Nicely touched away, but Sky, oh, 3 taps! And Rain not prepared for that third one. They will be touched out now. Back to the midfield line. You see maybe a little bit of fortune on that last play, but they still need to defend this. Sky looking for the Doomsday Dish. Rain is there for the follow-up, but Frick still gets it away. Somehow, the defense holding together even against all odds.
I don't mind that play from Sky, but I have to think, looking back, it might have just been easier to tap it for the pass, maybe make the defender think you're going for a shot, instead let your teammate finish it through. But either way, it's a 2-on-1 that's not going to be rewarded. But how about a 1-on-0? Rain, open net, not the best power, but a good position to make it count all the same.
Yeah, and Burst. Oh, boy. You can see this is the same situation that we had in the last game where Ezio started to push up a little bit in the midfield, but couldn't decide they wanted to commit on it. Burst in that situation, though, with 0 boost. I don't really think there was much of a chance that they had to put that one out of the cage in the event. There was an ice and eye shot, so I do understand a little bit of the conflict there. This looks like a free net, and it's gonna be for Gary the Snail. I thought Rain was gonna steal that one away. Either way, though, a lead now back in the favor of Kent State.
And honestly, Gary the Snail, it feels like just a prayer hucked up field, hoping for the best, but you can't really put it placed any better than that. That is far post, top corner. And it seems like EC was caught out just too far on the near. 2-1 immediate turnaround, and Kent State will continue to roll. Maybe right off this kickoff. Sky with the flip reset, did the fake, and off the post instead. Rain, the immediate putback, and they're really feeling themselves now.
Can't complain too much with that one. I mean, Sky, sure, you don't see the results immediately off that play, but you have Rain for the backup. I gotta say, though, you see just a little bit behind on that defense. Look, I understand that you might have just gotten the socks juked off of you. As Frick in that situation, he's still going to be making that rotation. I mean, it's just like a little bit of defensive integrity. Of course, that play from Sky was high quality. I don't want to detract from that at all. Well played by Rain to be there closer in the secondary. UC leaving just a little bit, I think, for me to be desired on their back half. Rain, beautiful contact on this one. Was well prepared for that clearance off the back wall. A bump here in the net as well, should send Ezio well away from the play. Burst looking towards the mid, has Frick to work with. It's going to be a little bit of a light shot, though. Nothing too challenging. Bearcats getting set on the offense. I think this has been a little bit uncommon for Game 2, but I am looking forward to seeing how it goes for them.
Oh, Frick, it's a brilliant fake, and Rain just has to watch as their team is cut through. This is the type of creative play that I love to see, trying to go up the line, and that is cold as ice.
Oh, boy. Well, that is the heart of 1v1s, though, is just wait for your opponent to commit their resources, and then you can make your move, essentially. You know, save the trump cards. And Frick realized in that situation that, oh, hey, look, my opponent just wasted their entire challenge, and I could just turn this one in for free. Well recognized. It can be very difficult to keep your wits about you in situations like that, especially when you're down 2 with little time left. Sky, though, looking for something aggressive again. Not the first time we've seen that. Instead of going for the pass, trying to make it all happen by themselves, even though they had somebody playing wingman in that scenario. And Taco, you know, we're not sitting up here trying to tell the players how to play the game, but I got to admit, it's not looking like it's a good formula so far for Kent State on the attack.
What a demo on Frick. They were just sitting there about to collect their free goal, but instead they're going to have to go all the way back. Burst the goal line stop to keep that one clear, but the job is not done yet. Frick, one more tap to the sideline, and I will say, UC, they've looked nice on the offense, but the defense is really still their worst enemy. They are struggling to get this one out, and they need to make sure they can counter. They are still down by 1. Can Burst provide it? No. It's just going to be a set down straight to Sky, and the attack up here will continue yet again in the orange half, as Blue will not leave well enough alone. Finally getting out, but you need to make sure that they do something more with this on the possession.
Oh, that challenge by Ezio looked sound. It did play right back to Burst, so still a good chance for them here, but it's a bit dicey now. No boost on that initial challenge here, and Frick has to wait a long time on this one. Will find the half volley, though. Rain with no contact on this one, at least initially. Sky, what a read off the backboard. Burst tries to return it to the zone, but they need something extra. They can't just throw this one down and expect something to happen. Out of the corner now, and Rain with that. Oh no, the dunk towards the net. No, off the crossbar and down. Kent State, how do they get away with this?
They nearly didn't. That was so incredibly close. If that was a couple pixels down, might have actually been barred, and we'll never know because we're living in this timeline where that one did not go through, and this is what I'm talking about. Even though I think Kent has longer bursts of activity on offense, and they look very convincing when they're really bearing down on a team, it still comes down to whether or not UC can just make sure all those attacks count, and it has come close. Kent State, I had to applaud them on that last attack with about 40 seconds remaining, 30 seconds remaining. There was a wide open shot for Frick, and he just jumped for it and got demoed by the third man rotating back from Kent. I mean, that is clutch playmaking. That's awareness at its finest on the defensive coordination, and it comes together with another victory. Now, Kent State, they're really cruising. They're on match point, and doesn't feel like we should be here. It feels like this should be a closer series.
Nope. Yep. That was gonna be my comment. I didn't care what you were going to say. That was gonna be my first comment. Is like, this should not be a 3-game series. This, by no means, should be a 3-game series, and I highly doubt it will be. But Kent State already on the attack. That looked like a good attack. Now all the way across here, Rain nowhere to be found. But oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You mentioned how they seemed like they were struggling on defense. Well, I don't think I've ever seen somebody struggle as effectively as the University of Cincinnati is so far. Because struggle as they may, they still seem to put up the results in a lot of the spots where it matters.
Yeah, task failed successfully.
Pretty much.
The UC side. But I mean, I'm really impressed by their ability to mostly maintain possession, and even when the ball is skirting across their half, they're still able to save enough resources to get it clear. It's really just on Kent State consistently half rotating, going through, jumping on all these loose touches that they're able to break through. And to be honest, that's not much more you can ask for out of the defense. I think it helps if you don't get faked out in the midfield. Gary the Snail then letting Rain have this one. Wide open shot for Sky, but Ezio was a bit quicker off the bar. It's a straight roll out into the midfield. Frick tries, they might, is going to get this one, but only a partial touch. I don't think they can turn that in, and they will not. It's going to hit the lip and right back up into the ceiling.
That's the kind of play that hurts to watch. That's the kind of play that probably hurts to be the player in. Of course, Frick, unable to turn it in, had pretty much everything to shoot at, but just could not get around the ball with the resources available to them. Maybe getting a little bit aggressive. Oh, what is it? Wait, was that a save off the follow-up by Ezio? And they're going to get another one here. Rain turned away. Gary the Snail trying to play slow, but there's no chance that one stays. Frick, though, unable to clear it effectively. The flip reset from Sky. Back to Gary the Snail. What a pass here by Sky. I would never have seen this in a million years.
I don't even care if this was supposed to be a shot. This was a flawless setup. The flip reset off of the double into the pass. And Gary the Snail does exactly what a good team it is. They know that pass is coming through. They're not overthinking it. They're not trying to do anything special. They know if they get to it quickly, it could be a goal. And that's exactly what it turned out to be. A fantastic bit of pressure yet again from Kate, living up to their just moniker, really, of just constantly applying pressure. Unfortunately, seems like Cincinnati, they don't really need pressure when you have Frick dancing through the whole defense.
Yeah, earning this one back here. I think Rain might have been a little bit wide on the back post rotation there. It was basically at the edge of the box. So I'm going to tack that one up to a very slight unforced error. I mean, I still want to go back to that other play. Because I still have commentary to make on that one. Believe you me. Still, oh, hang on a second. Let me just let UC play out this offense. Okay, looks like they're going to have this one under control. Rain out of the corner here from Kent State. Of course, as I say that, out of the corner again, and there's Burst to punish it. And Rain, come on, I didn't curse you that hard. Please.
Yeah, Rain is trying to gather this one, but that's the problem, is that if you don't get that first touch, you have a pressure coming in, and just as I applauded Gary the Snail for getting on top of that goal for Kent, that is the exact type of play that you want to see. Burst is coming through the middle, and they don't wait for the angle to get better for them. They just attack it immediately, and it's going to be rewarded with functionally what happens to be an open net goal, just because they're getting on top of that rebound the moment it bounces off.
All right, well, Bearcats in the lead. This is a situation which we have seen, I think, criminally suboptimal. What in the world, Frick? Again, over top of the defense in this one. And this felt like it was going to be a pretty low percentage scoring chance with somebody on the backboard and somebody down low, but they can't make it happen.
I'm surprised they got as much power on that. It looked like they were floating in the air. Just the way they twist their car, use the air roll in the precise way, they were able to actually speed that play up. I think that's actually what was able to surprise the defense the most. And here they come yet again, bursting the way. This is an explosion of goals out of nowhere.
A hat trick for Frick, and oh my dear lord, what is happening? Man, I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. We talked about the big story in the last game was UC was struggling on defense. We don't even see them on defense anymore. Oh, and now the face-off! You gotta be kidding me! What is going on here?
I was watching this from the default camera, and I'm thinking, okay, they got the cheat up, it's fine. And then the moment I see Gary this will stop, I realize that's, again, not a read they have. And that's why sometimes this pays to delay on the kickoff. Even a slight win will completely destroy any kickoff strategy. And that is now 2 back-to-back kickoff goals. And honestly, I wish my memory was better. It was 2-1, not like 30 seconds ago, it feels like.
Yeah. I mean, honest to God, I have no clue how this got so out of hand. They're looking for a counterattack here. Rain. No, sir. Not going to happen. Sky back towards the mid here to Gary, but that one also could be denied. Actually, Taka, we have to remind ourselves, actually. I mean, earlier in this game, the one goal that we saw from Kent State was probably the highest quality goal that I recall seeing in a long time from NACE Starleague, but now they're just getting absolutely dumpstered. This is number 4 from Frick, and more assists in Ezio's name at 4.
And you can see the panic really start to settle in from Kent because this ball is lobbed across, and you see one player clear the near post rotation bumping them, and then just the perfect set out off the corner bounce straight into the second man. And this is the type of plays that I like to see. It's not just passes thrown into the middle because, oh, it'd probably be good to put it there. It's a pass thrown in the middle because there's a specific target. And granted, we can applaud them all they want on offense because they've been just scoring at will, it seems, but it seems like Kent State can also do that with a well-timed 50.
Yeah, you know, can we just call this game a wash at this point? Like, I don't know what is going on here.
I mean, we got 2. If they could score 3-4 goals in about a minute, I think we could do a lot in minute 45. So who really knows at this point? This game could be wide open for all we know.
We shall see. As you mentioned, not so much time. Okay, all right. Defensio didn't make that contact. I'm fairly certain that's a goal 4 on the side of Kent State, but they still have a massive chore in front of them. And granted, even if they do lose here, which it seems increasingly likely as time moves forward here, despite the demolitions, it still only counts for 1 game, despite the fact that they're presently at a 4-goal deficit, maybe 3 here in a second. It looked like Rain might have had the angle on that one. Sky for the follow-up, but no read. And this is going to be a free net all the way back down the other way. So I think I'm about ready to call this game now. 7-2, a minute 11. Might be a little bit early, but still, that is quite the deficit. Taco, though, talking real talk here, series-wise, still only 1 game.
Yeah, and as this game is just winding down and is really just a formality for the remaining 71 seconds, I mean, this is a turnaround and a half from Cincinnati, and I would say it's a momentum-based one. This doesn't feel like they're outplaying them as much as just Kent State is kind of just feeling the momentum swing through them, and it's kind of an avalanche burying them down. But that's all going to be reset in the next game. What I want to see continued from UC is being use their strengths effectively. Get quickly on these rebounds, punish Kent State for playing a bit passive on the back line, and continue to enable Frick. Frick has popped off this game. I'm not just talking about the 4 goals on 5 shots. I'm talking about the 2 assists as well. He's been able to make goal line stops. Like, man's having one of the best series of his life right now, and it's exactly what you need to continue doing because it's been integral to both sides of the ball, and apparently that's what it takes to withstand the Kent State offense. Just make sure that that offense is stopped dead in their tracks and wasting their time on their own backfield because it seems like this ball spent so much time in the blue half, and I think UC really thrives when they can play confident, just play the way that they really want to.
Well, I mean, to return to something that we touched on rather early on in this game, which feels like decades ago at this point, based on the fact that we've seen 9 aggregate goals scored here in this game, almost a 10th one right there, and that might have been a cheeky play. But in any case, yeah, I mean, you look at this, and we talked about how the big struggle for UC was their defense, right? They were having some major difficulties really effectively clearing their back line and making sure that there was not a continuation of pressure in many meaningful fashions from Kent State. And as you mentioned, there was a lot more zone time on the blue half, which therefore, you know, kind of relieved any, I guess, agency that they had on the back line to make those plays happen. And I mean, even as we talk about that, perhaps the zone time wasn't nearly as important as the fact that they just got so many goals how are you going to be concerned about your backline if you know that you've got such a huge lead? I mean, look at this. Think about this, right? They had 8 shots and 7 goals. That conversion rate is absolutely nuts. What's that, 87.5% conversion?
It's high enough that you're doing very well. Honestly, if you're shooting above 35, 33%, I think you're doing fairly well for yourself. So anything beyond that is just gravy, but that's not going to be consistent. They know that. And what the focus has to be is understanding the content of the goals, not the end result. Being able to have that build up, punish those kind of smaller plays, those patient plays that Kent State keeps taking out of the backfield, and make sure, obviously on defense, that you're not getting greedy. Of course, it's a good thing to go forward and be aggressive, but you can't just send the house and expect it to be a clean result. Kent State has a fresh scoreline here. They have a reset game, and they still have the lead. All they need is a good 5 minutes, and this series is over, despite how that last game ended.
Well, last week was the week of 3-0s. Perhaps this is going to be the week of 4-1s. Oh my goodness. And Frick almost with another good quality goal there. You talked about how they clearly seem to be one of the star players on the UC side. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind about that one. I'm looking for something a little bit cheesy on that play. No contact here from Gary the Snail. They won't be able to follow this one up either. There was a potential for a passing play with the target being downfield on that one. Still not found. Should allow the Bearcats a bit of a return to form on the attack. Nice dunk here by Frick. It's looking back towards the mid, and Gary the Snail just narrowly avoids that bump and gets it away.
That was kind of more aggro than I wanted to see out of UC. They sent a third man in Frick immediately for the ball earlier, but it's not going to really hurt them either, so no problem. Both teams implementing some demo play. That's the first successful one I've seen from Kent. Midfield challenges. Frick and Ezio both going to go to the side. 50 away. That's way too high of a lob for Rain, but they try as they like. They'll just be able to tap it down, and no one pressuring Sky. Luckily, Frick is using that selective mind reading to be able to get that save off, and luckily for them, that's not going to turn into goal number 1 for Kent.
Selective mind reading. I'm fairly certain that would be a constituent of cheating. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but
check it for hacks. The ball prediction hack.
Yes, of course. And now, oh, demolition on the back line. That's free for Sky. Nicely played here for Kent State. They've got a much-needed lead here in Game 4.
And this is the type of aggression that you have to watch out for. Ezio gets a touchdown. It's not a good touch, but ultimately it does its job. It holds the ball up. It waits for pressure. The problem is Frick is coming from so far away that as soon as that touch goes through, it's essentially just putting 2 players in the same read, and that demo, of course, obviously does not help. Who knows if that player would be able to get to it, but ultimately that is, I would say, an example of being too aggressive. It's good to have faith in your challenges, think you have the reads, just kind of ego everyone when you're going for these challenges, but you can't just throw everything into a pattern of reckless abandon. You have to make sure you maintain some composure. For example, on your counterattacks, that was wide open. I don't think they realized when they first hit that.
Perhaps not, but now they got to realize that their net might be wide open on the back line. Sure looked dangerous there for a second. Potential for a double tap there from Sky was very threatening, if only for a moment, but now they find themselves back towards the offensive zone, but not really gaining that much control here. A nice 50-50 there by Rain. Force them back. Speaking of crossing over half, we are just about at half time here. Kent State maintaining this lead. The rotation has been fairly solid up to this point, but there have been some very tangible threats here from the Bearcats. Moving on to the offensive side burst. This was a significant touch onto the back wall, and that's going to be a free shot. Frick is there. Who else?
It's exactly what you want to see, and this is, again, being opportunistic. So many players, they wait for it to drop. I'm not sure if it's going to be in. When should I jump? Nope, just get to it. Oh, you don't need the finish to be pretty. You just got to beat out that defender and look at that hair's margin that will be able to creep over that last defender, and it's because Frick is going exactly when they need to, no sooner, no later.
That, of course, is the sign of a great Rocket League player, as you are so familiar with, and already you see back looking towards the attacking side. That was until Frick is taken out of the equation with a fortunate spawn this time around. Gary the Snail actually getting faked out on that one. Still off the backboard. Rain is there. Completely everything to shoot at, but they cannot get around the ball. And that is going to be a huge drop there for Kent State. Massive opportunity gone by the wayside now. Might even present a chance for UC on a counter. No, huge clearance for Sky. Going to be glad for that neutralization. They might get a little bit more than they expected, but the demolition from Burst certainly not help out UC as they attempt to move back downfield. We're seeing a lot of boomer ball here, I'm just now starting to realize, which clues the gameplay here. Another one way downfield, including the demolition from Rain, and that is going to turn into a goal for 2-1 now to Kent State.
And something that I'm starting to see a lot more of, delayed rotations from both sides, demoing that third player. It's something that Kent State actually really enjoys doing, both to help out their defense and this time on their offense. And I think UC is starting to get caught up in the flow of everything on offense. They're starting to think that they can wait for these plays, they can develop it more slowly, but as Kent State has shown, all it takes is one sitting duck in the midfield and suddenly your entire defense is looking very suspect. But at least with 75 seconds, don't allow yourself to panic yet because you got plenty of time to work a pass through, but Burst, standing still, just can't reach that pass.
Well, you're gonna need another one, I suppose. That one, what was that off the post? Oh my goodness! What is going on here? This is absolute pandemonium right now. I don't know if it's the nerves or just a matter of circumstance here. And this one pitch, oh my goodness, off the post of that one. I'm gonna have a heart attack at this rate. Oh my goodness, double committee on the sideline. You see in a bad way right now. Garrus now towards the mid. Oh, Frick will have some solid contact. This is, oh my goodness. Absolute chaos. I can't say that I'm displeased by what I'm seeing, but it's certainly not good for my mental health.
It's entertaining, doesn't mean it's necessarily good Rocket League, but it's very frantic, and that's what I like to see, is Frick will try once again to work their way through, but you know, they can beat two, not the third. Zio takes past one, pays their life. Frick, half rotation, trying to keep it alive. That's an interesting bounce, particularly because Burst is already on at the 50, gonna go well wide. And now Rain just trying to burn down those final seconds to be able to solidify this series victory. One more clear. Gary the Snail from a tough angle. It's right into Sky, and that looks like it's gonna be the dagger.
Oh. Last week, 3-0s. This week, 2-4-1s. But still a quality game here from Kent State. That doesn't mean it's going to hurt any less. I mean, that second goal for them, as you mentioned, Taco, a slow rotation, even with the demolition. It was only their second man in the rotation, seemingly at that point. And, of course, butterfly effect led to their downfall here. UC will lose out on this one. They will advance to 6-2 on the season, whereas their opposition 8-0. Well played to Kent State. They'll walk away with the victory. But I gotta be honest, again, this did not seem as convincing as it could have been. And, you know, something I've always, like, memed about, just because. Think about if UC could donate some of their goals from the previous game into other games, they would have taken this series handily.
It's like for a lot of colleges, you have some instances of having a meal plan where your parents put a couple of money or your own into a meal plan. It's like a debit card and you use it throughout. Sure. And it's kind of like their parents were like, all right, guys, for your weekend, this match this weekend, we're going to give you 10 goals. All right. We're going to give you 10 goals. Make sure you spread it out. Be even, be fair. And then they're like, Mom and Dad, we spent 7 of them in Game 3. It's like, no, we told you to spread out the goals. They're like, well, I don't know. I mean, there were a lot of kickoff stuff. It's like, fine, it's whatever. Well, did you win? No. It's just like, oh, that sucks. And that does kind of seem like that happens a lot in these types of events where one team will pop off. And it's one thing to be like, I think a lot of times I'm tempted to say, man, that's a turning point. I mean, they're just on fire. And then it just all gets reset the next match. It's about bringing it every single time. And even though you just blow a team away, sometimes that's just the other team accepting, like, all right, fine, GG, go next, whatever. It doesn't even matter. And that's exactly what happened with Kent State. I think they were always really in the pocket, able to focus on the ultimate mission. And I think they were able to accomplish that with more success. Despite how good University of Cincinnati looked, it just wasn't enough.
And I mean, even to lead out of that as well, you talked about how one of the big talking points I brought up, right, was, of course, the 87.5% shooting percentage for UC in Game 3, which was out of this world insane with 7 goals being scored. And then you kind of shot me down by saying, yeah, but when are you going to see that kind of consistency? And yeah, you were right. I knew that before that game even happened. But, you know, I wanted to believe that there might have been a chance for that to take place. You know, I just wanted to hope. I wanted to hope for it, but I still feel strongly here for Kent State. We have seen them kind of moving up through the ranks in the CRL bubble. The same can be really said for UC, and honestly, I feel like this was a decent showing for them. I don't think that it was necessarily what they were hoping for, especially after Game 3, going 7-2, and then losing anyways. I think to a reasonable degree you could say that's a suboptimal performance. But still, it does kind of look up for them, and I hope that they will still have a spot in that top 2.
Yeah, and I think that's still something that you can keep your eye on because, of course, it's not as cutthroat as putting 10 teams in a group and then the first team goes on to playoffs. Like, we have enough space that we can get a couple people, but that seeding is so incredibly crucial because it determines whether or not you're playing one of the best teams in the entire league in another conference or you're playing a team that you think you can manage a bit easier, get into the bracket, get more warmed up, which is super important. But regardless, I think both these teams are getting a look at each other, and even if you are Kent State, you're still undefeated, but by no means are you infallible. I think that's a perfect example of a series just to kind of poking you in the side, reminding you like, hey, by the way, this is very much so why you need to keep on your toes. There are no easy matches, and I think that's just a good example, and I think it's good kind of the figure of coffee that you can sip, just waking you up again and be like, all right, we need to get back to business and make sure we take care of it, and luckily we'll be able to pick the mind of Sky. As it appears they are able to join the call, and we can pick their brain, see how they're feeling about that victory.
Hello,
Right.
how are you
Well,
guys?
Sky, yeah, welcome. We're glad to have you on board here. Solid win, continuing the 4-1s that are happening tonight. But we want to talk to you a little bit about that previous series. And first off, I gotta ask, Game 3. What in the world happened there? Like, what happened with UCF? Because you guys looked like you were still playing like the same consistent gameplay that you had before. What in the world happened there?
So it was a difference of like they switched their play style up. So instead of like they were pretty aggressive games 1 and 2, and we took advantage of that. And then third game they just like sat back and let us hit the ball to them, and they just took a lot of advantage of that. I think they were like 7 for 8 in terms of shots. Like we just gave them the ball, and so going into game 4, we were like, okay, we need to like calm down, take our time with our touches, and we made it work.
So when you get into situations like that, I always find a mark of a great team is you're inevitably going to get a game like that where something just goes off the rails. You don't really react to it in time. And then you have to have the mental down. Not necessarily looking back on the series, but really, is that something that you find that Kent State tends to be pretty good at, you guys? Or do you tend to feel like you bounce back from those situations fairly well? Because typically, if you're an undefeated team, you have to have some adversity at some points, but being able to consistently get those series victories down, it has to speak to your adaptability.
Yeah, there are some games we'll just get rolled and we'll be like, all right, it happens, move on to the next game. Like we've had those experiences where we just get destroyed in time. So you got to move on. It's the mentality you got to have.
I think even saying that, of course, looking forward here, you guys have been improving steadily. Taco and I have been watching your progress. Not terribly closely. There are quite a few, hatchling CRL teams that we've been looking at for a while. But with your improvement, I was curious to take a little bit of a look behind the scenes. What kind of work do you guys do? Is there a constant VOD review? Do you practice as a team on a regular basis? Because your performance has been continuously increasing. And even with that being said, are you looking forward to the future?
Yeah, we're really looking forward to the future. I think spring, we were 1 series away from CRL. We bracket reset Stevens and then lost in the second series. But no, we're really looking forward for next season. We're really hoping we could be a CRL team for next season. But I mean, it's just like we just try to stay on the game as much as we can. Like even if it's not official practice, we try to just like get as many games in so we can be ready for anything that happens. And with all like with Starleague, with all this other stuff, there's so much that we could do that it really helps in terms of staying as a team together.
This is going to be a side tangent question, but I need to know. You had one of the best assists I've seen in setting up a flip reset off the backboard into a pass.
It was nuts.
And I got to know, was that on purpose?
Actually, so getting the flip and making that touch was on purpose. Having it land on Gary the Snail's noggin was not. I was just trying to hit it behind and hoping someone was there. And luckily, Gary was there. So it was kind of intentional.
That's okay. That's a good. I gave you the platform to be like, of course it was. I calculated all of that. I calmed it as I went up.
I totally.
Hey, by the way, flip
it,
reset back
totally
pass. Yeah, but I appreciate the honesty. That is nice.
Yeah, that was completely insane. I was impressed as well, but I was ready to tout that as like one of the best combinations of like a mechanical play and like a vision play that I had ever seen. So props to you on that one. I'm sure you might see that clip around rotating. But we are gonna let you go here shortly. But before we do that, I'll give you a chance for any shout-outs. Teammates, esports program, mom, dad, anything?
Of course, my family and the Kent State program. They've really helped me figure out who I want to be, so I appreciate it.
There you go. That hits close to home. Again, reinforcing the value of esports programs. Thanks so much, Sky, and good luck in the remainder of your season.
Yeah, thank you. Go with the cast.
Oh, there you go. We don't get
Yeah, we don't
People
often get
often
to.
say
Wow,
that.
that is. I could use luck. That is really
I could
nice.
use some luck. Yeah, yeah. I need some luck to not accidentally say something very, not okay, like bad words and things.
Self-control, and sometimes luck is just
Yes.
really
Oh my
nice for that
goodness.
one. Of course, we are able to go through that. So, of course, thank you to Sky for that. But of course, also thank you to some wonderful sponsors. I know Squid, part of the thing that we talk
Oh,
about,
yeah.
because of it's like passing and coordination and teamwork and eating well. But sometimes gameplay comes down to what chair you're sitting in. And luckily, we do have a thanks to give to a particular chair sponsor, one that is close to your heart and or rear.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you could say it's quite close actually, because you mentioned how the chairs can be quite important, and Mavix chairs are designed with gaming in mind. They got locking wheels to keep you in place, cooling and breathable fabrics to keep your body and your bottom dry, and they have so much more as well. Hang on. They got dry, deep recline, which is insane to allow your body to go super far back, and most importantly, ergonomics, which I can attest to. Our chairs put you in a proper ergonomic position that helps increase blood flow and reduce stress. And God knows I really need that. So I am thankful. I am thankful that they've got my back quite literally right now. Mavix has been utterly awesome for me. And as I mentioned, there were quite a few stressful moments in that last game. And I can almost guarantee you that my blood pressure is higher than when we started tonight.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. Is like, it's nice to have a chair be able to take over and be able to just relax you. It's comfortable to sit in.
Oh, yeah.
You feel like you're on a cloud
yeah.
because that is really useful to stay in the heat of the moment. But also, people think that we're just yelling and being excitable, but like this stuff is stressful. I mean, that last game, there were several times I had to lean forward. I had my hands on my head. I'm just like throwing my arms around wildly, not even gesticulating, just like I'm like a tube man on a car lot, that's just flying around. Like I was just full freaking out. But luckily, we can take some time to lean back, as my dear friend Squid is doing, but also be able to reflect on the fact that we are 2/3 done and we have one more to go. We have a familiar name to the NACE and collegiate scene, King University, coming back, facing off against Kennesaw State University in the final match of the day. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with more NACE Collegiate Starleague Rocket League. Welcome back,
Welcome
everybody.
back to the
One
NACE
more
Starleague.
time.
One more time
we
here.
said we
I'm
wouldn't do it
Squid.
at the same time.
Now, see, Taco, that just makes it better because you weren't expecting it. And
we also have
I'm
different
just here.
styles. I was thinking like maybe we could sync up and like go word for word or do improv
I
where
mean,
it's
we
like,
literally-
hello,
yeah.
welcome back to, and just like trade off words. But I don't
That
think
would've
we're
been a
quite
good
there
one.
with the
That
mental
would've been a good
meld.
one. No, mostly because I am, like, mentally a 12-year-old, so good luck with that. I have a magic 8-ball on my desk that I ask how to predict in CRL matches.
That is
So I
true.
want you to think long and hard about this, and then think if you think I can do that.
I don't want to even think about that. But I do like
I
to
have
think.
a stuffed taco on
Yes,
my
exactly.
desk.
There's so
Like-
many adorable things. I have stuffed animals around as well, but that's
You have
not
stuffed
really what
squid?
we're here to talk about. Those are different brands. The only brand that I'm concerned about is talking about this brand of Rocket League that King University and Kennesaw State do provide. That is going to be our next matchup on stream. But again, it's a 7-0, but this time it's not a 6-1. This is not very top. Kennesaw State has taken 2 losses, and they're going to try to fight back. But King University, we've seen this song and dance before. They're always looking so clean. And it's just not quite pulling together at times down the stretch. But this is yet again a very strong start from them in league play.
Yeah, that it is, and, well, I think, honestly, they might have the pedigree to think about looking forward into the bracket stage a little bit earlier on than some other teams, but it does look like we have the match just about ready to go here, so I don't really think there's much more of a reason for us to sit here and talk about it. Let's let the players speak for themselves. Of course, Kennesaw State, 5-2 record. This isn't exactly optimal. If sustaining a loss here, that could be a deadly blow for their chances at the playoffs. Of course, you do have to make concession for the remainder of the teams in their division, but still, taking one off the top dog would certainly be a good look.
And then that's the thing that you got to really be aware of is when you're playing against these teams, even if they emerge as the titans of their division, every titan can be toppled. Tyra trying to do just that, and Frost can prevent that stuff. No combination with KC, Dolo in the midfield, and just pinballing around. Look at all these kind of set-offs, layoffs, all these tight taps, and certainly is going to be a very creative game. It seems in terms of passing, all these lighter touches are making King University really linger in this half for longer than I'm sure Kennesaw State is more comfortable with.
I feel like if you're playing off against King, then any amount of time in the offensive zone is more than you want. They do manage to clear the line, so at least there is that. I like this pre-jump idea from Matt. They're not able to get it explicitly over to one of their teammates. Casey Colt's going to force something out of Durfia, though. Out of the corner. Nice little long bomb here for K-Frost. Unfortunately, does no longer have a passing target. Looking for the double. I think they had the angle on that one. Tyro is going to be able to close it out, though. Good job shutting down that angle ASAP. Of course, they know when they're playing off against players of this caliber, they have to get in front of that ball pretty much in every regard and every potential option. They've been doing pretty well so far on the defense. This is going to be rather difficult to defend, though. Matt, straight down, not able to get under the crossbar, and they will get away for just a moment here. Tyro, good control.
And not only that, but getting the flick. Durfio gonna get stopped in their tracks, but Dolo is a banger on target. That was a double commit, and Matt not only gets the save, but the rebound as well. Tyro tapping it back into possession, and honestly, this is really what I want to see out of our last series of the day. I just want it to be aggressive, fast, and 100% confident. There is no hesitancy from anyone on this field.
I still wouldn't be shocked if this is another 4-1. Of course, that is to say, I believe next week might be a 5-game series, which would be a nice little way to cap things off.
Escalation. Just
Escalation,
slowly
precisely.
go forward, and instead of seeing all the 3-1s, we're just going to start to see 5 games. And honestly, I'm there for it. It's all good. The speed run, although it was fun and novelty last week, and this one's a bit quicker as well, I do need some drama. How about this one? It's just sitting on the goal line, and finally, after teasing the defense, it will explode. There's finally a goal that goes through.
Can't talk about drama. This is basically what you asked for. 1, 2, 3, 4 bounces before that one found its way into the net. So, I mean, you asked for drama. The defense clearly looking at that one just with bated breath, hoping that it doesn't fall in. Of course, though, that is going to be a moot point here. King with the first lead of the series. It's not a very convincing one at that, but one goal is all you really need to win a game of Rocket League, so long as you can hold on the defensive side. And so far, we haven't very much seen the blue have. So I'm not very tempted to believe they're having significant difficulties in that regard yet, though a big boost win here for Dolo. Durfio just going to throw one speculatively towards the cage to no avail. Frost, nice little possession as well, back towards the mid with that cut. Again, we'll only go as far as the defense. Lots of zone time being gained here, though, and I like that fake from K-Frost. Allowed Matt to take that high shot, not underneath the bar. Another one here will force Dorfio into business. We'll get it away, but again, long bomb available. K-Frost, 0 boost looking for the reader. I think they almost had the angle, and now it's a race downfield. Casey Cole's gonna be first there. What a wacky turn of events.
Yeah, wacky is a great way to describe it, nearly rolling all the way through, but King University, I love how interesting the rotation is. And I use that word specifically not as just a sly insult, but I really do like how I don't anticipate it, and I can't imagine what it's like to be in the third-person perspective of actually being a player. Despite all of that, gotta work on defense too as well. Able to carve through is Tyro, getting a brilliant double tap off the sidewall. Seemed like Matt did not expect that at all.
Yeah, something clearly going awry in the corner there on the King side, and well, Taco, I mean, we talked about the inconsistency of King for quite some time, and it seems like that's been ages. I mean, how long has it been now? Maybe even 6 months? And oh my goodness, nice save there by Casey Colt. I thought that one was just going to drop right in. Still, though, we have seen them show significant signs of weakness at times, almost like as if they're getting complacent with their performance, even if they only have a, for instance, 1-goal lead. I don't see any signs of that thus far, but it does raise some question marks.
And I think this is a team that is the quintessential runner-up in qualifiers in terms of, I mean, the amount of times they get to the Final Four or Final Two of getting to qualifiers and just can't pull it through. They got agonizingly close against Indiana in one of the qualifiers, a team that eventually did qualify through. And it's just repeatedly, I would say, about they look impressive on offense. They look like they're really organized, but then occasionally there's just these weird carved-out goals from the opponents that I don't really feel like are as earned as much as just kind of given away. And so you do kind of speculate about how hesitant they get or how complacent they get, but ultimately I just gotta believe that they just don't have the ice to really close out these games, because it keeps on happening. And as just impressive as they've looked, we're still looking at a 1-1 scoreline. Might actually change at any time, because Tyro is setting themselves up with Durfio on a 1v1. Not going to be able to get anything for that, so Tyro's going to give it away. But either way, this might look like a Game 1 overtime. Matt Miss helping to add some support to that hypothesis.
Wouldn't call it too soon there. That looks a little dangerous. First time with the threat of the doink, and then Dolo on the follow-up there. Almost baiting out K-Frost, now back down the other way. Last couple of seconds. Shortly lived here. Matt, I like the idea for the drop-down pass. This one will see it to the ground. OT for Game 1. And for the King Tornado, they could really use this one as a bit of momentum. I mean, if this goes against, then no telling well and truly how the remainder of this series might go. And they first start out on the defense.
And Matt will slow play this one, but they have a whole full solo play. Flipper set's going to pop straight forward. Into the corner it goes. Tyro holding it clean, but I don't think they have the follow-up. It's going to deflect straight into the middle. Is Matt there? It is wide open, but they can't wrap around. And the double tap, though, is exactly what they needed to the back post and saved. K-Frost, another quality touch to keep it in the mixer. But Casey's not going to be able to follow suit. It's just going to be sent right down into Durfio. Another 50 straight across, and despite the ball ricocheting all around this orange half, still not hitting that pay dirt.
Oh, and I like this controlled play out to K-Frost onto the left side and in. And finally, they will find some payoff. It was a long and controlled and drawn-out offensive drive for the King Tornado. And I was just about to comment on it. I feel like that was really the play. They were locking down the midfield. Even though they weren't getting these significant attacks on target, you noted the double tap from Matt. While it didn't seem particularly threatening, it still produced a lot of results in the end, as it forced many, many resources to be committed on the defensive side, and it just went as far as Casey Colt or K-Frost in the midfield, able to turn it back and restart a short drive, and it worked out in the end.
I think a lot of that is also trusting in your teammates. We saw very close back and forth plays. I think I liked what King was having on offense, and I also really liked what I did see out of Kennesaw. Difference is how quickly things can change. In that last play, Tyro actually rotates out to get boost, probably turning off the ball cam for all of 2 seconds. And the moment they get that corner boost and turn it back on, suddenly both of their defenders are beaten. It's a wide open shot in the midfield, and it's a goal to end overtime. That's how quickly it can change, because they have so much faith in the initial challenges from their teammates. But when you're hesitant, when you think a different touch is coming in, or you just get straight up beat, that's how important it is to make sure everyone is on the same page. You're not rotating too wide, and sometimes all that doesn't align.
Well, we shall see. First game goes the way of King, although Incredibly convincing. 49 seconds of OT. Oh, that demolition from Matt. No, it's not inside of the post. A beautiful couple of physical plays, but not enough to net them a goal for KC Colts. Long hit up high here off the backboard. The follow-up not going to be good enough. They still need something here. And this is the prolonged possession we were seeing in the OT, but Matt still not able to recur in time. And this should peter out a little bit, as it will be cleared across the midfield line. Still, though, fantastic idea on the offense from King, per usual. We talked about their significant strength when it comes to moving on to the attacking end, and that was just another sample.
A nice 50 by Tyro. It actually might allow Dolo to go for the air dribble bump. Matt is able to valiantly reach in and clear that to the side, and now him and Kate Frost are up on attack. Slight tap down off the backboard. Casey calls that is wide open shot, but maybe too high. That was no power to be received. Durfio just going to deflect it across. King University still prowling in this half, though not able to get too direct. Seems like they're very content to go side to side, keep the possession, wait for the optimal opportunity.
And again, that is just staple. The quality offensive, of course, does produce the limited risk of leaving a counterattack open if you have two players sitting around the midfield line. Ooh, Turfio not going to be able to clear this line here, but there's no shot. K-Frost had loads to shoot at with no backup. They're unable to put that one away. Now KC Colts receiving from Matt. That one's also outside of the uprights. And they will continue on this attack, it seems, with very low shooting percentage. That one will get well away. Kennesaw holds on yet again, and I will reiterate that the attacking for King has looked so strong. Their finishes haven't quite been there, but even when they have, Kennesaw has been playing a not insignificant defense here on the back line.
And it's holding strong, especially with 50s like that from Dolo. Durfio's just going to immediately turn and actually immediately be on it. They've been chasing down so many touches to a great deal of success as well. Matt looks slow enough that they'll be beaten over the top. Tyro, combined with Dolo, the ball just pinballing around all over the place, and not for Matt, could have gotten more dangerous, but we're settling down into the midfield as King's pressure has dissipated, and it looks like now it is time to shine for Kennesaw. To Tyro, trying to set it off the backboard, but another long clear from King will allow them a moment to breathe.
Just a little bit better of an initial touch there, and that's a clean 50-50, or excuse me, double tap towards the backboard. This, on the other hand, not exactly what they were anticipating. Durfio, no boost, still makes a quality challenge there. Beats out the opponent in significant fashion here. This one towards the backboard. K-Frost easily able to defend. King keeping their wits about them when it comes to playing back onto their own half of the field well and truly. But you are also seeing not much being committed on the side of Kennesaw when they do make that motion into the red zone. So not much committed. Nothing ventured and nothing gained, unfortunately. However, they are still committing to play this 0-0 game quite effectively. I have a chance here, Matt, in a difficult spot. Oh, that bump against Matt, so perfectly played. Durfio got bumped back into it. KC Colts is going to be able to make the follow-up save here against that shot from Tolo out of the corner. Looks good. Durfio, another shot potential here. Matt, no way! Does Matt make that save off the crossbar? They're still looking at something. Tyro, though, blocked out by KC Colts. What a defensive stance.
Time after time, I've seen Matt on Twitter being confident, saying, we'll always be back, we'll always go through it. He has such a fighting spirit, and it shines through on plays like that as well. When no one else can touch that, Matt is able to make a miracle save, and if not for that, this is going to be a game they're behind. Can their teammates live up to that ideal? That's a giveaway right to Durfio, but that shot is not going to trouble any goalkeeper. Still, just absolute pandemonium on the side of King. That's a feels flip, and of all the ways to give up a goal, did not see that one coming.
A team bump, screwing up Matt if they had a touch. K-Frost also unable to make a follow-up as a result, and then KC Colts with the backflip. That is basically the worst possible play you could have as a team. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to phrase that. That's so unfortunate. Oh my goodness, that was almost an absolute slam off the face-off. King still, though, playing at the deficit. Regardless of what happened or how it happened, we're going to have to make something happen now on the offense. We've had some good looks. None have been successful to this point. KC Colts with a passing option does find K-Frost, but it's just a little bit too late in the life cycle. Matt cannot double tap this one on target. Has to rely on KC Colts towards the cage, but Tyro is there on the rotation. Going to be able to see this one safely to the mid and force this initial touch out of K-Frost. They're back into a relatively defensive neutral. K-Frost trying for something cheesy, almost as a pass. No! They just make the touch over towards Matt, off to the backboard now with a double commit. Matt, he just dives in and now it's free! Back the other way! King! Well, good offense! Or at least so it seemed.
It feels like if the goal was to the right, maybe a couple feet, that's a goal. Or if it was a bit higher, it's a goal. It just, there's so many touches around the side, and how many times can I see a redirect toward the near post instead of just bumping the player out of the way? I don't know. Maybe that's just my approach, but either way, what King is trying has been fizzling out more than it has been popping off, and now it's going to look like Durfee is just going to put a bow on this one. We're going to have a tie series here, and with 5 seconds remaining, it's really just that and the minute between where King's going to have to get together and figure out really what just happened here in this game number 2.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have them, send me their answer with that. Because frankly, Taco, even though it's supposed to be our job, I'm not sure if I can really say with much certainty what happened here.
It's a strange circumstance, particularly because I think they're playing well. Offense is still looking very deadly. The problem is the ball ricocheting around a field and having consistent possession doesn't actually pressure a defense. What pressures a defense is stealing boost, making sure you're threatening bumps, and of course keeping it high. At that point, all those facets combined make a defense really have to panic. They start double committing. They start to really get out of sorts. But King kept throwing it left and right, which, yeah, it's great to be able to keep possession. You're not giving it away, but you're also not doing anything with it. And I think that's something that I was impressed with, but slowly, as I see just how organized Kennesaw State is in the backfield, it's looking fine. Granted, they only lost that one game because of one rotational mishap, and since that has been fixed, it seems like King is not really... It feels like they're sitting down in their game chairs just scratching their heads in between these games. Like, I don't really know how we break through. I think it has to come on the back of individual soul plays or getting back to more creative passing plays. Either way, Kennesaw State, that is a resurgent performance. Let's see if they can carry through into game number 3.
Well, many questions yet to be answered. We'll figure that out. Demolitions, apparently, are going to be the answer here for Matt. I'm not so certain if I'm a fan of them trying to utilize that so early on, as now that might bring their opponent's attention to the physical play, but that remains to be seen here. Maybe not the greatest touch there by Dolo off on the back wall. KC Colts, I like the low play. There's K Frost to finish it off, and that's number 1 for King.
And it's one of those desperation plays from the defense, but I like this from Matt. Even though it's not going to be settled into a perfect position, it throws it into a high lob that only their teammate can really get. And hit or not, K-Frost is just lurking there for the cleanup, and that is why you always need to have a follow-up player on these touches. It just is able to enable your team to do just so much more with what looks like a dead play.
Well, we needed King to get back into the series after that last game, and I can't say I'm disappointed with the delivery. Although they do have to hold on for quite a while. Oh, jeez, K-Frost. For a moment, I thought that was going to be a very fancy own goal. They'll see this one at least to the mid. Nice touch there by Tyro. What might have been a little bit of a cheeky play. Okay, talk about cheeky, that bump, and then the follow-up. What is going on? Tonight's games are just breaking my mind right now. Taco, I don't even know what to believe about this sometimes.
Tyro's just all over this touch, and I love how close he's keeping it. That one's going to roll just wide. No, it's actually going to creep in from Matt. I thought that was off the post. It was hard to tell, but this is what happens when you get too aggressive. Dolo opening up their car body to get around it, shoot it to the back post, but Matt has a perfect center line on that shot, and sometimes, even though you're trying to go from the side, all you're doing is just channeling that 50.
You know, we come in here, and we try to commentate based on our experience in the game. And then stuff like that happens. That double tap from Durfio, just straight across. Just things that are patently unpredictable by every stretch of the imagination. What a save here. K-Frost almost with something of a dunk on that one. Still, I mean, nothing about this game seems to be orthodox. Another pass over here to K-Frost. Off the ceiling, trying to get it away. And Durfio off the post. What is going on here? I don't know what to believe.
I feel like this is a play that I like a lot, mainly just because I'm a huge fan of using the ceiling for panics purposes. Just throw it high, and then the ball cam for Durfio is straight up in the air. They have no idea who's around them. They don't know who's pressuring. They don't know if anyone's pressuring, and that's when your teammates need to say, take your time, take it to the corner, whatever, just do whatever. And instead, Durfio just panic flips, tries to back flip it out when they could have just probably jumped once, let it deflect to the corner, and had themselves a nice corner ball to then read. But instead, we're going to be dealing with a very quick King 3-0, and we still got 3 minutes to unravel in this game. Only 2 shots on the side of Kennesaw State, which is a vast difference from before, where it felt like they were much more comfortable extending themselves. I really need them to find something quick, because this game is certainly one of those that seems to be having the potential to get out of hand quickly.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it's quite exciting. You know, as I mentioned, I do enjoy seeing things that I don't necessarily expect, as much as it may bring me great pain. But I think on the other side, of course, for Kennesaw, this is the last thing that they wanted, and it's almost to an extent the last thing I wanted. Matt here off the backboard and scores. There was somebody even there for it to try to make this defensive play, and now I'm starting to wonder if maybe Kennesaw State is falling apart at the seams here on the defense, maybe getting thrown heads a little bit. Turfio falling off the post. No chance to get back to that one.
And nothing wrong with taking it slow, especially if you are in a position where the ball is just getting thrown right back in your face. King with deeper rotations is enabling them to be able to get on all those clears. There's one back, at least, from Kennesaw State, getting one off the kickoff. So signs of life. And granted, hey, if King can score 4 in half a game, then certainly you could score 3 in the remaining 2.5. Granted, that is the logic, but kind of hard to root against King the way they've been playing. They're going to have to hope for Kennesaw that there's going to be a bit of a defensive collapse, or at least offensive peak. Curious to see which will bear out in the end.
Well, Taco, I mean, you say it's hard to root against King based on the way that they're playing, and looking at this offense, it certainly is. Oh boy. I was trying to make a point there, but I suppose it doesn't really matter if we haven't seen much of their defense, as long as they're scoring goals as quality as this one. This delivery from K-Frost down to Matt, not even touching the ground, which gives extra style points for me. That is something very important to me. I don't know how you're going to compete against that, really.
I mean, that's just a buffet. You're just putting it right on a meal plate for Matt, and honestly, tucking the handkerchief into the collar. It was everything that you could possibly want out of a pass, and that's really what I like to see players with great mechanics like K-Frost do, but other times you don't need mechanics because you got a teammate who's just a wrecking ball to the back of the defense. Some physical play opening up the stage for potential Brazil.
Now I gotta ask, Taco. You know, this is something I commonly talk about. All right, so you're probably not gonna be surprised by this, but you know, I do mention how it can be important for teams to recognize a loss at some point during a game, so you can start to re-up for the next match and start thinking about things instead of actively, you know, approaching the game at hand. But there's still almost half of the game left. Do they give this one up? I don't honestly know.
I feel like there's a certain point where if you have a certain rate of goals, you can stay competitive in it, and you know anything can happen. But I think we're quickly approaching that 90-second mark is usually where I say this is a GG's. If you can score like 2 in the next 15, 20 seconds, great, but it's just not going to happen. King is just on top of it, and it is rare to see this high of a scoreline with still 2 minutes remaining, but it looks like at this point, King is just out for blood. They're getting all the demos, they're getting all the goals, and really just, this feels like a morale victory. Like, okay, yeah, you might have beat us, but this is what we're like at full power.
No, I completely agree. I think at this point they're just trying to play the mind trap card of like, guess what? You guys, like, you are the dirt that we walk on at this point. I don't know how we got to this point in time, but King essentially took that last loss and they're like, wait a minute, we don't lose these. What's going on here? And then suddenly their offense completely popped off. I really feel like that was one of the biggest ones. Hey, actually, come to think of it, let's take a trip back in time here, Taka. What happened in the last series? Okay, well, it was a Game 3 victory, roughly 7-2, with a 7 out of 8 shot percentage. And look at what King has right now, a 7 out of 8 shot percentage. I just, hello? This is literally exactly what we saw in the last series, in Game 3 no less.
Yeah, students should know better than to plagiarize. It's kind of screwed up. I'm not a huge fan of this from King, but, you know, we'll talk with their academic director, but at least their esports athletic director, I think they're going to be pleased with this, but I do think that there is a cautionary tale to be had from your anecdote, my friend. It is especially weird, but, again, we've seen these games ultimately don't mean a lot. Yeah, you can pad some stats, get some highlight goals, go for something goofy, but ultimately the focus can't be, wow, we destroyed that team. The focus needs to be, we played well that game. Now let's try to replicate that, and things like K-Frost, they're done with this game. They just want to move on. They're just dribbling in circles.
That's understandable, and I think you nailed it on the head. At the same time, right, this is something I mentioned in the last series. Of course, King does seem like the stronger team, but hey, it's only one game. K-Frost gonna plant number 8 on target. But again, it's only one game. No matter how many goals you score, only one game that it earns you in the series. So Kennesaw, well and truly not out of it yet, although it may look it to the undisciplined eye. It clearly was not the case in games 1 and 2. Of course, I mean, you tack that overtime win over to their side, which is entirely plausible. Things could easily change. And hey, they got one back. There you go. That's the way. Get back into the game. The mind is still in it for Kennesaw State. There you go.
Honestly, Game 3's not over. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it's very, it's very
For just a moment, you had me. I was like, oh my.
Yeah, it's very much done here for King. But ultimately, yeah, I think Kennesaw State, they got smacked around it. Ultimately, when you're in a boxing match, you're going to get a haymaker hit on your jaw every once in a while. So you just got to shake it off, go back to your quarter, and understand that, yes, this is a peak moment for King, but this isn't surprising. They're undefeated for a reason. This offense is insane, and that's exactly what happens. You see way too much forward momentum, and you cannot slow them down with a slight resistance. I think there was a lot of awkward balls. I think there's well-worked plays. I think you got the whole amalgam, the whole mosaic of different approaches offensively from King, and I think if you're Kennesaw State, focus on what you were succeeding with in the past. Slow plays intermixed with it, infield passing. That was your bread and butter. What happened to that?
King ate it, I think. That is
yeah,
what
that
tends
is
to
true.
happen.
Bread and butter. It was
It's
served
bread
that
and
to him.
butter. I don't know what you expected me to say, frankly. No, but I completely agree. I feel like for the most part, though, Kennesaw State, as the infield passing plays may have been their bread and butter, King really were eating them up because that didn't happen. They were cutting them out basically at every opportunity. I mean, how often was it that we actually saw Kennesaw State on offense? Like, if we looked at a heat map of that game, I'm fairly certain that King was spending a majority of the time in the red zone, at least like 70-30 split. I really did not see Kennesaw State with any reasonable amount of possession in that game. So that would be the first thing for me personally. And you mentioned how something I always say, of course, start from home with the defense. Of course, you cannot overcommit onto the offense without making sure that you are, solid and safe and sound at home. But, of course, I really feel like zone time is going to be the key for them. Maybe it's long clears. It's definitely not missing touches on the side like that. It's just going to give it right away. Casey Colts and K Frost. Of course, they can't really do much with it themselves, but I think keeping possession away from King is going to be a very vital piece of this puzzle. I mean, them on the offense, as you mentioned, they look absolutely deadly and no less.
And it's a good weapon to have in your back pocket, having a stellar offensive rotation. But King's weak point, at least that we pointed out, is one, consistency, but also making sure that offense doesn't bite up more than they can chew. And sometimes those easy counterattack goals are going to be the Achilles heel of any great offensive team with a lot of firepower. So too can be an over-eager Dolo and Durfio both going for that aerial. Not going to harm them because Dolo apparently is using that aggressiveness to just chase that ball in the corner. Tyro be flicked by. Casey Colt's going to get dispossessed, and this is some good staggered defense to start off this next match here from Kennesaw. How much longer can it last, though? It's a sitter for Matt. They're wrapping all the way around that one and also around the post as it goes wide.
Gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of that, although they will get one back here. A great way to recuperate, because we've seen numerous times already that if King can't turn in their shots, then it can quickly turn into a cascade of being unable to convert on their offensive chances. Nice to see that they're able to recover here.
Yeah, it's nice to see King, but also when we're looking at that, Dolo is chasing that ball down. They flip past the read. They're trying to pre-flip into it, keep the attack going, push the ball out of their half. But I just don't even know why you would want to. The ball's going backwards. It's a back pass from King. They don't have that immediate touch. You don't need to chase that. And I think just getting so anxious to break out of your half results in plays like that, where you over-push and then suddenly ball gets thrown right back into the mixer and there's no one home. Speaking of, K Frost, a flawless setup, and they do not miss those.
And ringing the doorbell, and there is no answer. I mean, you talked about it. If you're going to be making that challenge, you have to be making the play. And failing that, you need backup. This is the same exact thing we were talking about in the last game. Kennesaw, if you can't get it away from King, then you need to be able to defend it at home. And they were unable to do either of those things on that last play. It's as simple as that. Looking back on the offensive side here, Dolo with a reasonable shot on target. No, what a save, K-Frost! Way to shut him down. I mean, if you want to ruin the morale, that's definitely the way. Demolition on the back here, and Matt had the pre-jump, but not enough velocity forward. Casey Colts, though, so open down low. Dolo could not make the control play. It's 3-0.
Communication. Casey Colts is there, but do you need to hit it off the wall? I don't think you do. I think you could let that bounce. I think you could take a 50 in the corner, but instead Dolo goes for the more secure touch in their mind, which is the backboard clear, and they miss it just barely, and it's a sitter for Casey Colts. They've had some finishing struggles in the former games, but this one doesn't seem one of them. There's an open shot from Durfee off kickoff, but again, they just see the opening net and they immediately hit it away. There's no more slow plays. There's no more ambiguity about what Kennesaw is doing. I really just feel like they're shook.
I can't help but agree. Oh, that certainly would have been a good way to get him back into it, but with two defenders there, there's no way. This pass down on the mid looks good, but unfortunately, King is there. That's what I was talking about. He's their bread and butter. King is right there stopping it just about every single time. They're not going to let it go so easily. Durfio trying for a redirect, but K-Frost this time going to get out in front of it. Tyro for a follow-up here. No chance on the double. They've got to have somebody following it up. There's nobody even close to the midfield. All right, we'll respect the possessive play. They've got a little under half the game to play, and they will find the pass onto Durfield, but it's not on target. And yet again, Kennesaw State a little left to be desired on that offense, but at least they've got something going for them.
That had to be a goal right there in my mind. Durfio has a flawless setup to him, and I think they just waited too long and then leaned away from a shot, trying to place it perfectly in the corner, and then they hit it too wide. So I'd rather have a shot on target, guaranteed save required, than try to place it perfectly. But hey, I'm just commentating. These guys are playing. They're already stressed enough because they're down by 3 on series point. Still got to go a 1 or offensive push just to be able to get their first goal of the game. And actually, first goal in quite some time, as been held scoreless for a fair amount of time, more than they're probably used to after they had a decent offensive showing. This one, a ground pinch, but even then, KC Colts, the rotations continue to flow in and out for King, and they'll keep their goal line clear.
Oh, nice clearance there by Matt. That's going to put a lot of pressure here on the defense at the Kennesaw State side. K-Frost, maybe not the touch they were looking for, but has loads of possession in KC Colts. Nice touch here forward by Durfio. Matt, no contact made, and there's nobody there for the punish here. K-Frost doesn't have to move for it. They recognize how much control over the situation they have by just staying there on that back post. Nothing even came their way. 1 minute remaining. You said how they need to score that last goal. I was not of the same opinion, but now at this point, it feels like your case is being made all the more serious. Just because of the lack of offense we've seen since then. A double commit here produces 0 results. Dolo has nothing to play with as a result. Now final 40 seconds of gameplay. They're still desperate to get even onto the attacking side here. They just throw it out to Matt. Loads of control now in the air, wasting massive amounts of time. K-Frost now, I mean, at this point, it's just pure desperation plays from Kennesaw State.
Yeah, because they know that you have to kind of just heave all Hail Marys at this point. You have to make sure you get upfield because you don't have the time to take 5-6 seconds to move upfield because that's already basically a quarter of what's remaining. At this point, this is just King just doing kind of a high step to the end zone, more so to speak, just throwing it deep, and 8 seconds remaining. It looks like King University will indeed be completing another trifecta of scores here. Another 3-1 on the day, and just warmed up throughout the series, and once King gets in that driver's seat, it is tough to pull him out.
And it is a solid win for them. They move on now to, what is it, 8-0 on their season, I believe. Impressive victory, but I gotta be honest, this is almost what we've come to expect from them. I think, obviously, Game 2 may have been a very slight outlier. I mean, you could almost argue in the same sense that Game 1 could be, but you have to give respect to Kennesaw State. It's just another one of those up-and-coming teams in the CRL bubble, but they're playing against a team, as you mentioned early on at the outset of the series, Taco, that has come so close to qualifying for CRL on numerous occasions, but has just barely failed to do so. And honestly, there is potential for them to make some huge waves in NACE if they can make it deep into the bracket and playoffs.
Yeah, because we have a bunch of really weird out there last chance qualifier spots that can go, and actually they can technically make it into CRL in deeper in those playoff runs. So of course, this is the opportunity that I really like in the collegiate ecosystem, that everything is starting to synergize through. And so when King is playing like this, they're looking really good because they're just confident. They're playing instinctually, and even though they're even double committing and it looks like they're memeing it around, they're never out of control. And I think if they can capture that mentality, it's so important, because we've talked to them before about their esports program, and I think I'm curious to see kind of like what they're going to be picking their brains about this time, mainly just because they look so strong. It feels like they're the heir apparent. They're the team that should be going through, and every single time I see them, they just look better and better. So you just got to wonder, like, when is it their time? It's so soul-crushing to see these teams get so close, and I think Kennesaw State is just getting a taste of that yet again. When King comes out ready to fight, they're an incredibly impressive team.
Somebody has to be the victim, you know? Mm-hmm. And I completely agree with you. I think King has been on the upswing for quite a while. You know, it's a large pendulum, but they are on the upswing, I think. And I gotta say, I've been rather impressed with their performance, particularly recently, and I hope they continue to improve. I believe we have K-Frost prepared for an interview here in just a second. So K-Frost, give us your thoughts, sir. It seems like you got a little bit of a guess as well. Care to fill us in?
What? I just got here. I was prepared. No, that's Wade.
Yeah.
So yes, hello, welcome in. Yeah, you guys are 8-0 now. I would say how you feeling about it, but I feel like, is this just another day at the office for you guys? I feel like you guys come into league play and really make a statement whenever you're in here.
Oh, 100%. We're just feeling good today. Like these past couple of weeks, we got our spring break this week, so we came in to this league match really, really warm.
All right, well, good to hear. I got a question though. This is something we talked about, and I'm going to be a little bit forward with the questions here, so I'm not going to ramp up. But I want to ask, looking forward, we do know that there are potential spots for LCQ qualification via NACE. And I got to ask, are you guys already looking forward to trying to qualify for that spot? Because you've been looking so solid in the past. You fell just short of CRL multiple times. What are your thoughts on that?
We're 100% going to be doing the last chance qualifier. We really need this. We aren't going to be doing the last CCA Open because we're going to LAN this weekend. So making the last chance qualifier is huge for us. So we're just going to be preparing for that.
And going forward into those last chance qualifiers, I mean, it's a cool ecosystem because I think this is a natural development we see anytime an esport really starts to expand. You see it in RLCS where you just had league play. There's like 8 to 10 teams get in, and then everyone else has to watch from the sideline. Then we create ulterior leagues. Then we start to create other ways that teams can evolve. Then we have splits, and I think we're seeing a similar thing with collegiate. How do you guys feel about that opportunity? Because I think with such a talented roster in the Eastern Conference, throughout pretty much any league you look at in the collegiate scene, do you feel like tournaments like this give you that opportunity to kind of find your footing when you don't show up maybe on qualifier day, but I think these last chance qualifiers allow you to have that next shot at being able to show the rest of the nation more or less what you're made of?
100%. Like, since we didn't make CRL, like, we want to prove to everybody that we can make it like a deep run or even make it. So we're just here to play and here to learn.
I mean, even on that note, one of the biggest remarks that me and Taco had just before we got you on the interview here was that we've been noticing tangible growth from you guys for the longest time. And I think we even saw that in this series. Of course, the first game, a 2-1 OT, wasn't exactly a solid victory. Second game, obviously taking the loss. But from then on, you guys played the exact game that we were expecting right out of the gate. It was just all offense all the time, and it looked phenomenal. So I got to ask, we've been noticing the growth, but how much of a journey has it been for you guys behind the scenes, and how much do you expect that you'll be able to grow moving forward?
Honestly, our growth from last semester to this semester was a huge gap. Like we like everybody individually has gained a lot more mechanical skill, and our ability to rotate around each other and our chemistry has like increased so much. I know that we have a couple people leaving next semester, so we're looking to make some changes. But overall, like we're gonna keep pushing as a team until that happens, and we're gonna see where we go from there.
And that's lovely to see because obviously I've known you guys for a while. You guys, I've been able to cast and stream a lot of your guys' games, and definitely wish you the best of luck with that. Obviously, 8-0, great way to start the season, and I'm expecting to see you guys later on. But for now, it gets nice to be able to maybe get out of the dark den, move into the sunlight, get some food, and let you go. But before we do, let you get in to enjoy your evening. Any shout-outs you want to give to anyone at King and your personal life beyond?
Just shout out to Wade and my team. Honestly, like everybody here is super cool, and it's a great environment. So we're all best friends, and we're all chill. So it's really good to have that backing, especially Dre, like in the middle right here. Like he's our number one supporter.
That's excellent to hear. Thank you so much, guys. Best of luck with the rest of the season, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you down the stretch.
Thank you.
Ooh, and that one, Squid. Looks like we are pretty much done with these games, but of course, I do want to give a shout out to just one more loyal supporter of NACE Starleague. We have Corsair. Because, of course, we got to shout out because we have the AMD, we have the internals, but, of course, you need those peripherals. And Corsair, they are a leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and tech for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together cohesively to enable everyone, from casual gamers to committed professionals to degens at the very late hours of the night, to perform at their very best. I love them one and all these products are lovely quality. So thank you so much for being able to power NACE Starleague and Corsair for providing all of these things to help us game at optimal levels. And it's just lovely to see. You're only as good as your peripherals in your chair.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the meme was going around for the longest time that the gaming chair was very important. But of course, everybody knows that in reality, it is the quality of your equipment that can help define your gameplay. And I gotta be honest, They put out some pretty quality stuff. So if you are looking for a replacement, or heck, you're just looking for a straight upgrade, then that is the way to go. But Taco, as you mentioned, is the end of the broadcast for you and me tonight. Of course, if anybody is just a fan of esports, not necessarily the Rocket League side, we do have more for you yet tonight. So more goodies around the corner. It's going to be Overwatch LaFon, and Lost going to be taking over. And Taco, I believe we actually have some choice words for one particular one of those talent members who has 3 letters in their name for one particular Twitter post that we saw earlier on. I don't know about you.
We certainly do, but I think that one is left. This is a G-rated broadcast, so we can't tarnish, I would say, the innocence of the broadcast. So certainly look online at Los's Twitter feed if you need to know what to talk about. But at least for right now, they can maybe tell themselves. We got Overwatch up next. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to some NACE Collegiate Starleague Rocket League action. We'll be back the next time.
Hey everyone, welcome back to NACE Starleague Overwatch. It is week 8. We are so close to the end of the season, but we got 2 more series to see who is going to be making it further within their conference. I'm Los, joined by LaFon, and how you doing, LaFon?
Doing pretty well actually. In all things as they were. End of the season vibes, right? So we got some good games underway, and excited to see how these teams shape up.
Well, speaking of seeing, we got to thank our partner Gunner, which has the best. They are the pioneer, the #1 in blue light glasses in gaming. They've been helping gamers perform better while protecting their eyes for 15 years, over 15 years. Not to mention, Gunner gaming glasses offer improved performance and protection for all eyes in adult gaming and computer glasses. So thank you, Gunner, for helping us promote NACE Star League, this league. Thank you so much. But regardless, we got 2 teams coming up right now, and it's an interesting lineup. It's Shawnee State University going up against Oakland University. Now, you may not be, blown away by these records, but these records can still get you into the play-ins.
They can, and I think one of the interesting things we have to highlight here specifically, of course, right, is that Shawnee State is obviously closer, right? There's still potential for them. Oakland University, it's a lot harder. They have to have a little bit of magic in the mathematical department in terms of the score line, but they can play spoiler. And at this time of the season, that can mean a lot, right? Having that potential to, it's a little petty, and I gotta be honest, I'm a little petty sometimes, but being in that position where, all right, my hopes and dreams to the playoffs aren't particularly, inevitable. But perhaps we can throw a wrench in a couple of the other teams' plans. Sometimes that's as good a thing to play for as anything else. And so, it's not the ideal situation to put yourself in, but it's something you can play for. And I think also keeping yourself in the rhythm of things, right? Yes, even if you don't get that postseason potential, it's still a chance to kind of showcase what your school is made of. And a lot of the times, Lois, playing for pride is just as much a thing as playing for position.
Hey, playing for pride is how this all started out. That's just the beginning of esports, but now we got a little bit of money behind it, so there's some motivation to it. But playing for pride, it's always been the case, and I do like the idea that a bit of pettiness to just ruin someone else's plays. I like it too. I like it too. Sometimes, in other games, if I'm not doing so well, I'm like, okay, well, I'm not gonna win, so I just try and ruin everyone else's game. But it's not about ruining the game. It's about bringing out your best despite your placement throughout this season. And that's what we're going to see from either of these squads. I mean, still potential for Oakland to maybe make their way up. It will require the stars to align a bit, but there still is some playing potential for that.
I mean, exactly so, right? And we don't have underdog stories without the underdog circumstances being set up to begin with. So this could very well be one of them. One thing we got to talk about, though, is, of course, the in-game potential. All of you watching at home will know that Overwatch 2 is on the horizon. And so perhaps one tank is going to be the future of Overwatch. But for right now, Overwatch is still based around the 2 tanks. And the reason I bring that up is, of course, because they are incredibly important. A lot of the compositions are based around what tanks are playing, kind of how they're showcasing their potential. And so, heading into this series, I'm really keeping an eye out on the front lines of both squads to see what they can bring in terms of their performance. They're going to need to be dominant. They're going to need to set the tempo. Something we really love to talk about here on the Analyst Desk, Lows, they do need to be played to that speed. And really, my expectations are going to be set based on that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it will be interesting. It's kind of like a winding down of the tank line. I'm not sure if that would be the right words, but it's almost like you have to adjust. You have to adjust. One of those players on the tank role just won't be getting as many reps as they're hoping for. So it also seems like, I don't know if this would be that big of a jump to make a bit of desperation. Players trying to make themselves the key role, the one that you want to have on the starting lineup.
I mean, there is some of that, I would say. And I mean, even beyond that, though, right? It's definitely a swan song to the duo, right? The dance of the tank line, in all senses of it. And even if you're not thinking about the future, just the case of being able to create some excellent gameplay towards the end of Overwatch 1 is something to kind of highlight as well. And I think there's a lot of potential for some really fantastic plays, right? Keep an eye out for those combos. Think of the Rein Zarya frontline, right? The bubbles to engage engender the aggression of your Reinhardt, or perhaps think about about the hardcore dive of the Winston Diva. These are things that are definitely not going to be a potential in the future, but we're seeing the last couple moments of it, and I think all that synergy that's been created over all this time is something to appreciate as we kind of step forward into the future.
Yeah, you gotta use it while you can, abuse it while you can. I wouldn't want to say abuse it while you can, but still enjoy those combinations. It will be a bittersweet feeling going into that. However, we still want to see these great plays, these combinations. I always want to see, the Orisa, and I'm a big Roadhog, Simp. You know this, LaFon.
Yeah.
The the halt into the hook, just
Yeah.
a perfect little combination. I really enjoy. No longer going to be the case. A bit of a the pulled pork will not be a situation anymore.
No, I mean, Roadhog is very much a bruiser in that sense, moving forward. I mean, I guess that's kind of how he's played now in the waning hours of the Overwatch 1 ecosystem. But, heading into the future, yeah, definitely going to likely move into that more bruiser role. We'll see how that turns out. We got to talk, of course, though, about the present. And with that, the game we have at hand, we start off on map number 1. It is going to be to the surprise of everyone, the shock at home. I can hear the gasps of awe. Lijiang Tower is certainly a surprise for map number 1 here. Yeah, it really sends you for a spin, I'm sure. No, definitely a focus here that we're kind of talking about. And at this point, I would like you to all imagine that I am saying the wittiest introduction for a map you've seen every week at NACE Starleague this season. We have not had a week where Lijiang Tower has not been the first map.
It's tough. It really puts the burden on us as talent, LaFon. Now we have to come up and do the same thing over and over, but it's okay. Because we have our teams in the game, ready to go, and interestingly enough, only one squad is going to be running that Symmetra teleport into sight. It's Oakland. And they, oh my god, right when they teleported, they are ambushed immediately by Shawnee State, and they are taking advantage of everyone who made it through that teleporter. Nobody had even a chance to respond to that.
Here's a small little problem with the teleporter is you know exactly where your opponents are going to go when you see it come through, right? There isn't a whole lot of avenues of approach aside from, the one angle. And so the sticky bombs provide a ton of value. So Shawnee State just win a fight off of Zed Smitty, I should say, getting that sticky bombs into the focusing beam. So Shawnee State get the early percentage controlled. Oakland University, not a whole lot of alt charge gained either.
Now it's time for a secondary play. Oakland sending out the sentries, hoping to find some residual damage, but they need to break through the choke point to get things started, and that is the difficulty. Here comes the amplification matrix, but they just shift out of the way so the damage isn't being sent through. Tango, however, finding some work, and it's that fire strike as well that helps them take some damage. Sinfurter might be able to use that primal rage, but it won't matter. The Earth Shatter goes wide, doesn't find the value they're looking for yet. It seems that Oakland may be able to at least take some people down with them before they fall.
Yeah, the name might be cannon fodder, but they very much aren't, right? Definitely being able to stabilize through it was the Winston on Shawnee State. So, staying healthy there. Didn't even have to use the Primal Rage, and so relatively inexpensive fight for the defensive end of the map. Shawnee State, your team in red, are looking to kind of hold things out. The Duplicate, the Death Blossom online. Oakland going to have to make a fast play based off the Blizzard here.
Cannon fodder was their name. Okay, well that makes me feel silly, but now it's time for them to make their move. Hidden Hippo waiting for the defense matrix to end. Now they can send out the Blizzard. Now they're going to catch a few more players in as well, but Hit Prime in the backline with the Death Blossom. They will be denied. No shots actually go through, and they're falling down now. Cannon fodder is thinking about reaggressing. They'll think twice on that one.
Yeah, I mean, listen, without vowels, how else are you supposed to really pronounce things, right? I don't blame you at all. Without vowels, I'm just liffing, So it not quite the same, flexibility there. It's going to be a reset coming in for Shawnee State, and I mean, just a well-played play by Oakland University. The Blizzard comes down, they freeze up a couple of players, and there's not much you can do. Now they have to translate that into percentage gained on the objective, coupled with the Ant Matrix and the Earth Shatter here from Bedhead in a moment. These need to be critical ultimates used for Oakland.
Ooh, the wall doesn't exactly isolate any opponents, but it forces them to go through the outside. Bedhead taking some serious damage, but the Immortality Field is keeping them safe. Here comes the self-destruction, and it takes down so many, even with that Earth Shatter. They won't be able to save themselves, and Shawnee State taking control again.
Unfortunately for Oakland University, Shawnee State just bypass that wall, get past that choke point, and don't allow, the hold from Oakland to kind of step through. Shawnee State playing around the spacing they've had. The one saving grace, I suppose, is that despite the timer ticking away, there's only the Primal Rage. Cannon Fodder going to keep them in close, but time is of the essence here.
Ooh, there was a charge that might have been solid, but here comes the Primal Rages, keeping players in the backline. They won't be able to make it through, and although they tried, Tango was not able to secure that overtime play, and it will go the way of Shawnee State for the first round.
And, I mean, just dominance performance there from the dive composition. They really only lose one fight, and that's based off the Blizzard, right? The combination of Hidden Hippo shutting down the objective and Coalescence from Jax, making sure that the healing and damage simultaneously provided. So round one, pretty comfortable to the dive comp. We're going to see an adjustment from Oakland University, and Shawnee State will mirror as we're getting over to the Somber Reaper. Something we've seen a lot of on Garden. It has to be highlighted, Los, in the most recent games at the NACE Starleague. So we've got an opportunity to see how flexible or how strong this comp can be. Now it's all about execution in this head-to-head mirror.
Starting things off, Zephyr jumping right through, maybe able to get a boot from behind, and they actually do! Happiness is removed from play, that's going to be huge. They're going to be losing a lot of healing now, but HR Prime is thinking of getting some hacking in. However, they want to have the good angle. It's all going up to just a bit of a brawl, looking for that first pick at the moment, but the heals are so solid, no one is really breaking through just yet, but Tango coming out of the mech will be huge. There's no more defense matrix, so they can't stop any supreme attacks, but now rotated over onto the objective. Here's the Coalescence. It's putting out some serious damage, and although Oakland lost the first pick, they seem to be having a better time once they actually make it to the objective. Cannon Fodder hacked. Can't prop the Primal Rage, but it might not be necessary as we finally have Shawnee State coming back. The Coalescence has kept them healthy, kept them alive, and they will be able to survive longer in this fight.
And they will get those Primal Rage as well out from Bedhead. So these are resources gone from Oakland University on this next fight. Here's the critical thing. Happiness not close to the sound barrier, whereas HR Prime EMP is on a line. So, I mean, for Shawnee State, this is all about timing and positioning. Get the EMP, get a cleanup without any real resources committed afterwards, and you're in for a really good position for this next fight.
Now it's starting off with the self-destruction. Will it find the value? Yes, Happiness removed again. No longer having any ability to have efficacy in this fight 2 times in a row. Here's the EMP from the back line, and now the Death Blossom will clean everybody up.
Fight that I mean, Shawnee State won, or should have won, a lot more cleanly. Using both those resources is not ideal for them. I'm specifically the Death Blossom into the EMP, and I mean, it may sound like I'm being a bit of a downer, but when you open a fight as cleanly as Shawnee State did, being forced to use more resources is actually a boon for Oakland. Walking back in, it's going to be Peaches who has the EMP in return. Here comes the teleport and the cleanup right after it.
Oh, it's a reverse. Here's the Death Blossom, but no one is taken down. It's unfortunate they can't get the job done. Bedhead will still be the first one to fall. Oakland continuously losing those first picks, and it's so difficult because while they have the heals in place, nobody is able to reach it. And Tango getting booped off after being hacked. This is just too much to handle.
Zephyr is the hero there from Shawnee State, though, right? The sound barrier is able to, or the Lucio rather, dodges the EMP, and so the sound barrier prevents any follow-up damage from sticking on Oakland's side. And I mean, now here's the big problem. You're looking for a hero self-destruct from Tango to get yourself back in, because this is last fight.
And here it is, Tango sending it sky high, but no one is blown to smithereens. It's still Shawnee State lighting up the kill feed, and what's so just frustrating for them is they've never been able to make it on the objective.
Yeah, this round was a lot more of a shutout in the sense that they couldn't even make it to the courtyard. So Shawnee State will close out round number 2 pretty handily as they take the first lead in the series on Lijiang Tower, as that goes over to a 2-0 scoreline and right back in it. So Shawnee State really playing around their up-tempo style, really in control of this, especially off the back of the timing, holding up aggressive. And I think something interesting about Shawnee State, we're seeing the highlight here from Cannon Fodder. One interesting thing is that even though they're winning the first fight very quickly, a lot of the time they're able to turn that into a point flip without a recontest coming through. So impressive stuff from Shawnee State, as Oakland University a little bit needed to kind of recover on map number 2 as they try and equalize the series here.
Something we saw from the second round, at least, is that Happiness was eliminated before the fights even started. They were barely in that second round. One getting knocked off by Zephyr in the first fight, and another one just being picked off so quickly that you didn't have the heals. You were half your healers out of the fight. With Mora, it is tough to get those full heals unless you're dropping the Coalescence on them. So their sustainability, they were never able to sustain themselves. It's very tough to win those fights when you're losing before it even begins.
I have some good news though. Speaking of moving on, and that is map number 2. It's not King's Row. It's Blizzard World. It's actually Blizzard World. I know. I'm looking over at our production notes to make sure that is in fact the case. It's a genuine surprise. Yeah.
Exciting.
Not King's Row. Genuinely exciting. Yeah, it's not the standard. So good stuff. Good stuff. Genuine applause to the team that picked that. No, but over to the game itself and kind of what kind of recovery we can expect from Oakland University. I think obviously the Reinhardt composition was a little bit more effective, if only because they were able to get to the objective. To kind of provide a little bit of presence. And unfortunately for Oakland, a lot of that comes down to the fact that they're just a little bit off tempo or off sync with each other, right? You bring up, Happiness kind of struggling a little bit on the Lucio, but a lot of that is the fact that the fights are being taken on the bridge on Garden, right? Instead of in the lobby, instead of the courtyard of that main area. So sure, the Lucio, perhaps you'd like them to be a little bit quicker. It's more of a team thing in its entirety, and I'd like to see that become a little bit tighter as we head into map number 2, an approach that perhaps plays around some of the more consistent aspects of the team cohesion for Oakland University.
Maybe they'll be able to play a bit tighter here, but they have quite a bit of flankers, so that may not exactly be the case.
I think one of the interesting things, we haven't seen Blizzard World at the NACE Starleague this season, if my memory serves correctly. So it's tough rather to draw any real conclusions about how the team is going to play. I can see the compositions that are set up. Oakland University is going with a full dive. They've got Tango and the Diva rather than the Sigma, and the double flankers with the Tracer and the Sombra. So they're going to be a lot more on that rotation, getting to the back line and try and force fights. Shawnee State obviously on the defense have to have a little bit more stability, but they're playing that with can fodder on the Sigma this time, so they'll have that dedicated front line. The 2-4 setup that we kind of like to highlight, except it's really going to be Tentacular on the Wrecking Ball. That's going to be the real driving force in terms of disruptions. Both HR Prime and Zed Smitty, will play a more standard hit scan role here.
Oh, Bedhead hoping to get a nice boop off the top rope, but that won't be the case. They're going in for a second one, but still denied once again by Zephyr, not allowing any space to be taken. So this may be a good opportunity now that they remove the Brigitte from the top. But it doesn't matter, because coming right back is Tentacular with the first frag. Hidden Hippo has to back off, and this push is kind of failing before it even begins.
Yeah, it's a little rough because that was actually really close to being a well, timed aggression on the objective. Oakland University get the hack off. Just the burst damage isn't quite there, and Shawnee State are able to recover. Bedhead, though, staying alive is actually really important if they can. If they can get out with their HP, and there it is, it goes down. If Bedhead had been able to stabilize, then perhaps that could have turned into something with Shawnee State being in somewhat of a disarray. But at this point, it's now 3 players caught behind enemy lines, and 1 in the respawn queue as 1 kind of just floats around the objective. We'll see how well the regroup comes in for Oakland University, because they need to be a little bit more judicious with their offense here.
They're burning seconds as we speak. I mean, almost down to 2 minutes, but now it may be an opportunity for them to take that high ground again. Pile Driver comes through, but the damage is still flooding over onto Oakland. No one is taking any damage at all on the side of Shawnee. They are getting away scot-free. Cannon fodder with the first one. Maybe another one can come through with the Gravitic Flux if it's necessary, but it doesn't seem to be so. They are so safe and earning these kills for free.
I really want to highlight something Shawnee State is doing, though, that's making this difficult for Oakland University. Shawnee State isn't over-aggressing into these offensive setups. Right? We saw those 4 players kind of caught behind. It's somewhat of a you always feel the urge when you see players in your the opponents in your backline to kind of go and aggress against them, try and defend your space. But there, Shawnee State just waits until Oakland is forced to kind of walk into them, and so the choke point really is Shawnee State's to work with, and they get a lot more damage on the entry. Something to really highlight as a good moment here for Shawnee State as they count down the clock. Only a minute 20 left here.
And that's confidence and belief in your team that we don't need to feel scared. Our defense is so strong that when we need to play like a team, when we need to take the fight, we will take it and we will succeed. Bedhead might be able to catch one player off, but that won't be the case. Now they're going through, escaping that Discord orb. They have the help from their teammates, and they also have the minefield at the ready. So maybe now that they made their way onto the objective, it could be time to pop it off.
Yeah, it's going to be both supports down now, actually. So Shawnee State don't have any support, and there comes the fries through as the Transcendence to stabilize a little bit further for Oakland University.
And that seems to be all they need to win this first objective. Cannon fodder will follow the rest. Maybe we have some contesting going on, but at the moment, they barely even touched the point. 30 seconds left, and they haven't even earned their first tick.
With Timeless getting one trade, they're going to go for more contest. Please tell me Timeless is getting more. Yeah, okay, good. It's Jax who stays alive instead, and this is going to be the point turned over. Even with HR Prime, contesting for a little bit longer, Shawnee State will not have any further members applied. And I think one thing to highlight there for Oakland University is really, really effective is they don't actually use anything beyond what they open that fight with, right? The Transcendence and the Pulse Bomb. And that means Shawnee State has to use either the Rally or just a Shield Bash to deny this EMP here from Peaches.
Nice start there to the Gravitic Flux. Unfortunately, it was a hack from Peaches, so they didn't find the value. Regardless, they were able to earn those kills and go back to the objective, stall the clock, at least for the time being.
So, yeah, it's going to buy... I mean, obviously, it's going to allow Zephyr to get the check mark online for the Rally here. We'll see how well they're able to stabilize through the EMP with just the Rally. Timeless is very far away, so the go button has to really be around Peach's EMP, and it has to go before Zephyr. It's their ultimate button.
Well, if one of those players dies first, yes, with the help, HR Prime does go down. However, will be a trade. They don't have the EMP. Peaches is out of commission, so they have to fight it with all abilities at the ready. The minefield will force them back so they can get a little bit more space. They have to go retreat for a reset.
Zed Smitty playing Minesweeper there on the Cassidy, right? Just plinking away at the mines as they go through. It's a little bit unfortunate. Oakland University needs to find a little bit more, needs to be a little bit quicker with this EMP. This needs to be the fight win here for them.
Stalled out a bit, but now a ton of them are over in the arcade, away from the objective. It's such a tight angle to try and peek through. However, HR Prime might be able to start things off. Here comes the Transcendence from Jax, keeping them alive. You will extend the fight, but oh, here comes the self-destruct. Doesn't find a kill. Yes, Cannon Fodder, the first one to go down, and now they are still in trouble. A hack onto the tactical visor leaves HR Prime with 5 HP and somehow survived for a lot longer than they should have. Yet, we do have Oakland University continuing their aggression over to the second objective.
Yeah, this is going to be a window of opportunity to get this contest. Timeless will go down. So Oakland University, there is the opportunity to contest the objective for Shawnee State. With Tentacular getting an elimination, this is still possible.
Maybe Jax is just up the high ground, shooting below. They don't have any contest, no problems whatsoever. But now taking the fight to the objective itself, it's Happiness, hoping to whack some players around and maybe find that success. Yet they will face supreme opposition. Shawnee State finally put a counterattack together, and now there's only 10 seconds left for the final fight.
And they forced that. They tried to force that so hard. Oakland University does not have anything coming in to force the objective on the initiation. And the Transcendence is online. That's the elimination onto Hidden Hippo as well.
Bedhead might be fighting for their life, yet there's nothing to fight for anymore, as we should be entering the end of this round. However, it's just death throws at this point. They're fighting as much as they can. Maybe they can get a bit more meters. However, with all these players still on the side of Shawnee State, not losing their lives, they should be good to go. And that Transcendence from Timeless should seal the deal.
That is going to be the end of the overtime. So in that sense, it is Timeless. There's the final blow on to Bedhead, and that will stymie Oakland University just shy of second here. Los, as it is now Shawnee State University's turn to head to the offense. And I have to say, with the level of aggression that was shown on the defensive end by this composition, I have no doubts that Shawnee State University are going to try and play that just as quickly on their attacking half as they kind of get set forward. And unfortunately for Oakland University, they had a couple of win conditions established early, but could never really get into a position to translate that into a fight win. So, I mean, for the defensive end, they're hoping to perhaps put a little bit better of a performance on those timings that we highlighted at the end of map 1.
Yeah, and if we're talking about how easily Shawnee State had made their way to objectives in the previous map, they are very fast players, and I'm wondering, we never exactly got a taste or a look at what Oakland University can put up in terms of a defense, because there were very few opportunities for them to set one up. However, I think it's all about getting that composition in. They want to play their angles. They don't want to be baited out into fights coming from Shawnee State, and maybe emulate a similar stance and confidence in your defense that we saw from Shawnee State and not chasing the backline players.
I really like this composition setup they've chosen too, with that in mind, right? This double shield slows the game down just by existing, and I think that's something that Oakland University needs to do. So the fact that they don't have a damage amp for their Ashe is perhaps a little awkward. You know, they're gonna have to go for a little bit more in terms of the headshot potential on these high mobility characters, and there's no stun aside from the accretion and the shield bash onto Tentacular. So the Wrecking Ball will have a little bit more space to work with than if there's a Cassidy perhaps at play. With that being said, it is still a good composition to slow down Shawnee State University. You can see Tentacular set up for the approach.
Oh, Tentacular was going for the pile driver, but sniped out of the sky with the accretion. They will be denied. However, it might be a time for a do-over. They've jumped up again. Tango taking some serious hits, however, nothing too damaging. They will be able to survive. They will be able to sustain. Tentacular, though, is being a serious nuisance, knocking them around and moving them away from their shields. Yet, it will be Oakland who strikes first, taking down Z Smitty.
It's gonna have to be a little bit more aggression being shown, though. Shawnee State is not being forced, despite being down a player, to evacuate this area. They still have control, and there's the big roll through from Tentacular. What was that, 20% ult charge gained? That's impressive stuff from the Wrecking Ball here.
Now that they've lost the high ground, it should be an opportunity for them to make the move, but they're respecting so much the damage and the sustainability coming out from Oakland. They have to make a move, and it might be the time. They're shooting through the shields. They have a few players on the ground, but they won't make the commitment. And the halt pulls them back away, and 8-Sharp Prime won't be able to do any more damage. They are stuck. Still shooting through the shields. They don't have the opportunity to do the damage. Here's the Gravitic Flux that pulls up a couple of players, and now the Minefield is there to throw them down into it. But a lot of players, almost all of them except for Jax, have fallen on the side of Oakland. This should be the capture.
That will be the capture, in fact. And I mean, there's that point I was making, right? With the fact that a player was down, that being Zed Smitty, even still, not taking any space forces the defense back in. They're off the high ground, which allows Shawnee State to set up for just consistent poke with the Immortality Field forced really early. The Gravitic Flux can get the cleanup. And now, I mean, here's the problem. Oakland is forced on a very poor defensive setup by nature of their respawn timer and the fact the objective changed. So Shawnee State's going to continue to put pressure here, even as Oakland University tries to hold the high ground.
Hidden Hippo might be able to cause some chaos with the Dragon Strike, but here it is, coming through, stopping and bisecting the fight, yet it will be denied, countered by Timeless's Transcendence. However, they will reset, return, retreat, and not lose any more lives.
Good stuff. I mean, that's what you kind of need to do, right? Fights won with almost nothing in effect. And critically for Oakland University, they once again have forced out the Transcendence, and the Gravitic Flux will now have an opportunity to do real work.
Tango starting this off, however, a rally will be played in return, and maybe Z Smitty has the opportunity to use that duplication if they want. Maybe a Sigma play could be good enough to get a counter Gravitic Flux, but now they're stuck in the staircase, a very easily spammable spot. Here's the Sigma out of Z Smitty. Maybe they'll be able to get some damage done, but it pops the Immortality Field. Destroying this could be huge if they can get back into the high ground and have enough time for this duplication to earn the ultimate. I don't know if it actually will make the cut.
No, this is really good stall from Oakland University. They don't give any. I mean, even with the duplication coming up onto the Sigma by Zed Smitty, what they what Oakland University does is they focus the squishier, more permanently removed members of their opposition, and then it's just the lone duplicated Sigma kind of looking down forlornly as the fight kind of passes them by. So Oakland University have done a good job of sort of eking away time. However, the cart is still moving in. Oakland has run out of space.
Oh, the gravitic flux onto that bunch of players. However, they will be saved by the immortality field. They won't have it for the next fight. Amplification matrix comes through, but no one is there to be on the receiving end of it. Unfortunate, but Peach is now shooting from above. They have Bob at the ready. It might be a good opportunity. Here's the dynamite. Burn some players. Bob's in play. And Tentacular, however, in the backline with the minefield is cleaning everything up. Tango might be able to use that gravitic flux to stall something out, and here it comes, but who is stuck within it? Timeless will be at the losing end of that one, but the rest of the players are still going on strong, and this may be Shawnee State taking map 2, but it's a stall coming from Oakland.
They got in for the moment. The tank gets taken down. Zephyr, the focus fire, eliminated, and that will be the last remaining member pushed off the objective. Oakland University fall to a player. Shawnee State University will give themselves their second map here, Los, as they finalize a 2-0 scoreline. One map away from victory are they, and it has been all, even with that slowdown, still a very committed response from Shawnee State.
Ooh, a nice way to start that fight. Although they weren't able to secure that second objective, I mean, it was a great deal of space earned by Hidden Hippo to bring them almost to that point. Unfortunately, not the case. We will be going on to map 3. Shawnee State looking quite strong in this one. And I gotta say, that was a good moment for Oakland to be able to stall it out by that staircase right outside of the first objective.
Yeah.
But other than that, they definitely had a bit of a struggle going through in terms of stalling the cart, being able to have a good defense. They seemed a bit scattered for sure when it came to stopping the pushes.
I mean, one of the unfortunate things about the fact that payload was stopped at the the entry point to second is that with the cart moving forward and kind of under the bridge, taking a fight where you're keeping pressure on the objective, on the payload, and on the choke point that the opposition is walking through is very difficult. You kind of have to do one or the other. Oakland University falls into the trap of a fight that extends way too long, and they try and hold the choke longer. But it's a high mobile composition from Shawnee State, so they send one player to the objective, move the payload forward, and now you can see where the problem lies, right? You have to either focus the objective or the choke point. They choose the wrong one, and with the cart moving forward, then they're left at the final moments to try and contest. And with their attention pulled back, now Shawnee State can walk back in. So it's a bit of a lose if you do, lose if you don't situation. And in the end, Shawnee State makes the most of it to give themselves that victory.
And it definitely all started with that gravitic flux, and it forced out the immortality field while they still had the high ground, but there was plenty of resources available. As we saw, Tentacular found kills with the minefields. They had nowhere to go from the high ground. They walked into it, they were bumped into it, and it just was a bit of a stagger. Players were losing one after the other, and they didn't have a good enough time or enough time left to try and form a full team counterattack.
Well, I mean, it's not over and done with yet, though, right? Oakland University still has an opportunity to turn this one around and make this a competitive series. They'll go to Havana next for map number 3, Los. We see if they can pull one back, claw one from the brink, as it were. And I think there was definite moments for Oakland University in that last map that I thought they were competitive and very much on the same level. It's just you have to string more of those moments together, right? They can't come few and far between. They have to be on the regular, and we'll see if that is something they're able to accomplish in map number 3 here.
Hopefully so. Otherwise, their attempt at stealing the fun, stealing the season, stealing another win away from Shawnee won't be fulfilled. And I'm wondering what the play here will be. We can see a lot of players postured up in the cafe. Maybe they want to go for some spawn killing, and I think that's exactly what we're in for, LaFon.
Cannon Fodder, by the way, playing the future game as they've played both main and off tank so far. Something that will not be a distinction in a couple months.
Multiple players moving out from the right side, immediately realizing what their situation is, and they back off. Now going in for a bit of a peekaboo play, going from either side to keep Shawnee State guessing where it's coming from. All the while, no one has fell yet. No one is dealing any real damage on the side of Oakland either. However, Tentacular all alone might be in a world of hurt. Bedhead, however, has to run away, try and escape, and finally Tentacular will go down. Tango now facing the brunt of Shawnee State's damage. They seem to be doing just fine, especially with Happiness and Hippo sending out some great shots to open up their pathway.
Ooh, that freeze, though, means that the tank line is going to be a little bit less healthy in this play. And that being said, with the payload moving forward, I don't foresee Zed doing too much work. There it is, going down, Hidden Hippo. In plain view, we'll get the final blow onto Zephyr. So the cart moving forward, and with the respawn station being that much closer for the offense, not a lot being lost. And I have to say, for Oakland University, they're pretty pleased with that. Not a lot of time taken off the objective either. So they'll set up aggressively here as well. They should, and try and play for this Ant Matrix for this first ultimate of theirs.
Oh, a nice halt to keep them all grouped up. The Accretion doesn't make a connection as they have the double shield, but now blocked off from the wall. It will be Bedhead cut across, but putting them all in that one spot with the Gravitic Flux. A great play by Tango. They walked into their own trap set by HR Prime, and Oakland comes with the team kill.
And I have to apologize to Tango. I said Jax would have the amplification matrix first. They were on the same level, both at 80% in that fight, but the Sigma doing a ton of work there. A really clean setup that allows the first point to be unlocked. Sometimes it is as clean as just forcing resources out, then hitting your Q button, and Tango makes the most of it. The Dragon Strike not even needed, as Oakland playing with a little bit more swagger here is something you love to see.
Yeah, they are certainly feeling themselves now, but they have to be careful because they lost Happiness. Cannon Fodder started this fight up now with a potential flank, or at least a pincer attack coming from Peaches. They may think twice about this one. Peaches, though, barely escaping with their life on this one. So Shawnee State continues to hold this ground and is waiting for a better opportunity, or at least for the payload to show itself in their sightline.
Man, Hidden Hippo's health has been bouncing down to about 10 HP this entire time. Sound Barrier aggressively from Shawnee State. They want to take this fight, and so far, starting out well.
Azure Prime jumping through, but they might be caught in the Gravitic Flux again. They will be landing right into their Immortality Field, so they will walk out alive, especially with the Stim Beacon in play. They can walk out and push the fight back over to the entrance of the distillery.
That is just, perhaps the first Gravitic Flux stole a little bit of the thunder from the second, right? The luck of the first, or the luck of the second being drafted into the first. So not as efficient a showing this time around for Tango, but a little bit of a stabilization here. Shawnee State University will have aggressive control of the choke, and this is now a place where you have to dump a ton of ultimates in. Bedhead needs to stay alive, and you need this supercharger to find a little bit of value.
With this new angle, they've actually stolen the exact angle that Shawnee was holding, but with 3 players already dead for Oakland, is this a fight they even want to take?
At this point, you can see the halt come back in to make sure they don't escape. So that's going to be the full reset there, even as the fight is already over. They do take 1 for their troubles, but Zephyr is a swift-moving character and will be back post-haste. Shawnee State have done a good job of slowing the game down, right? With it being a high, with Oakland University getting so much space on the first objective, they had a real opportunity to continue this one rolling through, but Shawnee State made the most of their high ground and now have the advantage when it comes to both the Supercharger and the Gravitic Flux, because they can sort of set when Oakland University walks in to press those ultimates.
Oh, I like this. Surprise! It's Shawnee State jumping right down. They forced out the Mortality Field, but they don't even need to worry about the rest of the fight with 4 already dead. It's a cleanup here for Shawnee State. What a play. What a surprise jump.
Listen, the close hold didn't work on the first point, but they said, why waste a good plan, right? Here's as good a time as any to use it. It looks like they might be going for round number 2, as Cannon Fodder does have the Supercharger. That's a lot of damage for the entire team.
Do you think they're going to expect this? Do you think?
I mean, you've got a Sonic Arrow, surely. Yes, okay, good. You scout them out. There's no way they know.
Oh, actually a great Dragon Strike waiting for them to go down. It only finds HR Prime, but it forces out the Mortality Field. And now with 3 dead for Shawnee State, this should be an easy win for Oakland.
I'm glad they used the Sonic Arrow. I really, really am, because if that had happened twice in a row, I would have been sad. I would have been very sad, Los. I'm not gonna lie. Oakland University, though, they recognize that the trap was set and they disarm it and make sure it had no teeth. So that's going to be a really good showing for this next one. You can see a good aggressive setup from Oakland University. Don't allow your opposition in without taking a little bit of damage, and that's a really good start here for the offensive squad.
HR Prime, they have the tactical visor. Oh, happiness! They force out the Transcendence, but there are some players who aren't within reach. And HR Prime does send out the bullets, but with extended play, they walk away with a loaded base of bullets. Now, Tentacular hoping to walk out and stall this one. They're only 15 HP and 3 players left out of Shawnee State. They won't be able to do this without a full squad.
It's last 40 seconds, but you can see the respawn is harried and scattered. And Shawnee State will, I think, elect to give up this objective with Tango playing so aggressively. Yeah, you can see the passive setup now from the defense as they await the third objective here. Smart play. It'll tick over. Only less than 2 minutes on the clock, too. 150, in fact. And so Shawnee State with again, third point Havana is very, very difficult to capture with, even a massive time bank. So the Vector starting off with a very limited one to begin with. It is going to be tough for Oakland University. They have to be clean on the entirety of this third phase if they want to capture the final point.
Halt pulls them out. However, they are safe. Nothing to worry about. The dynamite might cause a bit of a commotion. No one is facing any damages, though. Peach is under fire from the sideline. Off angle coming from up top. They got to be careful about Z Smitty shooting below. Now they have to worry about their front. It's a pincer maneuver. They can't deal with all these angles, so they're forced to retreat.
And that actually means that as this final reset comes through, we'll be in the final minute of play of this half of the map. And Oakland University will have one attempt left as Shawnee State do a great job of slowing this one down. Supercharger and Gravitic Flux both in play for Shawnee State.
Here's the Flux. It picks up 2 or 3 actually, but stopping Tentacular in their tracks. It won't allow that to finish off with the slam on the ground, so they're forced all the way back into the fortress. This could be a good play for Oakland. They might be able to make it through. They have 3 ultimates at the ready. 4 players stuck in a corner. Here comes the Gravitic of their own. They can't use the amplification matrix. No damage is coming out from these players. They're all stuck, and the kill feed is going all in the favor of Oakland.
That is going to be the capture coming through. Not even a trade in turn. Tentacular will be the last one down, and that was a picture-perfect final fight from Oakland University. Rarely does an engagement get drawn up on the whiteboard be performed to such excellence as it was done there. But the shutdown on Tentacular's Gravitic Flux, right? The Sigma accretion smashing the Sigma out of the air, and then the final fight having a Supercharger and a Gravitic Flux of their own, and of course happiness with the Transcendence to close it all out. So excellent stuff from Oakland University, who never say die as they complete the map with, remarkably, time remaining 13 seconds though it may be.
However, we've seen Shawnee State come through and find their stride on the attack. Maybe this could be a good opportunity for them to strike back. They did struggle a bit, especially in the end. They never got a solid footing, especially once the payload was starting to cross the bridge. It almost seemed doomed before they made it through the fort. Now it's their turn to show some aggression. Now it is also, on the flip side, Oakland may be able to get a better play at spawn camping, because this was very unsuccessful for Shawnee State at the beginning. Maybe their hand will be a little bit stronger.
The one thing to note, of course, is this composition really has to be, you actually kind of want to wait till your opponent comes out of spawn just a little bit so you can get close enough to get this, the cleave in. We're seeing some adaptation come in last minute from Shawnee State as the Baptiste shows up. HR Prime behind the shield just to try and rain some damage through.
Okay, and a lot of players moving on for the right side. However, this might give HR Prime a good opportunity to jump out and perform the flank. Both immortality fields are out of play, and now it seems that Oakland, they're on the back foot. They have to escape, but they won't be given any corner. But now with this wall, it's actually a flip of the script. They're stuck. They won't be able to make their escape, especially with the amp matrix. All the damage coming out for Oakland, and this should be an easy wipe.
Something I really want to highlight there for Oakland University is that they forced that to be a 5v6. HR Prime, yes, is on the bastion, so it could put a ton of damage, but if you LOS the immobile character, there's nothing that they can do. This, unfortunately, though, is not going to be a return of that same engagement as Zed Smith to make sure the Bedhead is taken out early.
However, what else can they do? Is the immortality for Oakland, and HR Prime shooting out doesn't find anyone. The angle isn't good for them, so Oakland continues to find this one-sided success. Tentacular may be able to build up some more charge, get him locked in for that gravitic flux, but especially with his amplification matrix, they should be able to get the damage in. They may be able to lock everyone down. It forces out the sound barrier, but now here comes Tentacular, bringing up so many with the gravitic flux, and they launch him down. And oh, Zed Smitty is here to clean it up, but it costs so much to just leave the spawn.
Yeah, that was an expensive fight just to leave the spawn. And Shawnee State, you know, they use the configuration tank as well as HR Prime will go over to a soldier instead. Oakland University, though, I mean, they're looking back at this. Here's the switches that come in from their side. Hidden Hippo will have the Blizzard, and as long as they can dodge Cannon Fodder's Earth Shatter here, they're in for a real attempt at a hold. All eyes on this Reinhardt because they will be able to shut this down if they land the Shatter.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot of players looking to stop it, and here's the Blizzard as well. Cannon Fodder, the first one to go down. They weren't able to get it off, but it wasn't wasted either. And with 5 dead, Z Smitty just has to escape.
They waste the Shatter. No!
Oh.
Well, perhaps they didn't use the Shatter in that fight, but they don't use it at all. So at that point, I suppose there's no real difference made. Shawnee State will go to the, you know, the Wrecking Ball Sigma. What could have been Los, what could have been Jedi at the ready for Peaches, and all eyes on Cannon Fodder, who has to do a overtime here to keep things in safety.
Oh, and Cannon Fodder definitely finding some success, but it also comes thanks to Tentacular, who knocked so many off of the balcony. This is going to be a huge play now. They can take the fight right to Oakland. There's no escape. There's no line of sight they can play around, and that's Shawnee State winning this one.
One good team wipe deserves another, and that's going to be Oakland on the receiving end, Los. So that is going to be the point captured. However, that was a much slower affair for Shawnee State. 3:20 on the clock, and they're not going to be able to snowball this one through as Tentacular's been eliminated in the early phase of this fight. So Shawnee State not going to be able to take the same position that they did on the defense, and Oakland making great use of the high ground.
Ooh, Tango losing their life early on might be a good signal for them to make a move. They don't have the main shields they're looking for. Z Smitty finds 2. That's 3 down here for Oakland, and they're going to press the advantage. We have Tentacular already locking some players down. They're all separated. The only one is Bedhead. They're going to force the shields out, but Tentacular, they're body blocking. There's no escape for this tank, and Bedhead goes down too.
Zed Smitty with the spectacular sticky bombs into a coalescence, a collection of players, right? So, the explosion numbers just accelerated there for Shawnee State. And, I mean, that's 4 ultimates on board, and they have the high ground control. Oakland University going to have to... I mean, they have just as much of a struggle with walking through. There's the gravitic flux to start things off, though.
Oh, no! With the minefield, they're all so close to each other, but it's actually Zephyr who finds so much value. Tentacular there just to bully them in that small space. It allows Shawnee State to ride on through this second objective.
Well, I mean, barely harried at all was Shawnee State on the second, right? So that's going to be now the third opening. 3.5 minutes remaining. The time they lost on first was more than gained on second. So a little bit more space to work with here is Shawnee State. I will say, though, Oakland University has the tools they need to slow this one down. We talked about the double shield and how good it is at delaying time, but they also have access to Supercharger to Oakland. So as long as they can sort of slow down Tentacular in this background in terms of disruption, Oakland should be in a position to kind of hold this map hostage.
Ooh, a little shield bash causes a bit of a hiccup in that play, and especially with Cannon Fodder going down through the Deadeye from Peaches Cassidy, that will force them to retreat. They have to play it safe. They got plenty of time to force another play, but not worth forcing this one.
Yeah, it's, again, that first pick, oh no. Speaking of forcing a fight, they might actually just try to do it right away. With Timeless getting that 5 orb onto the backline of a Hidden Hippo.
Oh, and here comes the duplication. Oh my god, wow, so much damage coming through. They weren't even able to build up an ultimate. Now Tentacular has the opportunity. They're going to swing through. The minefield is at the ready, but do they have the angle to get it done? Oh my, they're just being sent off the map right now. Dragon Strike coming out of the Hidden Hippo, and it forces them back. A bit of time to breathe for Oakland, but already 2 are down. It might be able to be 3. 3 are dead here for Oakland. This could be Shawnee State's play. And HR Prime, they're continuing the onslaught. They're moving up. There aren't many players who are able to escape Tentacular. Might be able to keep this fight going if they get the angles right, but it's starting to stall out. There's time for the spawns to come back in.
And I mean, this has just been Jax playing as fancy a feat as they can. The Immortality Field will keep themselves in play as the Forget Flux will hand HR Prime and shut down the Tactical Visor.
Woo, another moment here for Oakland to breathe safely. They've stymied the play. They stymied the assault. It will still be 1:35 left for Shawnee State to make their play, and the payload is in the spawn of Oakland right now. It only takes Shawnee to get to there to make this one happen.
Yeah, it'll have to be a clean team fight win for Shawnee State to close this map out with the payload being where it is. Tentacular, again, that backline rotation, the disruption, will they be scouted out? Peach is not looking the same way. In fact, not looking the same direction at all. Trying to inch the payload forward. Spotted out, though, as as Happiness has a head on a swivel. So good stuff there from the support player for Oakland.
Tentacular, oh, unable to make their escape. That will be a bit more difficult. Halt keeping those DPS in the back line from moving and allows a lot of damage. Here's the resurrection for Tentacular. They need that. That's one down. Peaches is out. Immortality Field popped over for Oakland. Now they're all stuck in this corner with the shield breaking. This should be huge. It's HR Prime. Z Smitty lighting up the rest of Oakland. They should be able to walk this one out, and a great finisher from Cannon Fodder. Only 2 left to try and come out of the spawn, but they will make it in time to contest. There's 25 seconds left for the overtime, but can they get it done? Yes, Happiness just jumping on. The Tracer may be able to make that play in, but they're hit in the face with an accretion. And Shawnee State gets it done with 1:07 for the next round.
That is 7 seconds faster than Oakland University. So in the grand scheme of things, nothing at all. They will have about the same amount of time as they walk through the gates. One fight is all either team gets out of the spawn, and they'll have to make the most of it here to try and set the flag for victory as far forward as they can. Really, the spawn hold could be the difference maker here, Los, and we have to say that Oakland University was the better at it. On the defensive side of things, though, Oakland will have their work cut out for them as they'll be attacking first.
This is a tense situation, especially for Oakland, because if they don't win this one out, the series is over. They're done. And Shawnee definitely wants to close this one out in 3. They are not looking for that map 4. And it's a new composition we're seeing for the spawn kills. HR Prime now on the Doomfist. And maybe they'll be able to find a bit more success this time.
Yeah, this one. I mean, this is just a stable comp, right? It's not a rush composition so much as set up outside the spawn doors and don't really move. A lot of survivability, a lot of insta-kill potential between HR Prime and Zed Smitty. So we'll see how well they're able to respond to the headshot potential of the Hanzo. Oakland University trying to reply in kind.
This is a similar situation that we saw in the beginning round, but actually Shawnee State will win this one out. Hidden Hippo does get a good shot into HR and removes the Doomfist from play. But what we saw originally was a flank. They had players on either side move out, and it was up to Cannon Fodder, I believe, to hold one angle. They lost it out in the end, but actually Z Smitty might find some success with that one. They have to back off and fade away. The shields are good. The Immortality Field is popped, and it might be Shawnee State to force them back again. Yes, they're having to back off. Oakland can't afford to win this fight, and they won't be able to do it, especially now with HR Prime back in the fight, removing some players from play, and almost escaping. No, with all these stuns, they're denied the Doomfist punch, but they still get frags they need.
Yeah, now 7 seconds, though. How do they get to the objective? The opening areas are being locked tight. Can they even get to the objective?
No! They couldn't! Oh man.
My goodness. And that, Los, means that Shawnee State's win condition is touch the payload. That's all they got to do.
Oakland has to sit on it. There's no way.
Not only the big issue here for Oakland is not that is it possible for them to win this fight, because it very much is. We saw how well they were able to do it. The real difficulty, Los, is that they can't allow Shawnee State to even contest the objective. If the payload moves forward at all, this will be a victory for Shawnee State. And remember, this means that it is actually now technically possible for this game to end in a draw. I'm pretty sure. As the card did not move forward at all for Oakland University.
That would have to be a a NACE first draw on Havana. I don't think that's happened before.
It's exceedingly rare in all Overwatch, not just NACE Starleague. So now this is all dependent on the fact is, did Oakland move the payload forward at all? If they touched the objective and it moved forward, then that is not possible. But if they hadn't, it is theoretically possible that this will end in a draw. We'll have to wait and find out. I am on the edge of my seat. A minute 7.
The setup with the Bastion on the off angle, that could be a problem if you only have 3 sitting on the payload itself. You don't have too much support if they're running through. Yes, a few players knocked off. Here comes the Immortality Field. Yes, the fight is going the way of Shawnee State, and it is over in a flash. The players aren't close enough to get to the objective to have that contest. The idea was to put all that damage onto the objective and stop someone from getting to it, but the rush was too quick. They couldn't stop it. Shawnee State wins 3-0.
We'll get a chance to relive this spectacular gravitic flux from Oakland, from Tango. Man, how disappointing that we were denied the draw on Havana. How disappointing.
Unlucky
And actually,
for us.
with the fact that Shawnee State just touched the objective, right? The fact that they just touched it means that the draw was very much a possibility if that had continued. So, in this regard, we are disappointed. Shawnee State isn't, though, as they take the victory flawlessly 3-0 and continue their hunt. They're not out yet. Still a lot of luck required, but for them, they get to live and breathe. At least they did their job today.
They did indeed, and I'm excited. I would have enjoyed seeing that draw, and it was in fact possible because I think on the scoreline it said 0 meters moved with 0 seconds left, so that definitely was a potential draw on Havana. It would have been a record, a great record, and a great achievement here for the NACE Starleague. Well, no, it's a good achievement here for Shawnee State. They stay alive. I believe new record being 5-3. 5-3? Yeah, that sounds about right. 5-3. They still have their work cut out for them because this is a pretty tough conference, I have to say. It's got University of Cincinnati and last semester's champions, Northwood. So they still have a very difficult road ahead of them if they want to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, speaking, just touching on Northwood a little bit, they've kind of picked up exactly where they left off last season, right? They've continued winning. So for that regard, there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of performance here. But a great game overall from Shawnee State today. I think they really came out and showed some flexibility. They showcased an understanding of the compositions they chose to play as well. So definitely in control with the Wrecking Ball, making things look clean. And obviously a little bit of fun there at the end with the Bastion that got them some work at least. And so they give themselves the victory. Fighting from behind, the majority of Havana, I have to admit, but ultimately triumphing to get the victory 3-0 here tonight.
So I think fighting from behind, I definitely want to highlight Oakland University as they had a big resurgence, I would like to say, in terms of what we saw throughout the series. On Lijiang Tower, they didn't put up much of a fight. On Blizzard World, we did see some good moments of them to be able to hold Shawnee State at a moment, be able to stall them from pushing up that objective. But now on Havana, that is really where they shined, especially on that third objective, holding down the fort. It was very difficult for Shawnee State to break through and even defend when they were holding it back against Oakland.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that the idiom holding down the fort is literal on Havana third. So there's that. But to your point, no, absolutely. I think Oakland warmed up as the series went on and got better as the series went on. And I think perhaps a map 4 would have spelled a different storyline. We didn't get to see that particular timeline. But ultimately, I think, yeah, exactly as you said, map 1, not the greatest for them. Straight up, just not a good map for them. Map 2, though, they definitely came alive a little bit. 1 or 2 mistakes. And I think map 3, they were right there with Shawnee State to be, as much a chance of a victor as anybody else. So still excited to see how they perform moving forward, because even though, their chances of the playoffs are now very slim with a loss tonight, clearly they have a lot of skill, especially on that double shield, I think, that they had a lot of control in those final moments.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think it just came to a bit of a It was a misplay in general in terms of the composition when it came to that overtime. Having that off angle was a good idea, in fact, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk to one of the players who you saw light up the kill feed plenty in this series. We're bringing out Z Smitty. Z Smitty, congratulations on that 3-0 win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty hyped. It was really fun to be playing, and that last match was just it felt so good. That's about all I can say for that.
I'm gonna fair enough. I'm gonna draw to a little bit of a fun fact for a second. Did you know it was actually technically possible to draw on Havana at the very end there?
Yeah, it was one of the things we were actually talking about. One of the things we were worried about, just in case that last match didn't play out as we expected.
Well, there you go. Now we'll, fun fact aside, we'll head back into the series though and talk specifically about your play. A little bit of flexibility shown from you, obviously, but mainly the Echo. Talk to me about your role in the team and what kind of your focus is here.
I play. My role is mainly hit scan DPS, so I play a lot of Reaper, a lot of Cassidy, but one of my other like main characters that I play is a lot of Echo. I play Sim for a few maps, but it's mainly on hit scan.
Awesome. Well, I mean, there was a bit of a very easy play over on Lijiang Tower. We were just discussing it, but as the series progressed, you were facing harsher and harsher resistance coming out from Oakland. Can you talk to me about how you adapted to, I guess, a stronger play coming from your opponents?
Did you have any point in mind towards the two maps, or towards the points after Lijiang?
Sure. Yeah, I'm talking about the final point, the third objective over on Havana. It was very difficult for you to break through in the end, and also difficult for you to find a way to hold it down in that first round.
So, I don't know. It was a lot of just trying to off angles using utility, using abilities, just in ways I thought I could get a good bit of damage off, trying to build ults. Just ultimately always working for the ult, and if I'm lucky, get a few picks out of it, but really just trying to take off angles, but yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, obviously, got the victory here tonight, but we got to talk about moving forward. What is sort of the expectations for your team? What are you kind of looking forward to in the next little bit?
Well, I know we do obviously have our next match next week, and definitely hoping to win that. I'm not really sure if there is anything super major for our team. Just play through the tournaments that we have, try to win all the matches that we're given, practice as much as we can.
Yeah, fair enough. One step at a time, as they say. Before we let you go, any shout outs to anyone at home?
Yeah, my mom and dad, they should be watching the stream, so hi mom, hi dad.
Well,
Fantastic.
Hi at home indeed. Thank you so much, Z Smitty, for the interview here today. Congratulations to your team, a 3-0 victory over Oakland University. That is it for this match here tonight. We're not done though, Los. We still have more on the schedule coming up in just a moment. So looking forward to that.
Absolutely. We got one more series on the docket left for NACE Overwatch, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Series 2 in just a bit. Hey, welcome back to NACE Starleague Overwatch Week 8. We're still here rocking with our second series of the night. I'm Los, joined by LaFon. What are we thinking of our squads here for the second series?
I mean, once we get to the end of the season, pardon me, we get to the series where teams have kind of fallen out of the race for the final couple of playoff spots, play-ins as well. So in this case, we do have a conversation between University of San Francisco and Newmont College of Computer Science. So we'll see how well they're able to kind of rebound and play out the final games they have here at hand and showcase what they're capable of. I think this is going to be some interesting gameplay for sure, and I'm curious to see how well they come out of the gate swinging. Because again, playing for Pride is a potent thing, Los.
We were just talking about it, so why don't we take a look at the rosters that we have for either side of this matchup. I mean, we got here the Newmont Llamas. Now that is actually that's a ballin' name, I gotta say, LaFon. I like that one a lot.
I mean, listen, llamas aren't a creature to kind of play around with either. They can be nasty creatures if you cross them the wrong way. So Newmont trying to channel perhaps a little bit of that personality in their gameplay tonight. San Francisco, on the other hand, no mascot that we can see right off the rip, but hoping to perform just as well.
I mean, of course, both these squads have struggled a little bit, but this is the second semester, and I think the first time we've seen these squads within the actual broadcast. So it's always enjoyable to see new faces, new names in the server, and I'm excited what either of these squads can bring to us. And going back to talking about Pride, I think you want to have at least not to say pad the stats, but walk out of it with the best possible scoreline, with the best stat line, the best record that you can do within your situation. Maybe it may not be the best one, but something you can walk away with pride.
Yeah, walk away with your head held high for sure. That's something to kind of highlight as well. And I mean, heading into this map, which we're getting a new map too, Nepal, to open things up. So definitely a sight for sore eyes in that regard. In this division, right? I mean, we have to kind of highlight these teams have been somewhat unlucky with the fact that at the top end of this division, there's some really powerful squads. And so I think in that sense, a 3-4 record isn't something to be ashamed of, right? When you're playing against Boise State, when you're playing against UCI, it's a tough place to be. And I think we'll get a chance to showcase the flexibility and the prowess of their control in the upcoming map.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw this conference last week, and it was actually UC Berkeley that came through against another squad, Loyola Marymount. A well-reasoned squad. They had a good record going for 4 wins, and it was not to mention words, it was a bit of a disaster, I would say. So this is a very killer conference. It's a lot of heavy hitters, so I'm expecting that these will be strong teams, but you just have some of the strongest teams in the entire league to contend against, so it's difficult to get your place among champions.
Yeah, and I think that means that if you're looking at Newmont, the 3 and 5 scoreline starts to look remarkable in that regard, or 3 and 4, I should say. Pardon me, as we head into week number 8. If you can get to that 4 and 4, 500 line, then you're chilling, right? You're quite happy with how your season went. Obviously, for University of San Francisco, you'd like to make that a 3 and 5 and kind of put yourself in that mid tier, as we've said before. So definitely a case of trying to what can you bring to the table in terms of playstyle here. Definitely a highlight for sure. And expectations, I think, have to be set accordingly. So the level of play we're going to see today is going to be, definitely on par. I think these teams are well suited to kind of face off against each other.
So yeah, speaking to that, I don't think we're going to have only 3 maps this time around. I think this is a series that will certainly go the distance, at least bring us to a Havana map 3 draw to go into a map 4. Potentially, we don't know. But I think when we're coming against some even squads, I mean, even last series, they were very close in the score lines. However, it went the way of a 3-0. This time around, considering that both of these teams have been able to score some wins within this conference, a very difficult one to contend against, they should both be some contenders, some heavy hitters, some good players, and hopefully good team compositions, and maybe a bit more solid team play, not scattered in cases that we saw back on Lijiang Tower to start the original series.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things to kind of highlight is walking out of the season with just a showcase of what you're capable of is something to kind of play for here, right? So definitely expectations going to be that we see a good team play here. I think if there's going to be some solid team fights, and that's going to be on my mind as well, and if that can transcend into a map 5 perhaps, then we're sitting here and saying, nah, these teams are doing what they need to do and kind of build for the future as well. So a lot for sure to kind of contend with, but at least that's where my expectations are kind of set as we move in.
And I think speaking to that, putting your best foot forward or walking out of this season with your best effort laid in the server, it is also just good practice. Good practice to have, and continuing to fight and scrim and get better and just improve upon your skills. But now we're going to see who is going to be able to improve upon their skills, or at least demonstrate them. We got the Newmont Llamas, the Dons from San Francisco here on Nepal, excited to get this popping. And we got Mike Wazowski already on the Doomfist, looking forward to some good hits, some good flanks, and maybe even some environmental kills.
It's going to definitely be a lot for Sincere to keep in the back pocket, keep attention to as they stare down Mike Wazowski on the Doomfist.
Okay, we see San Francisco dropping into the back area of that point. Will be interesting if they want to fight out, but it's actually Michael. They're cut off. However, we have Mike Wazowski jumping through, forces out the immortality field, but they will be frozen by DeNovo, so that will cause a bit of chaos, a bit of a back foot. Now, it's actually San Francisco. They're trapped back in this area. This room is such a rough place to start your attack on this objective with, and it only led to loss for them.
Yeah, even with a couple of eliminations through that Bionade from Spicy Boy, just working overtime to keep the tanks up for Newmont as they will gain first control of the objective. And I mean, they've got the Shatter from Michael here for the Reinhardt, right? So if they can, lay down the law as it were, NBA is going to have to really be paying attention to their counterpart here to try and block the Shatter.
Question is, will they be able to make it across that bridge? They decide not to and go directly to the point. Started off with the Ant Matrix, but you have the off angle coming out from Shifty, so it makes them question their move. A great Earth Shatter. Unfortunately, they can't follow up on it. We do have Mike Wazowski jumping in, hoping to get some chaos and get some damage in, but they don't find anything. The Blizzard is forced out. No one is in its range, and we also have a Graviton Surge from Agent. I'm not even sure who's getting hit with that. Michael's coming out with 3, and there's 3 dead here for the Dons.
That's good. Sort of holding on here. It's sort of keeping control, but with that, Demon getting onto the objective, starting to pull things over to Newmont.
Okay, Earth Shatter coming out. There it is. Envious kills one, downs another, and that's actually a good boop out for D.Va. They fall off the map, and that's 2 here, losing it out for Newmont, and they push the offensive and take it down to 3.
Wait, Agent's caught well in the spawn room now of their opposition, so that still takes one with them, though. So Agent doing a good job of making sure their life is worth a trade at the very least, and though the respawn is closed for Newmont, University of San Francisco should have the opportunity to return. Unfortunately, they only have the support ultimates in this fight, so again, support's gonna have to work overtime to try and stabilize here.
Ooh, great way to break through the shields is Mike Wazowski. Now they have that Meteor Strike and won't look for the value of it, but they actually go for the backline, and maybe it's a good play to take out DeNovo. Won't be the case, though, but we do have CEO of Gotten in the backline with the tactical visor, causing some chaos, allows them to flip the objective, and they still have quite a bit of ways to go, but, Demon may be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I gotta get D-Mac'd, and I mean, the pilot's going to stay alive, but you're down a player in this next one. So University of San Francisco have to play this just a little bit slower, right? Farm the Blizzard up and try and stabilize the objective. That's going to slow things down, though, with the main support, with a big source of heals gone. University of San Francisco is going to have to wait this one out. It's going to reset for a full 6v6. And Newmont going to try and play again off that Earth Shatter from Michael in this next fight.
It all depends how this first engagement goes. If they could swing that Earth Shatter in, tease it in while they're not expecting it, could be huge. Here comes the remech, and it will deal a good amount of damage. They're all stuck in this corner. They use that Earth Shatter, but is it even necessary? I don't even know if it hit anyone, but it does cause enough damage, enough confusion for a team kill here for Newmont.
Yeah, I mean, you got the self-destruct from Demon. You've got the nano boost as well. You can see how aggressive they're holding up. Perhaps a little too aggressive as Shifty pulls the headshot through. And this is going to be a final fight. 95%. Can they get to the objective for University of San Francisco?
Mike Wazowski in the back line. May be able to remove De Novo, and that should be it. There's 3 down here for the Dons. They will not be able to get this one back in their favor.
Yeah, I actually think that Mike Wazowski, the punch canceled the Blizzard. I think in the final moments it may actually have done so. But I mean, a fairly close first round. Newmont's going to walk away with it. 100-72. Still anyone's game, honestly.
Without a doubt, and I think it came down to a bit of difficulty attaining that first possession, or at least losing out on it when you get eliminated quite concisely. Or going in that back room, I think it's just a very difficult way to start out the round. But now it will be a lot more open. It will be a bit more space for both these squads to work with, and we do have an adjustment. Shifty now with the Reaper. Maybe able to cause some chaos. However, Mike Wazowski flying through the sky. They don't have anything to exactly take them down, so
yeah,
see a change coming through soon.
I mean, it's gonna. I was gonna say the real pressure, I guess, is on Sincere and De Novo to take the far out of the sky. A lot of projectile damage. The shields of University of San Francisco likely to fall very swiftly, break very quickly, as it's a bit of a surround and conquer situation. Newmont playing from both angles.
Now the Dons have taken control, or at least they have their location locked down. They make it onto the objective in the first place, but they aren't able to hold it down. The Immortality Field forced out, but there's so much damage coming through out from Newmont. They're shooting in. The spams are great. However, that might be huge. Cutting off one of the players is the Reinhardt. He's locked away, but Michael is doing just fine, and somehow kills are actually going the way of Newmont.
I mean, they get one onto Demon, but the Resurrect is still available here for Newmont. They may have to actually use it onto the Pharah instead. There it will come through, and University of San Francisco just trying to keep things up. That's a great right-click mortar through the Ant Matrix, and all of a sudden, this has gone from bad to worse.
Oh, wow. The rocket barrage, it didn't find the value as the shield coming from Envious, and they walk right through. They keep the players safe. And University of San Francisco, they have possession of the objective now. Shifty may be able to get some work done, but they are running around. It's total chaos at the moment.
Yeah, that was an anti-nade onto Envious, but the elimination does not come through there. It's Spicy Boy who finally takes things into their own hands. And that's going to bring the Shatter. No shield available for Michael to worry about. And that will take the point over low. So that took up to 47% though. So University of San Francisco, despite slowly losing that fight, keep the objective in control for a significant amount of time, though. Now heading into this next engagement, keep an eye on that Riptire. It could really just spell the end of an engagement before it even begins. However, if University of San Francisco get to the objective, the Blizzard will be the game changer.
They may have been able to make it. It's a good flashbang out from Mike Wazowski. Now with this wall coming through, here's the Blizzard that we've been looking for. De Novo will completely lock down the objective. However, they want to get more. They want to keep the fight going. And only one player has died for Newmont, but that might even be worse. 2 down for San Francisco, maybe even a third. But with 100% on the charge, it should do damage, but it doesn't. So much swinging out from Michael allows them to get the kill and the objective.
So I was wrong about the Riptire being the difference maker. Instead, it was Demon eating the Graviton Surge. Agent does not lay that one down. However, University of San Francisco do turn the objective over in their favor. So again, another 10% earned for their troubles. As Newmont try and, hold out this round a little bit longer. Shatter available to Envious if they can get to the point. But that is definitely easier said than done.
Shifty finding a bit of a boost to jump across, but now it actually gives him a new angle for the Death Blossom. Hoping to get a shot in. Mike Wazowski doesn't get the Deadeye. They don't find the value. They still want to control and destroy those shields. But at this point, they just have to retreat.
Yeah, that's going to have to be the reset there. And University of San Francisco's game plan seems to be just walk to the objective and stand there until And Newmont has kind of been allowing them to do it. So fair play. Agent trying to chase down the remaining 2 members, but it will actually be assisted by Envious here. And that's going to be this fight ended. So we're in final fight territory as the kills come through, Los. I mean, time is of the essence, and it feels like Newmont's run out.
Yeah, with only 10% left, they don't have a solid attack formulated. Without the speed boost coming from a Lucio, this may be difficult. Demon has to jump on the point. They have to get through, and there it is waiting for them. Actually, not expecting them is University of San Francisco. They have the Amp Matrix facing a different direction, and with this distraction in the backline, they may be able to force themselves onto the point. Denovo coming out with a Blizzard will deny anyone on top of MBS's Earth Shatter. University of San Francisco, they take round 2.
So we'll go to a round 3 to decide it all, and I mean, we're going to going to Shrine for round number 3. Feels correct. Feels right? Feels like this is where we deserve to be. So certainly a case of defense not found, but University of San Francisco noticing that Newmont is not really holding that high ground very cleanly, says we'll just walk to the objective and take the fight there. And even the fights they lost still make it expensive. So credit to University of San Francisco for the adaptation after round number 1. And I have to say, from this shot, Demon looks like they have a party hat with the roof on the Zarya. Just putting that out there.
Oh,
Gone
no,
now.
they moved it.
Gone now. But hey, for the moment.
Now, I'm wondering how successful this teleporter will be to start things off. Reinhardt's in front. Michael there to make the initial play. Now with the shields up, maybe they will have a teleporter put in the back line. But it's starting off with some good swings with Zarya Bubble. Oh, they almost got that lock off. Michael will remain safe, but Demon in the back line definitely taking some damage. Demon certainly falling down, but they are safe. Immortality Field popped already by Sincere, so now this is a great time for them to move up. Sincere goes down. This is the time to play in the back line, and CEO of Cotton lighting them up with the beams, but now they have another one. Agent has one of their own. Yet Demon, on Demon time, will eliminate the rest.
Something I really like from Newmont there is they actually, Michael takes a ton of attention and aggression from their opposition. University of San Francisco wastes so much energy trying to burn down the Reinhardt. Meanwhile, the rest of their team falls to shreds, and I think for Newmont, they're willing to trade the Reinhardt for the point win. And not even just that, Michael, despite all of that time being spent, still nearly has a shatter. So I don't expect University of San Francisco to highlight this expectation, and Michael could easily shut this down with another great big shatter.
With another wall, oh, Lucius goes down as well. Here's the Earth Shatter, removes CEO of Cotton, but Michael had one of their own. They're trying to strike back. The Immortality Field won't allow Demon to find the value they're hoping for, but we do still have Mike Wazowski wraithing away. Maybe they could find health. Maybe they could get some shots in, but already will be a retreat. They have to get away.
Yeah, that's not committing. There was an opportunity there to use the nano boost and just commit to the fight fully, but I like this reset instead. Wait for your rest of your team to come back and don't try for the hero play. Newmont playing as a team, and that's something to highlight for sure. Keep an eye out, of course, on the Graviton Surge and the Photon Barrier here from the Symmetra. These are going to extend this objective and fight in favor of Newmont very swiftly.
Once this wall fades, this should be the time to get it done. The bubble has been rocked by Demon, and there it is. But it's Mike Wazowski in the backline with the Death Blossom, and it's absolutely massive. Denovo the last one alive, and that will be the team kill and point conversion.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing about the Graviton Surge is the Photon Barrier was still up for the first half of it, so a lot of damage actually stopped before it goes through, and University of San Francisco aren't able to turn that in favor. Now, Newmont, in this engagement is going to have the nano boost, they're going to have the coalescence, and still the Graviton Surge in the back pocket, which I expect them to open up with here.
Oh, there it is. Demon locks them in that chokehold, but the wall keeps them safe for now. Now it's a Blizzard in return. Will they be able to find it? But does the Blizzard get denied? No, they're still stuck in it, yet they have no angle to push through. The amplification matrix is there, but they can't get a shot off. They have to back off, and Newmont, while they lost 2, they may still be in this fight.
Yep, 4-on-4, but the nano's in play, and the hero and the lifeline's not looking too strong here as the health pools go to the smithereens. That's going to be the final cleaning up kills for Newmont CCS. And that is going to be it as the Llamas get out to 95% on the objective. Time of the essence. University of San Francisco need to contest.
Oh, and a great denial. Charging of their own. Michael will say no. No way for the overtime to be achieved, and it will be Newmont winning out map 1.
Still a very competitive series so far after map number 1. Here's that highlight from the Reinhardt. Ironically, on the one round that Newmont lost, but still
Great
going to be a
shatter.
highlight nonetheless. Yeah, great shatter. Still, we have a very competitive game here ahead of us. As it's a 1-0, but it took us all 3 rounds to get here.
Certainly so. It should be exciting. Wow. 20 Earth Shatter kills? Did you that was crazy.
I have to say, Spicy Boy also had a nice kill participation there. So you know, a couple of fun cards at the end of map number 1. No, I mean, heading into map number 2, not really a whole heck of a lot in terms of notes for these teams, right? There's a lot of the times I'm left watching map number 1 after control and saying one team is far ahead in terms of their performance, and here's what the opposition needs to do, right? Here's how you need to shore up your defenses to work into the next coming rounds. But ultimately, I did not see much of that in that first map. I think these two teams are very close to each other stylistically, first of all, of course, but also in terms of skill level. And so I think it's now just about tightening up, you know, small little mistakes that are the difference maker for you. In certain cases, like for example, the Blizzard, right? Putting it a little too far forward so it doesn't capture a ton of players. That's one thing. You know, perhaps that can be changed a little bit, but that's a small detail where, you know, in prior matches, I've kind of had to say, well, as an entire team, you have to kind of rework your structure. Here, I think they're very close to each other.
Yeah, and I think it could also be said the Graviton that was blocked by the Photon barrier in that final round was a bit of a missed shot. But the differences that we're seeing between these teams, to point them out, it almost feels like nitpicking.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
That's what it comes down to at the end. You have to have those minute details when you're so closely matched with your opponent. So I'm excited for this series. I have high hopes for this one. It's a fun one right off the rip from Nepal. So we got to keep this one going. We got to see Newmont. We got to see the Dons take action. How are the Dons going to respond to this as we head over into map 2? And also, what is map 2 even going to be?
Yeah, so waiting on confirmation for that. So as soon as we know, you'll know as well. And I mean, to your point about nitpicking, at this point, it's a detail-oriented kind of resolution in terms of structure, right? That's that's what we have to expect. I don't think it's nitpicking. I think it's fair to say that when you're talking about small details in the situation, it's things that can be fixed map to map, right? Because it's something about, okay, maybe I just called the ult a little too early, so wait a half a breath, and all of a sudden that's a fight win in the opposite direction. So yeah, I think this is very much a case of map number 2, which unfortunately we can't get away from it. You know, dread it, run from it. It still is inevitable. Kings Row will be map number 2 here as we head through. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? We saw a lot of Reinhardt in map number 1, so heading to a rush-based map for map number 2, I think it makes the most sense here for both teams.
I wouldn't be surprised if we have a tower teleport coming out from CEO of Cotton, because they were very deadly with the Symmetra and utilizing a bit of distraction, at least, to get some players in the back line. At least we saw an amazing, I think, a triple beam dream out of CEO of Cotton in one of the beginning engagements over onto the final round. So, but let's check out what compositions we're having to start. It doesn't seem that is the case, but CEO of Cotton kind of just delaying that pick. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens, in fact. But I mean, the defense. Remember, we talked about this on just a moment ago. The fact that this is going to be that Ryan Brush comp does not surprise me. This is the opposite of a shock. Entirely predictable, I think. For both the defense and offense, considering what we saw in map number 1. And I like it. It worked for both teams, and I think continuing that throughput is going to be important. I will say CEO is going to have a lot more space to work. There isn't a hit scan to kind of deal with, and there's no diva either. So University of San Francisco is going to have to work overtime to dodge the rockets of the Pharah.
CEO of Cotton looking to get around, but all the players are stuck in hotel. They've isolated themselves here, so it may be an issue. But Mike Wazowski has a good cross angle, completely uncontested so far. The sniper duel has been going in their favor, but they can't get a kill yet. They haven't been contested, but no shots are making a connection. Ambius starting things off, and now will force Newmont away. The wall doesn't isolate anybody, but it does force out a retreat. Mike Wazowski, a bit of a misplay. They can't get away. Asian finds 2.
That's a good play by the Zarya. Just walk forward with your high energy and make sure to let your presence be known. Yeah, now, I mean, sure, the ult charge is not up to, that 75% mark, but the energy's quite high, and they're going to continue to be a threat in the later stages. Big mortars there. The alt fire taking up to 55% for Agent. So University of San Francisco doing a great job. Mike was asking to make a switch over to the Hanzo, a little bit more consistent damage on range as Newmont looks to try and re-aggress with this next fight.
Such an interesting setup that they're waiting for players to get onto the objective, and that's when they explode out. Immortality Field has been put to play. Agent now working in conjunction to lock off Michael. They won't work it out. It's actually Mike Wazowski and Michael and everyone over from Newmont finding their kills. Agent does manage to get that full beam, but there's no one left to bubble. There's no bubbles. The cooldowns are all gone, and Newmont already with 2 more eliminated. They will take at least this fight and maybe the objective as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a great opening by Mike Wazowski. The Hanzo leads with a headshot through, so University of San Francisco will have to reset. They do have the opportunity, though, to punish this over-aggression. I'd like to see the Grive applied to Michael here. I'd like to see this taken down and not allow Newmont to go any further forward.
Nice little greetings coming out from Michael atop the wall. They haven't found the isolating success that DeNova was hoping for. CEO of Cotton hanging up here. I don't know if they realize they're here, but they have to blast themselves away and actually save their life. Michael destroyed by a charge in NB bus. Once more, they won't get it. Back off by the choke point. Wait for the rest of the squad to come through. Here comes the resurrection. Michael's back in the fight, but the Earth Shatter out of Envious is huge.
Blizzard was committed, but it's actually Newmont who gets the eliminations first, and that's going to be coupled with a Barrage and the Dragon Strike. And though it's going to be CL being taken down, NCCS will be the ones walking away. Newmont going to make short work of the remaining members of University of San Francisco. And in a rare turn of events, it's the ultimates used that lose the fight. University of San Francisco on the back foot here, Los. A little expensive for them considering nothing gained. And I mean, Newmont, sure, they have to worry about the Amp Matrix, but I mean, Michael's been huge with the Shatters and has another one online here.
Starting things off, they are on the other side of that barrier. Will be Envious. On the front, it's the Shatter in conjunction to try and stop out that amplification matrix, and it does distract them enough to get ahead. They can't find the damage, they can't use it out. The Dragon Strike coming out from Shifty. It has no damage really in the grand scheme of things. CEO of Cotton, they're uncontested, raining down fire, but the damage is slowly turning to the skies, yet Envious goes down. Michael jumping through the wall, looking for some damage, looking to get that hammer swinging, but they force everyone away and might be able to just ram this objective, this payload through the second point.
And this point will end the same way the fight started, with a Shatter online for Michael yet again. And that was just a flank Shatter, just not identified in the corner that starts things off. And it costs so many resources for University of San Francisco to try and stabilize. While that happened, the Immortality Field taken away, and CEO Farah in the sky, as you said, bringing the pain, bringing the rockets, as the final phase of King's Row begins.
CEO of Cotton, they've got the barrage now. They can bring it in. Here comes the Graviton Surge. It does claim the life of Michael, but Envious falls as well. Amplification Matrix put into play, yet it doesn't have the angle they're looking for to bring Michael back, or at least stop it. It also committed that Immortality Field. This is the time to play. This is the time to move. If Michael can push through and get past that, it's actually going to be a bubble on top of CEO of Cotton. The Rocket Barrage, it isn't as damaging as they were hoping. So this is just throwing some resources at the Dons, hoping something will stick. But now it's the University of San Francisco striking back.
Yeah, there's a big fire Shatter to knock down CEO. The cleanup crew comes in, and Demon, struggling to stay alive, will be taken out. So the reset comes in. Still a big Shatter laid down by Michael. Whiffs completely. No knock ability taken out. Pulls out the Blizzard to end this one.
Yeah, with 2 dead and maybe even more, that will be the Duns finally making their way back into it. It was just a lot of control out here for Newmont, but they have to play it slow, take a breath, and rethink the strat. And with CEO of Cotton changing over to the Junkrat, this could be a new strat.
little bit more, a little less threat in the air. I will say that if they get the Immortality Field out, then there's a win condition established, the Grab Dragon combo.
Oh, wait a minute. It's dueling dragons here on the King's Row. Mike Wazowski takes out the counterpart of Shifty, but the Dons, they find a lot more value out of that one as Agent helps to clean up too. With 3 dead for Newmont, they got to back off.
One team had an Immortality Field. Which team won the fight, you might ask? The team with the Immortality Field. So, University of San Francisco will win that duel of the ultimates. And now, University of San Francisco have done a great job of slowing things down. Keep an eye out on the tanks. The big fire strike through the Matrix will generate some damage, but no eliminations yet.
Sincere, the first one to fall. That's the Immortality Field out of play. However, Newmont isn't pressing forward just yet. They want to make sure none of them are dead before they turn that corner, and it did force the Dons to back up a bit. So now we have Newmont postured for another attack. Michael does have the Earth Shatter ready, but no players are sticking close enough to make that a viable option, at least not yet. Here's the sound barrier coming out of here, but now the Earth Shatter is massive. Bring it out one, but they're going to sacrifice their life. Oh, maybe it is the trade they were looking for, but regardless, there's no blizzard in play, there's no ice, there's no wall to isolate the players, but they are backing off. Anyway, Agent is still big enough a threat to remove 2, and they can't press this attack any longer.
The Agent doing a ton of damage here on the Zarya, making sure to be, that big presence in the mid-fight. Has the Graviton Surge online again, and outracing Shifty, in fact. So the combination still at play here. And remember, Newmont doesn't really have a response to this big combo.
Agent is ready. Agent knows exactly what they need to do. The walls here, that will be on cooldown. But I think it all comes down to CEO of Cotton. They could throw that Riptire in the back line. That's exactly what they need. But it all starts here with Mike Wazowski potentially sending out that Dragon Strike. But it is the Graviton locking down Demon. They can't survive. But here's the Riptire. Ambius is out. Immortality Field is in. Removed as quickly as it came. And CEO of Cotton jumping from the top rope will force players away. Agent down from the Dragon Strike, and so much has been committed, but it seems that so much ground has been gained with only 10 seconds left. They have to fight the stallers. They have to fight in this moment. Michael, with the Earth Shatter, stops the stallers. Pierre goes down, but so does Denovo, but they're in the blizzard. Can they get on the objective in time? I think it might be possible.
Gravitic Graviton Surge at the very end to collect the remaining members' loaves, and that will be the clean up from Newmont. However, it took them all the way to the overtime marker, so no time left on the clock for the Llamas. As the University of San Francisco Dons do a great job of isolating time, slowing it down, and a remarkable hold on third to give up the objective with no time remaining. Impressive stuff, and now, capturing the map is what they need to do. If they capture with more than a minute, they will deny Newmont any further progress on this map. One step at a time, of course. They do need to head to the first objective, but a win condition has been established.
Woo! And that was a climactic finish for Newmont in the end. Just throw everything you have. And I think it really started with CEO of Cotton not even using the Riptire to the full advantage. Great use to take MBS out, but jumping from the top and having the uncontested spam was huge for them.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing too is the choice of target, right? Saw the Immortality Field, knew they weren't going to get an elimination with it, so chose to go for the guaranteed kill rather than for the big numbers. And I think that was the right play as it kind of turned around. Demon walking back from spawn with the Graviton for the cleanup ended up not being a problem after all. So well done by Newmont. Now, University of San Francisco will have to attack. The gates will unlock. Standard composition from them. Newmont, the only difference being the soldier here.
Wondering how that will affect their play, and the Dons definitely preferring to play in the hotel. The wall doesn't isolate anyone, finds no one. Mike Wazowski does take a big hit, but it forced out the MO field quite quickly, and an anti as well from Spicy Boy makes things worse for the Dons. They have to back up, still stuck in that very spammable spot, yet no one has the perfect kit to deal with that. Now with the re-aggression, they will be met again with an anti, but Agent and Ambius are doing the Lord's work. CEO of Cotton shooting from the top rope, hoping to have that efficacy. They do. Shifty almost so low, but they can't get it done. That's 2 players dead. The tanks are gone.
I mean, it's now Sincere left to keep things going. Mike Wazowski doing a ton here on the back. The Immortality Field will fade, and that means Sincere's not able to stay alive.
Wow, a great contest by CEO of Cotton and Mike Wazowski. They bring it back in. A failed shatter from Michael will be something they're not looking forward to repeat as this fight goes on. Denovo isolates him with the wall. The pin misses, and Michael responds with one that actually fits their mark. Amplification Matrix put into play. They push through it. The damage denied. And now Michael's in the thick of it, forcing out a retreat for San Francisco.
Unbelievable stuff there from Newmont at the very end of it. And Mike Wazowski's the one who starts it all off. The Hanzo comes in clutch and now has the Dragon Strike to combo with Demon should they wish. Agent not going to survive, so they may not even require it. But this has become a real tragedy. On top of all of that, University of San Francisco gained no progress in all of that. So a clutch hero play from Newmont in the final moments of that engagement. And I mean, Los, now in full control of the objective, are the Llamas here.
And they have so much utility
What
to
a
work with.
Manchi.
Oh, here comes the Graviton, but they walled it off themselves. But now it's the Dragon Strike. But they do have a response this time. It's Lucius with the Transcendence, a complete, ineffective play by San Francisco.
Yeah, just listen, completely nullifying the two ultimates is the Transcendence. So a big play by Lucius there. And I mean, the Graviton combo is still on play for Newmont. And if the Immortality Field gets bursted down, there's no such defensibility for University of San Francisco.
They have so much to work with. Mike Wazowski realizes they're all in that angle. I think it might be a commitment of the Dragon Strike. Wait a minute, a lot get knocked down. But no, they'll hold on to it for now. Play it safe. It's the right move. It's the right call. But here comes the Graviton. That's what they were waiting for. That's what they needed. The sound barrier's here. The Immortality Field is destroyed, and 2 players go down with the Dragon Strike. It's the follow-up from Demon, and this is all but over for San Francisco. They gotta reset.
And that, I mean, that's what I said, right? There is no defensibility if that Immortality Field gets taken out. Denovo will find a trade, so 2 players eliminated for Newmont. Unfortunately, this delayed respawn with the Blizzard. Michael's going to stay alive for the moment, though. Frozen. Oh my god, look at the pin. Look at the stuns. Still alive, though. Still alive.
Oh, he was going for something sneaky, but it doesn't come through. Michael and Envious, both of them don't have shatters that hit their mark regardless. They haven't made it onto the objective yet. 24 seconds left for the Dons to make it. They don't have the round. They don't have the ability to make it through. No ultimates ready. They're just going to send it down range. CEO of Cotton shooting, lighting him up. The Immortality Field already has been committed and now finally destroyed. Michael in the front line, working hard. Demon in the back, helping to keep them alive, but they have to back off. Envious will go down. The shields are gone, but the wall is still here. They have to push through. 1 tick has been earned. CEO of Cotton will get sucked up in the Graviton, but here comes the Tactical Visor. Shooting from behind is also the Dragon Strike. Maybe he can bisect the point. Sincere goes down. So many players go down. It's 5 dead for San Francisco. They can't contest. They lose it out.
And this has been at Newmont, who had 2 clutch recontests on the objective to get the full hold here and close out Kings Row. They started off their defense with a play from Mike Wazowski, the one highlighted here at the middle way point. And then, of course, the way to close it all out at the very end. Clutch all the way through were Newmont. And they give themselves that 2-0 lead, especially at the end here of Kings Row. Spectacular stuff from them.
Mike Wazowski, what a play. 26% of that hero's damage certainly earned it. I mean, multiple times have we seen that one player come through clutch, and I think it was critical for their initial attack in the end when they were aggressing in the 3rd objective. Yeah. Using those Dragon Strikes have helped them so many times throughout this map. The damage output was absolutely insane. Of course, CEO of Cotton also put in some great work with the Tactical Visor, using those Junkrat utility, the Riptire in the end. But also we gotta give it up to Michael and Demon. Being able to hold the front lines were just incredible.
Yeah, I mean, all those and more, but I have to give a special shout out to Mike Wazowski, especially, I mean, that first hold on Kings Row, right? The defensive end when it was in shambles. The defense was in shambles, comes up with a clutch 3 picks, and then sacrifices their body to keep the fight, keep the point from ticking over even a single objective again. with how that map ended, if that first tick had been given over, we would be having a very different conversation now. So the Hanzo player, I think the MVP of that maps of King's Row, and a big part as to why it's a 2-0 scoreline here heading into map number 3.
Absolutely, absolutely have to agree with you there, LaFont. Just seeing that play go down, I wasn't even sure what was happening. I was looking at it, I was seeing,
Yeah.
but I wasn't believing. And the fact that they were able to hold it down, along with CEO, just to bring enough time for the cavalry to arrive is just a way to put the team, the series, on your back for a small moment and keep the team going with great fervor.
Well, to the point of you not believing in it, I think that's even a highlight of an impressive thing of Newmont, because it is very difficult, right, when a call is made in a fight that looks as bleak as that, to have complete faith in your team and say, or in a player that calls that as winnable, right? And clearly Newmont just said, yeah, absolutely, 100% with you there. And, came back in to give the support required. So I would not have faulted them if they, backed up and tried to play the passive game, but they went all in on it. So as a squad, I mean, Newmont really stepping up to support their entire crew, and well done for them.
Whew. Well, we'll see if they can keep that strength, that momentum going on to the map 3. It's going to be Rialto and the Dons. They will have to find that success. They did have a very strong defense in terms of that final objective over on King's Row. But will they be able to work it out and work out the kinks in terms of their defense as a whole payload map? But actually, we got to focus on their offensive capabilities, because they weren't even able to make it past objective number 1 back on King's Row.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that our combos just weren't in sync, right? We saw the one Dragon Strike combo be sort of the opening gambit, but it was completely nullified by the Transcendence. And beyond that, we never really saw the combos take place, and we know they have it in them. We saw it on Nepal. We saw that level of gameplay from them. So, I mean, I want to see a return to form here in map number 3 to try and force a series beyond. That is going to have to be sort of the adaptation in their offensive look. Defensively, they clearly had it. We saw it from them on King's Row. So if they can do it on defense, then the opportunities on offense, it just needs to be a little bit cleaner.
See if some adjustments can be made. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what Mike Wazowski now on the Widowmaker can do. We saw them start off King's Row previously on the Widowmaker, but didn't find the value until they swapped over to the Hanzo. So maybe this time around these shots can land, because it left a lot to be desired. Not to disrespect their other agent play.
No, I mean, we do have to highlight the fact that Sincere has moved over to the off-tank position. Pierre will pick up the Mercy role here, as the agent is on the Ashe. So a little bit of a role shift on the University of San Francisco. Newmont going to try and march forward here with their Widow and Echo play.
CEO of Cotton uncontested now will send out the beam, but the Immortality Field there to keep him alive will be destroyed. And now it's a great opportunity for them to push ahead. Shield still keeping him safe, yet Pierre will be the first one to fall due to the sticky bombs, and now breaking through the shield line. This is going to be it. 3 down here for San Francisco, and make it 4 if they continue this fight, and it will be.
I just chase down the remaining members. You'd love to see it there. Unbridled aggression, and I mean, Newmont, look at this.
Oh,
this is going to be the Shatter, by the way. Watch this. Shatter's still available.
Not even necessary to commit. That's both tanks down. That should be an easy push, at least across the bridge. Mike Wazowski looking for some stragglers. None to be found, so what a play to take it all the way to their spawn.
I mean, I love it, right? When you know they're kind of trapped in there, they're going to come out. Teams don't expect that level of aggression, and Michael making the most of it. Demon, of course, supporting them. So really, really smart stuff from the front line of Newmont.
Now it's a very serious brawl. We did have Demon take a lot of damage at the top of that stairs, but now going in for the resurrection, Pierre loses their life, and Agent goes down again. Maybe if they can walk out of this one. Here comes the Earth Shatter. Denied death from the Immortality Field, but Michael's just jumping on through. The hammer is swinging and dealing sick damage. That's already 4 dead. Is another lost fight for San Francisco.
Yeah, and I mean, the only one that was traded out there was CEO, who's going to be on the respawn queue. I don't know if there's anyone who can recontest Yeah, Demon recognizes that, so will toss themselves off for a quick swim and respawn closer with Mech in tow. And I mean, the payload has really not been stopped at all here on Rialto so far.
Demon does have that self-destruct at the ready, but there are 2 shields potentially causing some disruption of that ultimate. Bob is in play. Just at a long-range advantage. They don't have the capabilities to follow up on that. Here comes the Diva Bomb. Doesn't kill anyone. Immortality Field there utilized, but now we have the Gravitic Flux. It picks up 3 before CEO can even be thrown down to the ground. They're already eliminated, and that will be 2. They have to back off.
That is the first fight that University of San Francisco has been able to find on Rialto with success. So they're happy. It took them to the 3rd phase, but a fight better won late than never. Shifty, the Infrasights are still up, and unfortunately taken out. The Resurrect will be there, but that's a 30-second cooldown no longer in play. So Newmont, they trade 1 for 1, and it's undone. University of San Francisco, Supercharger in the back pocket. They'll have to make this one count, as it's the only one they have. Ant Matrix available shortly.
Supercharger will be committed. Here's the Ant Matrix as well. They were hoping for something serious. The Earth Shatter is denied because they die the second that Michael drops it. CEO of Cotton will be there to continue to contest, but Shifty with the Riptire is going to be A-OK. Newmont loses another fight.
Newmont's okay with that fight, though. Look how much was committed by University of San Francisco. It was the Ant Matrix, it was the Supercharger, it was the Valkyrie, it was the Riptire. That was everything and more. As Agent's the only one with a check mark next to their name. Newmont make a couple of changes. The Cassidy comes in from CEO, Mike Wazowski over to the Genji as well. So a little bit more, and even then, back to the Tracer. So Cassidy no longer available. It's going to be a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit more flanking potential for the DPS. And Newmont look to try and play this close without having to worry about that long-range contest.
Should be good to see because it's such a strong hold. Splitting up the attention on the side of University of San Francisco could be huge. Agent taking down half the health, but now we have the Nano Rhine in play. There isn't anyone close enough to make this a big deal, and the Immortality Field was at an angle they weren't able to reach. Here comes the attempt to try and break through the shields, but they can't get it done. Regardless, the objective, the payload continues to move. Amplification Matrix put into play. They have to back off. Michael loses their life, and they take a new angle. Mike Wazowski sends out some shurikens, but nothing of note. That is, Envy is going down. Maybe a bit of confidence on the side of San Francisco, but Sincere is so low. Sincere doesn't die yet, but Demon in the backline. Remix onto Pierre. No more healing. They can get the job done right here and right now.
It's just the last remaining stragglers. The trade's 1 away. Lucius is out, so it's just all up to Spicy Boy on the healing front. Keep an eye on those respawns. They are much closer for the defense. Unfortunately, players are falling to and fro.
Oh, no one is going to shoot at Mike Wazowski to deliver the denial of the Supercharger. Michael in the back line is being hit with so much crowd control. Mike Wazowski now jumping in the line with the Dragon Blade. Might be able to find even more, but there is Sincere, the last contestant on the objective, but now no one left to fight except DeNovo. Immortality Field all gone. If they could get it done, they might be able to close it out here. The stall is real. The stall is successful.
Yeah, I mean, the respawns are still trickling back. Lucius is going to have the Coalescence, but taken out. There's the Nano Boost to Mike Wazowski. No Blade in tow, so it's just the Shurikens to the back line. And the respawns are too strong. I don't think the support is here.
Maybe not. Actually, the deflection is massive. DeNovo and Shifty go down. It's a denial of the mine, and CEO of Cotton loads the bullets into Agent, and they might be able to do it. Just .16 left. Can you finish it off? Can they get it done? Finally, a minute 56 on the clock. University of San Francisco can't get the stall done, but they damn well tried.
Oh, Lafon, ye of little faith. Newmont saw the success in and willed it into existence. They took the fight to University of San Francisco, and University of San Francisco did not fight back. That was a spectacular run. Respawn's notwithstanding, Newmont just controlling the tempo of play, recognizing that if they just hit the go button fast enough, often enough, their opposition will not have a response, and they were correct. Just shy of 2 minutes on the clock is what they captured with 156. Remarkable stuff from Newmont. And now all they have to do is close off the defense, shut out University of San Francisco, and they've put themselves in a position to do just that.
CEO of Cotton reprising the role of the Symmetra. So should be looking to definitely disrupt the backline with the teleporter, I would imagine, or at least set up a bunch of sentries. So the second that San Francisco decides to make their move, they will be assaulted by all of those and walk into a wall of death, essentially.
There's something very, very interesting about watching just the inevitability of the Reinhardt setup, right? You can see them standing saying, all right, we're going to play around this corner. What are you going to do about it? I mean, here's the thing. Mike Wazowski, though, going to have to play overtime to try and deal with Agent on the Pharah. It's a very high mobility composition University of San Francisco is running, and a lot of verticality as well.
Agent up in the sky, yet there will be opposition. Side of Mike, but the Mercy doing work here, keeping them dealing that damage, and no damage really coming against Agent in this moment.
Yeah, it looks like Mike Wazowski is actually not focusing on dealing with the aerial threat, and I don't necessarily blame them. If you can win the ground war, things will go much better for you. And so far, so good.
Yeah, NBS out of the mech, looking to run away, but we'll be allowed to do so, I guess, unless there's a follow-up here. However, Agent moves CEO of Cotton from play and continues to send out those rockets unabated, uninhibited, and maybe even more, sent out to get closer to the action, but won't throw themselves too close to the fire.
I like that the turn away from Agent because they thought the elimination was guaranteed. Does not come through. But in the end, it is going to be the objective that will be confirmed. NBS will get the reset to get the mech back, and University of San Francisco will roll this one into the first checkpoint. So, still good timing here for University of San Francisco. Agent trying to go for the barrage, but forced to retreat for the moment. Still, this will still be the cart roll through.
Or maybe not. We do have Demon and the rest of the crew with the amplification matrix as well to go for the stall. Defense matrix does keep the projectiles out of play. However, a rocket barrage out of Agent does make things a bit easier for them, and so does this Dragon Strike. They have committed quite a bit just to make their way through the first point. However, they haven't done it yet. Michael is back in action, jumping around, being a nuisance, and finally will fall, so that should be the capture. Mike Wazowski will have to face hell, or maybe escape.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Even though that was a fight that University of San Francisco won, and they had all the right to win it, it still cost them a lot more than it should have. So they're going to be on the back foot in this next fight, despite the fact they have the Primal Rage and Self-Destruct. So Newmont will be able to get into good position. The Bob should be able to take a little bit of space on the objective. Newmont being a little bit respectful, though, of their opposition, giving a ton of room over to the offensive push.
Here's the self-destruct. It does remove Spicy Boy. That is a big loss to take. However, Sincere goes down. Here comes Bob back into play. 14 HP over there for Mike Wazowski, but it doesn't matter because we got CEO of Cotton on the tactical visor. Taking out 4.
The flank visor, right? Just massive success, and Envious, rather than face the wrath of the soldier, will walk into the depths of the canal here on Rialto. So that was a reset. A lot of respect shown by Newmont, but they make it count as they get the hold. And now the cart's in a dismal position for the offense. Look, you have to go through 2 separate choke points, 2 separate spam areas to get to it. And it's going to be a rough approach now for the offense.
Starting things off, Michael jumping in, cutting off half the players. Some of the tanks already dived in, but they're going to go for a sleep and leave them be. Let Sleeping Monkeys lie, but now we have the Primal Rage from Sincere jumping around. They don't find the success. They're actually all alone, and now it's Agent over on the objective, the last one standing. But a lot of players died on either side. Play will be stalled.
Yeah, it is very much a case of a trade for the payload. It will slightly benefit the offense as the cart will move forward slowly, especially as they have the benefit of the healing of the objective. That big trade on CEO is massive, though, as that will allow University of San Francisco to move this one forward.
Here in the front line, they are continuing to fight. Michael is throwing their body on the objective all the time, doing what has to be done. Now here comes the Primal Rage. They are hit with the anti, but it will be okay. They're taking so much damage, but if they can take out De Novo, that will be worth it. Unfortunately, Denovo stays with their life. CEO of Cotton running away. 2 go down thanks to the self-destruct, and CEO has to run away for the reset.
And they do force the Dragon Strike out, though, from Shifty, so even that is still a net, though it is a total a loss, it is not a total loss for Newmont. And they will get the second objective. Will University of San Francisco 3:10 on the clock. Still, a decent time bank to work against. We're going to see the shifts come in from Newmont. They go to the more stable Reinhardt. Ryan slow things down. Big ante on the back line
Michael
as Newmont tries to forward.
takes a lot of damage in the beginning of that fight, but now they're jumping into the back line. Agent wants to get someone with a pulse bomb. It doesn't work out. Here comes the Nano Tracer, hoping for the serious damage, but they're all the way in the back spawn. Agent does find one. Tac Visor put into play. Maybe they can finally lock down 2 coming out from CEO of Cotton.
Yeah, the fancy footwork, not going to be able to dodge the aimbot of the soldier. Tactical visor in hand, and though Shifty takes out 1, the DMEC is a turn in favor. So University of San Francisco are stymied slightly here, slowed down as the respawns come in for the defense.
Demon almost lost their mech there. Self-destruct. Could it be a critical play? We've seen so many good ones coming from MBS. We need Demon. They need Demon to bring out a good use of that ultimate. So far, they haven't found it. Here comes a dueling self-destruction. Envious, Michael, both fall. Now Shifty following up with damage that can't be contested. 2 down here for Newmont and only 1 for San Francisco, but CEO of Cotton wants to change the tides. The defense matrix is giving them ample opportunity. Agent goes down. Demon sending their body on the line. They might be able to remove Sincere from play. Yes, Zarya is lost. Denovo wants to follow, but they can't get it done. They will have to back off and accept the win for now.
And that has been a minute half taken off that time bank, though. So Newmont has done a spectacular job of bleeding away the objective. And I mean, here, now, you can see the setup coming up on the flank. The Deadeye in play from Mike Wazowski, hiding behind the pine trees here, as they looked for the closeout here. Close to that final fight now for University of San Francisco.
The anti start up, but here comes the Nano to Rhine. Won't be using that Deadeye. Agent already used theirs. They don't find the value. Here comes Mike Wazowski. There's so much time for them to get it done. They only remove Envious, but that's enough. The shield is gone. Michael, the lone stander on the objective. Oh no! CEO of Cotton uses the tac visor, but they get flashbanged immediately. No value found here, and Michael's shield about to fall as well.
Still, the delay was enough. The respawn should be here, returning just momentarily. Mike Wazowski over the Doomfist, off the Cassidy. Here's that Dragon Strike to force everyone out in the open.
It does move them away, but they still have the shield. Mike Wazowski going through in the back line, has to back off. They do get some damage. The Graviton will suck in so many players. The shield is still here, so they will survive it out, but the mech out for Demon is no good. MBS pushing through the line. That's already 2 dead here for Newmont, and maybe make it 3, make it 4. It should be San Francisco making their way in and winning this out with only 10 seconds to spare.
And so that will count up to a minute, giving Newmont 2:43. However, University of San Francisco are not out of this series yet. They're on life support for sure, make no mistake about it. But where there's life, there is a chance. The University of San Francisco look to try and take this first point and just give themselves a chance of bringing the series back from the brink.
Whew, what a close finish. They almost got it done. It all came down to that Graviton losing out Demon and having that ability to just send out the defense matrix. It just allowed so much spam coming from San Francisco to allow them to finish it off. But Demon, what do we got here?
Huh. I see someone is going to, someone's a little happier about this. Now, this is an all-in play from Newmont, though. This is risky as all get out. Not a lot of stability. If one player goes down, it all crumbles, much like a house of cards. University of San Francisco, what worked continues. They don't change anything in their run. Agent going to be on the Cassidy, I suppose. But a little bit more consistency from University of San Francisco here.
Mike Wazowski back on the Widowmaker. Might be able to find value now with the boost from Mercy, but they gotta back off. That won't be the play they're looking for. Demon as well takes a plethora of damage. They have to back off. CEO of Cotton with the backline turret. They are waiting for a send and play. If the current is favorable, there will only be one fight necessary to win out this round.
They're just trying for that pickoff, right? If the first pickoff is going to be critical for Newmont. There's that hook. That's what they were looking for.
Demon with the first one. DeNovo goes down. They don't have the immortality field, and there's an anti already put into play in this small room, and Michael gets to hack it. Here's another one. Demon gets the hook, but it isn't enough to finish off the player. There's 13 seconds left. They have Pierre on the Lucio, ready to boost them out, make the contest if need be.
Oh, Demon's so low. That's not great. Now, the 20 seconds left. It looks like University of San Francisco have returned with a vengeance, punishing the overextension from Newmont. They lose one, but this may not be enough to stop the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, CEO of Cotton is just jumping around, looking for something to work with, but they won't find anything, and Mike Wazowski has to back off as well. All are alive for the Dons, and this will be the first objective, most likely going to San Francisco, but we saw how they were able to defend it in the first round. Maybe this can be a turn of the tides. Michael does have the Earth Shatter at the ready, and here it comes. It knocks down two, but the shield is still here. It's Immortality Field, and the Deadeye coming out from Agents Cassidy is enough to allow them to take out three and maybe finish more, but the fight is still ongoing.
The whole hog and the molten core for the delay, the damage throughput charging all the way through. The resurrect is in time. Sound barrier, the cart is of the essence. They must stay on it. University of San Francisco, their health pool's jumping forward and back, and they've lost one.
But it's the hog with the nano. Maybe they can work this out. Possibly, but with all these ultimates in play, they have to lose it. With everything the Dons were putting forth, they had to have won it.
Now, this is a disaster, actually, for Newmont, as they've lost. The respawns come in. You can see hiding behind the payload, just crouching, making sure the Widow's infrasight doesn't find the value it could with a well-timed headshot. Newmont, the reset's going to come in late. A couple of changes. Demon over to the Diva. The cart has already moved halfway through second.
This is a much better aggressive than we saw in the previous round. MBS with the Earth Shatter, players drop down right into the arms here. This could be difficult, and there it is. So many go down, at least three, and the Agent with the Cassidy ultimate take down three as well. Mike Wazowski on the top rope looking for a shot. The Widowmaker is not finding any value in this fight.
That's going to be an escape, though. And I will say the respawns are so close that there may possibly be one more recontest here for Newmont, I should say. University of San Francisco. Agent got spawned all the way in the back, so that's going to be walking through with the Tracer. Incredibly delayed. Newmont has given up the second objective, and now, University of San Francisco, with this overtime push, are looking to try and close the entirety of Rialto out.
They have to at this point. There's no room for error for them. Stuck in this moment. Payload isn't moving. They're underneath that bridge, and the immortality field has already been popped. With it destroyed, this could be the opportunity. The Earth Shatter is back in play. If they can get it done, Michael will be able to save this round, maybe even this game. Earth Shatter in. It's massive. It finds at least four, so can they follow up? The bubble keeps him safe. We have so many players running through. Sincere won't be able to keep it up. And they don't need to kill them all. Just get them off the point. And they did that, in fact.
That is a hold there at the very end. But University of San Francisco is more than pleased. 5 points with 1 minute. That is the power of the overtime respawn. Newmont, they underestimate the value of the time bank. And they're punished for their cockiness. University of San Francisco make the most of the space they were given, Los. And that is now Newmont staring down. Despite having a 2:43 time bank, they're still looking at that objective and saying that is a very long journey.
Even with what we've seen so far coming out of Newmont, that was a great surge out of University of San Francisco. Possibly their best attack so far. They were able to get it done in overtime, or at least in the extra rounds. So if they could bring that momentum, that strength, that focus as a group that we saw in the previous round, this could be their first map win. But Agent on the Widowmaker might be interesting. We haven't seen very much success coming out of a Widow from either of these squads so far. So if this can be the beginning of sniper success, so be it.
The difference between a 3-0 and moving on to the next series lies on this defense. University of San Francisco. All eyes on Agent. The headshot comes through. No elimination, but still some progress gained on that info site. First contest, first meeting of the Reinhardts. Michael's coming out on top.
Ooh, and that's already the immortality field, the ante as well. They have to run away, and there's no room for Sincere to get in escape. They do have the bubble on themselves, but it won't be enough. Both tanks are down for San Francisco, and this should be an easy push to the first objective.
Yeah, Spicy Boy with a spectacular anti-nade really sets back the front line. Agent hunting for a headshot, but it won't be found, as the shield is the one that meets them instead. Recontest available here, but Agent taking so much spam.
They can't get it done, but Agent does finally take out Lucius, and now it's a re-aggress. They get back into the play. It's the immortality field that allows them to do that. Both the tanks have been backed off. Demon only in the pilot mode. They can't do anything about it, and Newmont loses their fight.
And that, I mean, Agent is the one who kind of starts that all off despite nearly getting taken out down to just 5 HP. Still manages to take out Lucius, and that is going to be the difference maker. Now Mike Wazowski on the prowl, on the flank, looking for perhaps an assassination. We'll find DeNovo, looking instead for the sniper, but caught out instead. Found out via the mine.
Oh, amplification matrix, but there's the earth shatter instead. It takes down 3, and it is such a big follow-up. That's a team kill within an instant.
That is just like a blink and you missed it, right? But a big anti-nade, a big nano boost, and of course a massive shatter gives Newmont that progress. Now they have a minute left. Again, the one thing is they need to win this next fight. If they don't, University of San Francisco, by virtue of overtime, by virtue of respawn distance, will be able to close out the map. This next engagement is of critical importance.
You have Envious with that earth shatter if they can get it done, but really it's Sincere with the massive beam. They have to back off. They got hit with the anti. They don't have the sustain for this fight. Sincere must have to send out that graviton. It all hinges on the shields being put into play. Here it is. All the players stuck in the car, but it's actually a response with the earth shatter. No, Lucius taken out 2, and this will not be a successful fight. Sincere doesn't get the value out of that graviton, and Newmont continues to make their way to the objective.
And you can see that yellow box of victory just ahead, and they make sure that Pierre does not even escape, so it's going to be the final eliminations come through. You're going to need to be a hero here, Envious. You're going to need the shatter of a lifetime. Overtime is in effect. The cart has not stopped moving.
Oh, maybe it found value. I don't really know. Oh my God. Mike Wazowski denies the Deadeye. 2 kills with the blade. They should be able to finish this one off. There's already 3 dead and no one in a great position to win it out. There's the Deadeye onto Sincere. Only the supports are left to win this one out. Maybe they can stall. Maybe they can prevent the win, but they can't get it done. And Newmont wins 3-0 in this series.
The highlight there at the very end, the Genji coming in, just a beautiful play. The blade for Mike Wazowski into the deflect, but all through Newmont do not let off on the pressure, as Newmont College will get the victory here. There's that big play of the game, the instant team kill that heralded the cart moving through first, and that ends Newmont College closing out your series 3-0.
Woo, what a way to finish it off there. Seriously, was a chance for San Francisco to come back and bring us to a map 4. Their defense, or at least their attacking in that overtime, made us seem, or at least I felt, a little bit shaky on how Newmont was going to be able to handle that extra time, those extra rounds. But in the end, we saw exactly how we came to this scoreline, the aggression, the great plays, the great shatters, all in conjunction, and just having the combinations, the combos out of their ultimates that let them drive right through the payload.
I thought that was going to be map number 4, especially with the fact that in overtime they were able to push it all the way through the 5th checkpoint. Unfortunately, just once Newmont got their feet under them, right, they never gave up, and the progress was too strong from the Newmont Llamas. So, I mean, credit, though, to both teams. That was a very well-fought match, and I think the scoreline does not do the series justice. Though it was a 3-0, it was a highly competitive one, and I think these teams showcase just why at the top of the show, we were saying this is going to be a game to watch. I stand by that statement now. And I think we really were treated to some very fun Overwatch.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the stakes were for. Both these players, both of these teams really gave us a showcase of Overwatch and collegiate Overwatch. It was a pleasure. It was a blast to watch. I wanted more. I'm not gonna lie. I wanted more Mavs LaFon, but unfortunately, we aren't going to be able to get that. Regardless, I'm very impressed by both of these teams, and I want to see more of them. I wanted to see more of them throughout the season. Unfortunately, we don't have too much time left.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Getting a chance to see these teams perform on broadcast is going to be tough. We're moving, obviously, towards the end of the regular season here at NACE Starleague, so the chances for the witnessing of these teams is limited. We will say that. Of course, we move into the play-ins and the postseason beyond, but still, more exciting Overwatch action ahead of us in the future. And I mean, great things for the title. Obviously, Overwatch 1, as we know it, the 6v6 is perhaps not going to be the future of this game, but still I expect to see the 5v5 and further be interesting stuff for sure. That being said, I mean, just excellent Overwatch on display tonight, and really some highlight moments across the board from all four squads that we got to witness.
Of course. I'm just still so shocked by the ability of Mike Wazowski to get the Dragon Blade, bust out the deflection of the Deadeye in the heat of the moment, turn around, and then get another kill with the Dragon Blade. That moment was just just an amazing play for me. I think definitely one of my favorite ones of the night.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like something out of a trailer, right? Just how well staged that was, and still remarkable under pressure to be able to get that through across the game, though, not just that one play. I think across the game, those moments were in display and more. Michael, obviously on the Reinhardt, the Earthshatter coming through, we saw some big graviton surges, just really team play, quite highlighted. And I think for Mike Wazowski, we're talking about the Genji, but really the moment that stood out to me throughout the series was the Hanzo on King's Row. That shutdown play to keep themselves in the hold. So I really just a remarkable stuff from Mike Wazowski and company as they take the victory here.
Yeah, and it's a good way to at least walk into toward the end of the season. They weren't coming in with the best of records yet. I mean, it's still something to be happy about. They came in with the 3-4 record, walking out with a nice even 4-4. The 500 we were talking about. They're big. They're big chilling now. I mean, there is one more matchup throughout the season, and I think if you're coming out with this one, it should be a solid feeling. It should be one of confidence that this has been a very brutal conference to play in, and to come out even at the very least is something to be definitely happy about as a team.
I mean, there are teams that would absolutely, they the things they would do for a 500 season, right? That's it's certainly something to be proud of, I think, and the victory here tonight is definitely something to be proud of as well. Newmont, especially with a 3-0 closeout, right? The shutout there, another highlight for them. Under pressure, there's something just to highlight back to Rialto, right? The fact that you're in a position where you've given up 2 checkpoints under the overtime banner, to still be as confident as they were is impressive, and I think speaks well to the quality of players they have on that roster.
Of course, and while they did have a great deal of time bank to work with going into the extra rounds, it almost didn't seem like it mattered, because with that overtime play from San Francisco, getting all the way to almost the third objective, it puts like a great deal of pressure. I wasn't exactly sure that Newmont was going to be able to put it out, especially when it came to the extra defense out of San Francisco in the beginning, stopping that first checkpoint. But we can find out more about the mental that was going on within the squad, because we have CEO of Cotton from Newmont. Congratulations, CEO. How are you feeling after that 3-0 win?
Out of all the matches we've had so far, I got like the blinding light of God in my eyes, so I'd like to apologize for that. But yeah, it's like the closest match we've had so far. It was fun. We've had fun doing that. Usually our other matches, it's been like blowouts on either side, so fighting these guys was definitely it was a treat for us.
Yeah, I mean, just obviously it's been a little bit of a tough season. You guys are at that 500, right? 4-4 scoreline here at the in week 8. Talk to me about the series itself, right? Coming into it, what were your expectations looking into this match?
So this match, we were expecting it to be probably the most even match we've had so far, and it turned out that way. Especially seeing, it was 2-1 on Nepal, and we were able to still, come back and win that. That was, pretty nice to see there. Especially compared to the other matches we've had, like our first match, like to barely get a notch on a point for hybrid, it was definitely a struggle. So being able to take it here, it's pretty nice.
Fair enough. I want to talk though, of course, about Kings Row because you ended up having the full hold there. It was off the back of Mike Wazowski on the Hanzo with a couple of big pickups. Just walk
Yeah.
me through the team. What was the reaction? What was sort of the call out when the elimination started coming through?
So it was mainly trying to pin where they were at and where we were at. So making sure our position was right so that way we can all make sure that we're pushing in the same place and not somebody's out of position and we get caught out in a pick like that. So I was playing up with Soldier and the team was staying down. Definitely waiting for them to come in through the little choke there so that way we could try and get as many picks as we can, and it worked. And definitely sometimes where we were losing it, and like a couple of lucky picks there is also what saved us with the hold there. So
Yeah, I mean, that was an amazing hold, an incredible one, and you guys came out on top, but there was a big resurgence coming from San Francisco over on Rialto when they made it almost all the way to the third objective in overtime. What was the mental, like, what were the comms on trying to recruit and win out that final round?
same thing, just trying to make sure we're positioned right so that way we can try and counter their dive or counter their push. And we were struggling with it at first, as you saw with the first two, but we managed to get it at the end. We were definitely trying to make sure we had the right heroes at a counter, so we were able to get at the end. And then we were excelling at attack on Rialto, so when we got it again, it was, we were able to pick it up and pick up the match there and win it.
Yeah, makes total sense. Of course, CEO. Any final shout outs here at the end of the broadcast?
I think I happen to have one nearby here. Let me see. Woo! Yeah, we won! Woo! Yeah! That's all I got.
Wow. Congratulations, CEO. That was actually fantastic. And good luck on your last match of the season going into next week.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oof.
Well,
All right,
there we
folks. That is going to wrap up the last series of the night. But don't worry, there's still plenty of NACE Starleague action to check out throughout this week. Tomorrow, we're rocking with some League of Legends, Call of Duty on Wednesdays, and Counter-Strike Global Offensive on Fridays. So there's always something to watch here at the NACE Starleague. So you don't have to worry that me and LaFon aren't going to be around.
I mean, maybe I'll do my one of the things is I'll do up my hair and just kind of like sit there and watch the games in the following week. Some good stuff, some good action. I would definitely tune in, obviously, for those games. Los, it's been an absolute pleasure for Overwatch, though. We're done here for this week. We got some more action still coming at you next week, though. So we'll see you back here then. Until then, enjoy the esports action here at NACE Starleague, and we'll see you next time. Bye.